Chapter 10:15. In the resource palace, the ground cracked and countless blood-colored lights spurted out, clashing with the revolving stars. The two shocking forces were locked in a stalemate, and it was hard to tell which one was stronger. Quiriana's pupils had turned from blue to blood-red. Her sharp claws slashed out a sharp flame, tearing apart the ripple-like waves in the stars. However, after tearing apart the ripples, the flame was already at the end of its flight. It was swept away by the sharp aura of the aura blade and instantly turned into nothingness. The aura blade's momentum did not decrease, and it pressed towards Quiriana's head. Quiriana blocked it with her sharp claws, and sparks flew everywhere. There was a sound of metal clashing, and a shallow mark was left on her nails. Quiriana's arm emitted a fiery flame, and countless intertwined lights appeared around Chunrue's body. From afar, it looked like a huge claw formed by countless fine blades, holding him in the middle. Chunrue dodged quickly. In this space where terrifying forces intertwined, if he were to use large-scale teleportation, it would be equivalent to his neck colliding with the blades. He could only rely on regular movements to dodge. He was slightly slower by half a beat, and a few bloody marks appeared on his face. That kind of sharp claws did not need to touch the body. Just the terrifying sharpness that it emitted in the air could cut through everything. Quiriana's battle style was on the path of sharpness. Her attacks were rather concentrated, and she used points and lines to break through. It was similar to the aura blade's attack, but sharper and more varied. Logically speaking, Chunrue could even kill a demigod after performing the ultimate Crimson Star transformation. However, when facing Quiriana, whose strength had just surpassed the demigod level, he actually felt like he was being suppressed in every aspect. This was because Quiriana's true strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary fake god. Her killing technique was sharp and unpredictable, making it hard for one to defend against it. Her understanding and usage of the laws were far from what Chunrue could achieve. Even when performed in this body, it was faintly approaching the true power. It was just like a peerless master. Even if he limited his cultivation to the same level as an ordinary master, he would still not be a match for an ordinary master. The huge claws closed, and the countless interweaving blades overlapped in the blink of an eye, intending to slice Chunrue into powder. Chunrue could no longer dodge. The two pairs of starlight wings on his back folded and wrapped around his body. The instant the light from the flames and the starlight collided, the entire space trembled violently. A sharp sound that pierced through one's soul rang out. Countless sparks flashed, and quite a few pieces of the star wings flew out in all directions. It was easy to imagine just how much pressure they were under. At this time, Quiriana's movements suddenly stopped, and the speed of those blades suddenly decreased. Their power was also greatly reduced. Her face showed a painful expression, as if she was struggling with her life. This was not the first time something like this had happened. Every time Chunrue was in danger, Quiriana's power would mysteriously stagnate. Although she was being suppressed by Quiriana's overwhelming power, Veronica had been burning her soul to fight with all her might, all for the last ray of sunshine in her heart, even if she was already in a state of eternal damnation. Making use of this opportunity in the sky where the sparks interweaved, a cup that emitted a milky white glow appeared. It then turned into a trickle and seeped into the ground. The Holy Grail's holy protection. The holy protection could increase one's luck for a short period of time. This type of luck could reduce physical and magical damage taken by the person who was blessed. The duration of various negative statuses would be greatly reduced, and the duration of beneficial statuses would be increased. Under the enhancement of the holy protection, the starlight suddenly brightened. The 4 pairs of star wings spread out, and the countless interweave sharp lights were all repelled. They shot back towards Quiriana, the damage reflected by the protection of star wings. Quiriana was caught off guard and was hit by her own killer move. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. Countless terrifying, crisscrossed wounds appeared on the surface of her entire body, and even her skin and flesh were torn apart. Stupid and lowly existence! How dare you resist the greatest will of the ruler? Quiriana let out a cold laugh. Don't think that you can stop me by burning your soul. Today, even if I have to sacrifice this rare highest soul variant, I will completely annihilate that detestable fellow. After saying that, the flames around Quiriana burned even more fiercely. All of her clothes were burned to nothing, revealing her naked body. As expected, the body that should have been perfect and alluring was covered with terrifying and strange patterns. Those patterns began to twist and expand rapidly, completely wrapping the body that belonged to the human like an armor. The nails that were as sharp as a knife also doubled in length, revealing a cold sharpness. After this mutation, Veronica's will was completely suppressed. Quiriana groaned. An entire bloody kingdom was blazing. It even overshadowed the brilliance of the stars. Chinrue felt that the pressure suddenly doubled. What was even more terrifying was that Quiriana's power was still gradually increasing, as if she was continuously transferring the power of her body to this soul variant through some kind of overdraft secret technique. If it was another demigod with strength, he would have already collapsed under this terrifying power. However, Chinrue had the super system and various means. Although he was suppressed, he could always compete with Quiriana. Quiriana was not surprised by this. She had already experienced the extraordinariness of this enemy during the battle at the Silver Moon Immortal Capital's Tree of Nature. He might even have a divine kingdom. Therefore, this time, Quiriana did not waste her energy to try to control or subdue Chinrue. Instead, she used the most direct method, destruction. Due to the power of sacrifice at the main altar, the will that Veronica's soul variant received could be maximized. Quiriana was determined to eliminate Chinrue and did not hesitate to sacrifice this rare vessel. She also had full confidence that she could crush this troublesome enemy into pieces under the strongest soul variant state. Underground of the Mies Kingdom's imperial mausoleum, hatred main altar. As the believers chanted loudly and the sacrifice continued, the huge shadow in the air became more and more solid. Shura, who had been chanting along with the crowd, also noticed that among the divine statues around the altar, other than the crevice demon, violent demon, inferno witch, abyssal lord, and other low-level abyss creatures, the originally blurry divine statue at the highest third level finally became clear. This should be something that could only be seen after receiving the Shadow's gift and becoming a core Black Death Apostle. In the middle was a creature with obvious female characteristics. She had bulging breasts, a slender figure, a tail behind her, long nails that were as sharp as knives on her hands, and the bone spurs and protrusions on her body were more like an armor. A strong feeling of hatred automatically surged in Shura's heart. This image was faintly consistent with the shadow in the air. Chinrue had also seen it in the Silver Moon Immortal Capital's Tree of Nature. It was the Lord of Hatred, Quiriana. Beside Hatred were two statues of male creatures. One was strong and had 6 arms. It was Fear. The other was huge and looked like a scorpion. It was Despair. The 3 Abyss Lords, the Lord of Hatred, Quiriana, the Lord of Fear, Sosbach, and the Lord of Despair, whose name was unknown. What was certain was that, like the other 2 Abyss Lords, there was also a main altar for Despair, just that its exact location was unknown. The blood-red mist floated around the Black Death Apostles, constantly emitting energy that seeped into the Black Death Apostles' bodies. In reality, these were just the impurities emitted by the huge shadow when it absorbed and purified the power of the blood sacrifice. Even so, it was enough for these fanatics to obtain corresponding power. The blood-red mist danced for a while, then gradually slowed down and actually gathered around Shura. This scene caused the rest of the Black Death Apostles to reveal looks of envy. Even the 2 patriarchs were no exception. This meant that the Shura would become the most favored person in this god's descent and would receive great benefits from the god's descent. You have a shocking destructive faith that surpasses everyone else. I will grant you the strongest soul, transformation power, and the heart of domination. Quiriana's shadow let out a distant voice that reverberated above the main altar. At the same time, there was an unquestionable ruling in the voice. Everyone felt that it was a matter of course, and no one had any objections, especially Solange. She secretly calculated in her heart that she did not expect Shura to be so valued by the god and become the highest favored. Then his value would greatly increase, and it was extremely likely that he would enter the highest level of the mysterious church in the future. Therefore, she must use her current physical relationship to further win him over, and let him truly become the pillar of the Cloud Empire faction. Next, she only needed to offer a bit of her soul, and Shura would become the strongest soul, transformation power, and obtain the heart of hatred. Shura took a few steps forward, and the surrounding blood-red mist slowly enveloped him. At this moment, the hate ruler's shadow's voice suddenly changed. You don't have a soul. As soon as the sentence came out, all the Black Death apostles revealed looks of shock. How could a person not have a soul? Who are you? The shadow's voice had a special kind of deterrence. Shura's mask instantly shattered into pieces. Not only the mask, but his entire face and body also cracked from the shout. However, no blood flowed out from those cracks. Shura raised his head and looked at the shadow in the air, revealing a strange smile. When he smiled, the skin on his face split open, looking very scary. Bitch, in another place, aren't you fighting with me? The meaning of these words was quite clear. The Black Death apostles were agitated. The Shura they had high hopes for was actually a spy who had snuck in. Damn it! Quiriana finally understood. She did not expect that the enemy's clone to have snuck into the main altar. A sharp light flashed in her eyes and power was emitted. Shura's body split into pieces without any suspense. However, in the center of the split body floated a strange, round object. This was a white polyhedron engraved with ancient runes. 6 different colors of light faintly appeared around it. This thing gave Quiriana an extremely dangerous feeling. This was a pseudo-god-level killing weapon personally created by the supreme angel Raphael. Brilliant lightning of light. Not only that, Chinrue also used the 6 elemental source power and added the cosmic annihilation, personally taught by the elemental king on it. It could multiply the power of the brilliant lightning of light to an unimaginable level. Quiriana's eyes narrowed. She saw the 6 colors of light enter the white polyhedron, and in the next second, everything turned into a blazing white light. Chapter 1016. The white light was so dazzling, and an indescribable power instantly lit up the underground world. Shura had been waiting for the best opportunity. When Quiriana was about to use God's gift, and the Bone Tower's defense was at its lowest, he finally revealed his final fangs. Quiriana's angry attack to kill Shura was equivalent to giving a boost to the already activated nuclear bomb. If Quiriana's real body was here, no matter how powerful brilliant lightning and cosmic annihilation were, they wouldn't be able to cause too much damage. However, what appeared on the main altar was only a projection of her. Originally, the bone tower that gathered a strong power of faith and blood sacrifice could bear and share the damage suffered by the main altar. However, because Quiriana was summoned during the main sacrificial ceremony, all the power of the bone tower was sucked dry by the main altar. Although layers of protection had been set up outside the underground world, the internal area of the main altar was at its weakest, and it couldn't withstand this terrifying destructive power at all. In fact, this strengthened version of brilliant lightning was originally prepared by Chinrue for the trip to Holy Mountain of Light, and it was very likely that he would repay it to Raphael. However, he went to Holy Mountain of Light for Tiffany and the source of creation. After all, it was a personal gain and loss, and the descent of the abyss was a disaster for all living beings. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he finally gave this big gift to Quiriana. Wherever the bright white light went, everything, including the Black Death Apostles, the forest of ancient towers, the corpse road, instantly turned into particles and disappeared without a trace. Quiriana's clone only lasted for a few seconds before it couldn't withstand the terrifying power anymore. In a shrill scream, it turned into nothingness along with the main altar. The entire Mies kingdom was shaking and the ground was cracking. The surrounding seawater was also affected by this terrifying power, and a tsunami-like tide appeared. The citizens who didn't know what was going on thought that there was some kind of strong earthquake, and they all ran out of their houses in fear. After half a day, the earthquake finally subsided. The area where the imperial mausoleum was located had completely collapsed. If it wasn't for the powerful protection set up around the main altar to prevent invasion, the power of this explosion was enough to sink the entire island country into the sea. The moment the main altar was reduced to ashes, Quiriana of the Purple Garden Palace trembled. Her power abruptly stopped. She covered her head and screamed in pain. Damn it! Even if you destroy the main altar, the will of the abyss won't be destroyed. It won't be long before we meet again. At that time, her words came to an abrupt halt before she finished her sentence. The appalling redness in her blue eyes gradually faded. The hideous armor and the sharp fingernails disappeared at a visible speed, and the naked body of a woman was restored. On her perfect body, the originally hideous and terrifying veins no longer existed, but she seemed to have lost all her strength. She swayed and fell forward. Chun Rui's figure flashed, and he caught Veronica and slowly sat down. Veronica's ocean blue eyes looked extremely tired, but there was an unprecedented peace in them. You did it, little Arthur. No, I should call you Arthur. You used your hands to pull me out of the abyss of despair. Veronica's beauty was comparable to Catherine and Rale's, and her mature and perfect naked body was full of temptation. However, there wasn't the slightest reverie in Chun Rui's eyes at this moment, only a faint sorrow. Whether it was the heart of transcending hatred or the battle with Quiriana, he had to pay the price of burning his soul. Moreover, in order to kill Chun Rui, Quiriana had overdrawn all the power of this soul variant. Now Veronica's body and soul were exhausted. Even the resurrection potion couldn't work. Veronica raised her hand and slowly stroked his face. Little Arthur, you have grown up. Take good care of yourself and the people around you in the future. My heart will always be by your side to accompany you. Chun Rui smiled slightly. His tears fell down and fell on Veronica's face. In his consciousness, a strong sadness surged into his heart. In a daze, he couldn't tell whether this was the original Arthur or his. I'm sorry, I'm not the original Arthur. Your tears are as warm as the sun. Veronica looked at the sky. Although there was only moonlight, she seemed to see the sun. I finally don't have to hope anymore because I'm already bathed in the sun. Her figure gradually became thin, but her beautiful smile was still calm. Suddenly, she raised her head and kissed Chun Rui's lips. Chun Rui trembled slightly. Before he could feel that touch of gentleness, the body in his arms had already become light and dissipated into countless light spots, like butterflies waving their wings to say goodbye. He raised his head and looked at the light spots that were gradually dissipating in the air. He gently reached out his hand, and the light spots lingered in his hand for a moment before they began to disappear. In the air, a silver-white object appeared, emitting a soft white light. All the light spots were quickly absorbed into it. Holy Grail. In addition to the holy protection spell that assisted in battle, the Holy Grail also had another function, which was Holy Spirit. Originally, Chun Rui's plan was to use the skill Holy Spirit to stabilize the biggest threat, Ben Hong. He didn't expect that it would become the last hope to save Veronica. Holy Spirit could absorb the damaged soul body into the Holy Grail to nourish it until it recovered. The effect of Holy Spirit could be strengthened by sacrificing some kind of power of light. However, Holy Spirit was not omnipotent. The degree and time of recovery depended on the degree of damage to the soul body. Veronica's soul had almost completely collapsed, which was completely different from Ben Hong's damage. He didn't know if it could be recovered or when it could be recovered. Chenrue closed his eyes and felt the warmth that seemed to still exist around him. His entire spiritual power was also undergoing some special changes. The original subconsciousness of Arthur, in the depths of his heart, gradually dissipated and integrated into his soul. His soul power also continued to grow in the process of refinement. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes and strode out. Before Chenrue entered Ziyuan Palace, he had already used the prepared props to set up the strongest ancient runes formation around, shielding the movement and power of Ziyuan Palace. Although the battle just now was very fierce, no sound could be heard from outside. This formation was a combination of a huge amount of power of faith and Chenrue's body. If he was defeated by Quiriana, then the formation would also collapse. When Chenrue left, he didn't directly close the formation. Instead, he activated a certain rune function. After a certain period of time, it would gradually disappear, revealing the true appearance of Ziyuan Palace that had been razed to the ground. Chenrue didn't stop along the way and went straight to the palace hall. This time he came to Yerodisha, nominally to meet his father. Unsurprisingly, although it was already late at night, Rex the Great was still waiting for him in the hall. No one stopped him along the way. "Thank you for waiting, Your Majesty." Chenrue came to the steps under the throne, stood still and saluted. "You also know that I waited for a long time?" Rex the Great snorted coldly. "You're having a good time in Ziyuan Palace." Hearing the word comfortable, Chenrue shrugged speechlessly and didn't explain. "You and your dead uncle's sophistries, wife." Rex the Great deliberately used this more taboo title. Chenrue shook his head and said, "In this world, there is no sophistries, wife." "You've made up your mind to take her away at all costs?" "No, I haven't finished my words. In this world, not only is there no sophistries, wife, but there is also no Veronica. There is no more." Rex the Great understood the meaning of the sentence, and a moved expression appeared on his face. It was as if he was meeting this son in front of him for the first time. "I've really underestimated you, Arthur. You can actually be so heartless. I have to admit that you already possess the most important qualities that an emperor should have. The most important quality is being cruel and merciless." Chenrue said indifferently, "All the obstacles in front of that road, everyone will be eradicated without hesitation." "Is that so, Your Majesty?" Rex the Great narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you asking the obvious? Is that so?" Chenrue showed an indifferent expression. "It seems that I asked a stupid question." "That's not the question you're stupid about, but—" A piece of paper appeared in Rex the Great's hand, which was given to him by Chenrue back then. "I still don't understand. This is unbelievably stupid. Isn't His Majesty doing this? Or maybe he's still guarding against it, fearing that this is a trap." Chenrue smiled. "Don't tell me that His Majesty has never thought of this. Even if I didn't take the initiative to bring it up, it would only be a matter of time." It turned out that the content of that piece of paper was the real reason why the Jinyao territory had been excluded, suppressed, and even threatened during this period of time. The one who pushed all of this was actually Arthur himself. "Are you willing to give up all of this? Or are you ready to give up all of your efforts a long time ago?" Rex the Great shook his head. "Just for the holy light robe? That thing is just a symbol. Even if it has a special meaning to the Church of Light, it won't bring you any real benefits. You obviously have the support of the Church, and you've shown such ability and even that resolute will and means. Even if you overthrow me now, it's not impossible for you to sit on the throne. Why did you make such a decision? Shouldn't His Majesty be happy? Today I even came to the door indirectly killed the commander of the garrison in the capital, and had an affair with the so-called uncle's widow. Isn't this the best opportunity for His Majesty? Chenrue looked around the quiet hall. But do you really know what I want? Your Majesty, I don't know. Rex's fingers slowly tapped the armrest of the throne. I only know that you shouldn't have come alone today. Chapter 1017. Chenrue just had a faint smile on his face. Murdering the commander of the capital garrison, adultery, and killing my uncle's widow. Are these not enough? Then, how about adding murdering the emperor? The last sentence made Rex the Great's eyes become sharp, and he looked straight into Chenrue's eyes. However, there was nothing extra except indifference. Your Majesty doesn't want to do this. Chenrue looked straight into Rex the Great's eyes. This is just right to push the boat with the current and get it done once and for all. Isn't this the most important quality of an emperor? Rex the Great's breathing quickened a little. He took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. So, you're saying that you've already come to this realization when you came to see me alone without even bringing along your protectors? From the day I came to this palace, no, from the day Arthur was born in this palace, I should have such awareness. Chenrue shook his head lightly. The most ruthless is the royal family. For power, for survival, the closer the relatives are, the more they will fight to the death. The tree wants peace, but the wind will not stop. It's impossible to be good to yourself, even if it's your most beloved son, when one day he might shake your throne and become an obstacle on the road of power. You will not hesitate to eradicate him. Since this is the case, why did you come back? Why did you show such amazing abilities after coming back? Is it just for that woman, the woman that you have personally killed? All of your hard work is centered around this kind of ridiculous and ultimately ending up like this love affair? This is my own business. I don't want to answer too much. Chenrue did not answer directly but changed the topic. However, speaking of Veronica, since I have completely ended things with her, then shouldn't our agreement be fulfilled? Completely eliminate the remaining forces of the Cloud Empire? Even if you didn't mention it, I would have done it anyway. Rex the Great sneered. But I'm very curious. You're still concerned about this matter in such a situation. What exactly do you want? If there's anything I want to take with me, it's the holy light robe. Chenrue pointed at his head. But for Arthur, what he really wants isn't this, because he's more naive and stupid than me. But it's meaningless to talk about this now. Your Majesty, the key now is not what I want, but what do you want? The emperor on the throne fell silent. His index finger tapped on the armrest. In this silent hall, it seemed to be exceptionally loud. The atmosphere froze for a moment. After a long while, Rex seemed to make some sort of decision. With a wave of his hand, a space ring flew out and hovered in front of Chenrue. This is what you want to take away. Chenrue probed it with his consciousness. There was only one thing in the space ring. It was a white robe that was as thin as a cicada's wings, emitting a silvery white radiance. Just by touching it with his consciousness, he could feel the pure aura of light. It was not inferior to the level of the crown of thorns and the Holy Grail, the highest holy relic of the Long Huang Empire, which was also the last of the 3 holy relics, the Holy Light Robe. Chenrue was stunned. It was indeed a little unexpected that he could obtain the Holy Light Robe that he had always wanted so easily. That puzzled expression fell into Rex's eyes, and he inexplicably felt carefree. He said coldly, "What? This isn't what you want?" "Of course it is. I'm just a little surprised." Although surprised, Chenrue would definitely not reject this good thing that was delivered to his doorstep. He put the space ring into his storage. "So, Your Majesty, what should I do next as a prince? Didn't you plan it from the start?" Rex laughed coldly. "I can finally confirm that from the moment you returned, you did not intend to stay here at all. The Jingao territory, the magic game, and the yellow dragon wine were just the bargaining chips that you paid. Oh. Chinrue raised his eyebrows. Your Majesty, are you sure that there is no other conspiracy in this? Humph. Don't treat everyone except yourself as an idiot. Although I don't know what you want, I already know what you don't want. Rex looked deeply at Chinrue. I don't know if I should heave a sigh of relief or sigh. I admit that I have wandered between the heir and the throne that I control. However, in history, no matter how great the emperor was, there was no one who did not hesitate. Just as many people think, you are indeed the best successor to this empire. Why are you so dismissive of it? Everyone's pursuit is different. Of course, I have my own obsession, but the throne and power are not among them. Moreover, I am confident that I have the ability to transcend certain shackles and truly pursue what I want. Rex was silent for a moment. What other wishes do you have? Wishes? A smile appeared at the corner of Chinrue's mouth. Fei heir, although she has not raised any objections, I can see that she is not willing to accept the political marriage that you have arranged. I hope that in the future, she can freely choose her marriage. Ridiculous, Rex said scornfully. Since she is a princess, she must be prepared to sacrifice her life for the empire at any time, let alone a mere marriage. Only a weak country needs to sacrifice a woman's happiness to maintain a temporary stability. I don't think that the Long Huang Empire and you, the Emperor, need to do this if you really love Fei heir as much as you seem on the surface. Rex did not answer, but suddenly asked, Is the Holy Grail with you? Chinrue looked into Rex's eyes and nodded slowly. I see. Rex nodded slowly, as if he had understood many things. The Ryo Empire's rejection of the marriage is just a deal with Rambus. That is a deal that she chose herself. Just like what is happening between us now, if Your Majesty thinks that it is yes. Chinrue stared at Rex for a moment, then shrugged. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. You plan to bid farewell like this. Rex did not use the word farewell, but farewell. Yes. Chinrue took a deep breath. I am ready. You have made your own choice. I cannot stop you. Rex was silent for a while. I will only say one thing. It is not too late for you to change your mind now. This is not a polite remark. You should be able to hear it. I think that Arthur has no regrets. No matter what he wants to do, he will always have a father who puts him in his heart. Chinrue bowed deeply to Rex, then turned around and left. Behind him, Rex's deep voice came. You have been trying to separate yourself from the Arthur who disappeared back then. But no matter what changes you have experienced, no matter what identity or ability you have, the blood that flows in your body will always be the blood of the Roland family. No matter what you want to do, you cannot deny this route. So, this is the way I must choose to bid farewell. Chinrue did not explain anything. He turned around and looked at the figure who stood up on the throne, and a feeling that he had not felt for a long time arose in his heart. In an instant, he seemed to have overlapped with a certain image in his memory. Then, farewell, father. At this moment, Chinrue felt that the last bit of Arthur consciousness had also dissipated, or rather, it had completely merged into his soul. There was no longer any difference between them, and there were no flaws or loopholes. The power of his soul had also become purer and more abundant than ever, both in quality and quantity. Just like before advancing to the ultimate Crimson Star transformation, this improvement was equivalent to laying a solid and stable foundation for advancing to the next realm. Next, all he needed was an opportunity to induce a qualitative change. This opportunity was to create the origin. Although Chinrue's last sentence was not loud, Rex still heard it. His body shook slightly, and he stared at the back of the lone figure, only to feel that his vision suddenly became a little blurry. After all, Rex was the emperor who controlled the entire empire. Previously, because he had always been afraid of the talent and prestige of Arthur, he could be said to be closely involved in the situation. However, now that he had jumped out of that frame, he could really see many things clearly. Arthur used his outstanding talent to manage the Jinyao territory into a huge profit, and then this profit was given to him in this way. Jinyao territory, magic games, yellow dragon wine. These were not bargaining chips, but gifts. A gift to his father. What Arthur was going to do next would definitely be extremely dangerous. Judging from the Holy Grail and Holy Light magic robe, it was very likely that it would also involve the colossal Church of Light. Therefore, before that, he had to draw a line with the Long Huang Empire and his father. Therefore, at that time, Arthur had given him a piece of paper. What happened next was all planned on the paper, and this was also the best way for Arthur to say goodbye. Rex suddenly felt very grateful for the choice he had made in the end. Although Arthur was about to say goodbye and embark on a path that even he could not predict, no matter what, he did not lose the sun. "Do you see, Ikalina, our son?" After a long time, his blurry vision gradually became clear, and his slightly hunched figure became straight again. He slowly sat on the throne. Ars. Imperial Guard Captain Ars, who had been on standby somewhere, immediately appeared in the hall. "Your Majesty." "Has Arthur left?" "Yes, Your Majesty. His Royal Highness has already left the palace. But the strange thing is that he seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Even Gus's sensing ability could not detect where his Royal Highness had gone." Rex the Great nodded without batting an eyelid. "Immediately informed the whole city that the third Prince Arthur killed the late Prince Sophistry's widow, Veronica, and assassinated the commander of the imperial garrison in the Jinyao territory, Trinidad. Now he has absconded to escape punishment. Order the Fire Wing Legion to pursue him through the night. We must capture Arthur and bring him back to the imperial capital. Order the Dragon Riders to move out and join forces with the Iron Scale in the Jinyao territory to take control of the entire Jinyao territory at once. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." "Yes." Ars accepted the order without hesitation and left. Chapter 1018. The next day, a shocking news spread. The third prince of the Long Huang Empire, Arthur Rowland, absconded for fear of punishment after committing a serious crime. He had been personally ordered by Rex the Great to be wanted. No one would have thought that the third prince of the empire, the Lord of Jinyao, and the top mechanic Grand Master of mankind, who was once in the limelight, would once again become a hot topic in the world in such an extremely eye-catching way after a series of marriage rejections and disappearances. The crimes committed by Arthur were also quickly well known. First of all, Arthur used tricks to set up a duel trap and encouraged his Golden Knight and Dragon Knight Samuel to kill Trinidad, who was also a Golden Knight and Dragon Knight. Trinidad also had the most special identity, which was the Legion commander of the capital garrison in the Jinyao territory, personally appointed by Rex the Great. This conspiracy involved the struggle between Arthur and Rex the Great. Rex the Great's desire for control was well known. He ruled the Long Huang Empire with absolute control for many years. Prince Arthur returned after 7 years of disappearance. In just a few months, the ability he showed amazed the whole world. He was recognized as the best heir to the throne. However, to Rex the Great, who was in the prime of his life, this also represented a potential threat. From ancient times to the present, the transfer of power between the new and the old was an extremely sensitive topic. It was full of unimaginable struggles and various unpredictable changes. Especially for an emperor, whether the heir was too good or too mediocre, it was a troublesome thing. In this case, Arthur began to be subjected to various restrictions and suppression, both overtly and covertly. This was already an open secret. Unfortunately, Arthur was obviously not the kind of person who was good at enduring. Finally, he couldn't bear Trinidad's provocation, so he used the duel to let Samuel kill Trinidad. If killing Trinidad was still reasonable, then the next thing was incredible. Arthur actually killed Veronica. In the previous uproar of the marriage rejection incident, the triangle relationship between Arthur and Veronica and Rambus was already known to the world. Veronica was once Arthur's teacher and Arthur's most infatuated woman. Later, Veronica was forced to marry Arthur's uncle, Prince Sophistry. After Sophistry died mysteriously, she unfortunately became a widow. Not long ago, at the engagement ceremony, Arthur publicly rejected Rambus, who had been waiting for 7 years, by saying, "You're not the one I love, just for Veronica." But now, Arthur killed his most beloved woman with his own hands. What kind of grudge was involved? It was said that, apart from these 2 incidents, Arthur also stole a national treasure of the Long Huang Empire. After the incident, the furious Rex the Great sent the Fire-Wing Legion to capture Arthur, and the strongest dragon riders to control the entire Jinyao territory. Jinyao territory was soon controlled, but Arthur was missing. 2 of Arthur's guardians and his trusted followers, Samuel, were also missing. That night, the Knights of Light of the Church of Light, who were stationed in Jinyao territory, retreated overnight under the leadership of Cardinal Bishop Glallen. With the close cooperation between Arthur and the Church of Light in the past, it was likely that he fled with the people of the Church of Light. This was no longer a simple absconding, but a defection. For this reason, the Long Huang Empire formally negotiated with the Church of Light, requesting the Church of Light not to interfere in the internal affairs of the Long Huang Empire and to hand over the felon Arthur. Unexpectedly, the Church of Light did not cover up the fact that they protected Arthur from leaving the Long Huang Empire. Instead, they publicized the truth of Arthur's defection in a high-profile manner. Since Trinidad led the Iron Scale to enter Jinyao territory, they often disturbed the people for no reason and provoked the local Jade Army, making the originally stable and prosperous Jinyao territory full of complaints. The cause of this duel was that the Iron Scale had caused trouble in the Flower Tavern. They also killed members of the Jade Army security team who came to stop them and provoked the local Jade Army, causing the originally stable and prosperous Jinyao territory to be filled with complaints. When Samuel, the head of the Jade Army, came in person, Trinidad not only did not apologize and punish the perpetrators, but also further provoked Samuel, which eventually led to the duel. This duel was actually a trap designed by Trinidad. The purpose was to kill Samuel. For this, Trinidad prepared the famous legendary equipment, Ash's Set, in advance, took the black potion, and even summoned a dragon to attack during the duel. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, these tricks appeared pale and powerless. Samuel finally showed his powerful force and defeated Trinidad. After losing the duel, Trinidad actually tried to escape. He was killed on the spot by an angry elder of the dragons who witnessed all this. As the arbitrator of this duel, Gamundan, the eldest disciple of the brilliant swordsman Pari, who had now become the master of the Tsang Thunder Palace, witnessed the whole duel from beginning to end. Moreover, there were 4 dragons, including 2 demigod elders, as witnesses. It was absolutely true. Trinidad's death was not only deserved, but also had nothing to do with Arthur. It was likely that he was instructed by someone to kill Samuel and behead Arthur as right-hand man. The biggest suspect was a certain prince who had a grudge against Arthur and Samuel. The fact that Veronica was killed by Arthur was even more unreasonable. Arthur could even abandon the first beauty of the Ryo Empire, Princess Rambus, who had waited for him for 7 years for her. How could he kill Veronica with his own hands? The real cause of Veronica's death was being poisoned. Originally, this poor woman had suffered from mental illness because of depression for many years. In addition, she had been harassed by a prince who was worse than a beast before. She was frightened and fell ill. This time, Arthur was deliberately led to the Purple Garden Palace, where he found that Veronica was poisoned and dying and finally died. Veronica's life experience was tragic. She was forced to leave her lover and marry a man who was as old as her father. Moreover, she became a widow early and was bullied and persecuted many times in the palace. Although she finally died in the arms of her lover and fulfilled her last wish, this matter made Arthur suffer an unprecedented blow. Disheartened, This prince gave up everything he had managed and left the Long Huang Empire. As for the national treasure that Arthur had taken away, the church's tone was even more unyielding. This was because it was the treasure, holy light robe, that the three supreme angels had bestowed upon the Long Huang Empire. This time, it was only the holy son of the church, Arthur, who had been ordered by the three supreme angels to take it back. When the Church of Light's response came out, the whole world was shocked. The first two were just internal affairs of the Long Huang Empire or some personal grudges. However, the explanation of the third revealed a very important piece of news. Holy Son, the highest spiritual leader of the entire Church of Light, was the Pope, also known as the Pope, the Great Priest, etc. The Pope was chosen from among the Holy Son. Currently, the Pope of Light was Fendes. Except for the Patriarch Saintess Eudora, the Holy Son had never been chosen. Now, Arthur had actually become the Holy Son of the Church of Light. According to reliable sources, Arthur was actually one of the three supreme angels, the Holy Son appointed by Raphael, who was also the next successor of the Pope. Everyone knew that the relationship between the Jinyao territory and the Church of Light was very close, but they never thought that it was to such an extent. A prince who had defected from the Long Huang Empire, the future Pope of the Church of Light. Was there an equal sign between the two? The identity of a son of saint was simply too dazzling. Ordinary princes, heirs of empires, and so on could only be described as lackluster in comparison. Since he was a son of saint, he couldn't possibly bear the stain of defecting. This wasn't only true for Rex the Great, but also for ordinary people. Facing the overbearing Church of Light, even though the Long Huang Empire was one of the two holy empires and had the support of the dragons, it could no longer insist on its own opinion. Since Arthur was the Holy Son, this matter could not only be an internal affair of the Long Huang Empire. After weighing the pros and cons, Rex the Great finally made a concession. He cancelled the arrest warrant for Arthur and ordered a strict investigation of the instigator behind the duel incident and the poisoning of Veronica. The first to bear the brunt was the second prince, Garfield. Garfield had never thought that he would let Trinidad take advantage of Rex the Great's influence to stab him in the back and kill that damn Samuel. However, so many more deadly knives had been drawn. As for the poisoning of Veronica, it had nothing to do with him at all. The relationship between Garfield and Arthur was the worst. When he was forced to return the Jinyao territory to this brother, he used many dishonorable tricks during the handover. In the end, he became a laughingstock because of the rapid rise of the Jinyao territory. More importantly, Garfield had once coveted Veronica's beauty and attempted to molest her. This was also the most important reason why he became enemies with Arthur. Without a doubt, the biggest suspect in the whole incident was the unlucky second prince. Originally, Garfield had been cheering for Arthur's defeat and escape. He had planned to speak to Rex the Great and take the opportunity to swallow the fat meat of the Jinyao territory. However, not only had his hopes been completely dashed, but he had also been imprisoned. Apart from colluding with Trinidad, many of his dirty deeds had been dug out. Many of his henchmen had been disbanded and separated, and some had even been executed. Rex the Great might have been behind the incident of Arthur, but at such a critical moment, Garfield had undoubtedly been pushed out as a scapegoat. Even if he could get rid of the incident safely in the end, there would probably be an unimaginable stain on his reputation, and he would be completely disqualified from inheriting the throne. After doing all this, Rex the Great publicly announced a shocking decision again. He had disassociated himself from Arthur. From then on, Arthur was no longer Arthur Rowland, nor was he the prince of the Long Huang Empire. He was just Arthur, the Holy Son of the Church. This meant that all the relationships between Rex the Great, the Long Huang Empire, and Arthur had been completely cleared. Although he had been forced to make concessions after suffering losses, Rex the Great had shown his toughness in another way. This was a family matter between father and son. Even the Church of Light could not intervene. Soon after Rex the Great announced this decision, the Church of Light officially announced that in 3 months they would officially hold the canonization ceremony of the Holy Son in the Holy Mountain of Light, and the heads of state of all countries would be invited to attend the ceremony. One of the special guests was Rex the Great. Although there was nothing wrong with it in terms of etiquette, it was obvious that it was a slap in the face. This undoubtedly gave the people on the streets another topic to talk about. Many people were full of anticipation for the good show that would take place in 3 months. Chapter 1019. While the entire human world was shocked by the news about the Holy Son did not enter the Holy Mountain as everyone expected. Instead, he secretly recuperated in the Palace of Light of a small country, the Merlot Kingdom. There were several reasons for this recuperation. The first was the Holy Light magic robe. Although he had the title of Holy Son, on this trip to the Holy Mountain, his ultimate goal was to take Tiffany away and understand the source of creation. It was very likely that he would have to face the powerful forces of the 3 angels of light again. No matter how clever the plan was, it was impossible to resist the absolute suppression of the enemy's strength. Therefore, Chen Rui had to seize the time to master and strengthen his own combat power, which was equivalent to an extra chance of survival. It took Chen Rui less than 10 minutes to subdue the Crown of Thorns. At that time, the main reason was that Glalin overdrafted his life to activate the Crown of Thorns. However, because his body could not bear the power of the Crown of Thorns, the Crown of Thorns automatically chose him, who had the body of glorious light. In other words, he had stolen the fruits of labor of Glalin. In the Ryo Empire, after obtaining the Holy Grail, it took him 3 days to successfully analyze it. However, this holy light magic robe took him 7 days. The abilities of the Crown of Thorns were divine healing and divine blessing, while the abilities of the Holy Grail were holy protection and holy soul. The holy light magic robe also had 2 abilities. 1. Absolute barrier. Create a protective force field with a diameter of 5 meters. Can defend against any form or strength of attack when immobile. Lasts for 10 seconds. Can be used once every 24 hours. 2. Split light holy shadow 1. Split light. Create 2 doppelgangers. Lasts for 5 seconds. Can be used once every 24 hours. 2. Holy shadow. Accumulate enough light attribute energy to create a projection pearl. After using it, summon a projection to fight. The projection has half of the combat power of the original body. Lasts for up to 1 hour. If the projection fails or disappears, the light attribute energy must be gathered again to create it. Crown of Thorns was equivalent to a logistical skill, healing, dispelling, and altering physique. Of course, it also had a certain dispelling effect. Holy Grail was more of a combat support. Holy Light Robe was a true combat attribute. Absolute Barrier could defend against any strength attack. This meant that even a fake god couldn't break this barrier. It was the strongest defense. Although 10 seconds seemed short for a battle at Chen Rui's level, 1 second could change a lot and even reverse the entire situation. Diffraction was a powerful attack skill. It was equivalent to splitting into 3. Although the doppelgangers only had half of the main body's combat power, the power of some ultimate skills was not as simple as doubling or tripling. The specific example was Shura's supernova starburst. Chen Rui tried the light-splitting technique in the Super Systems training ground and found that he could perform various moves at the same time, including killer moves such as Scorching Dragon Roar and Red Extinction. It was worth mentioning that the power of split light was not infinite. It was equivalent to overdrawing his own strength in advance. After using it, he would fall into a period of weakness. The stronger the move, the weaker it was. But in any case, the advantages of this move outweighed the disadvantages, especially when Chen Rui's current attack power had reached a bottleneck. This skill increased his attack power to a terrifying extent. As long as he used it at the right time, this split light was enough to kill a strong enemy in 1 blow. As for the effect of Holy Shadow, Chenrue wanted to try it. He immediately lied that he had already understood half of the power of the holy object. Next, he needed a lot of light energy to be truly recognized by the holy robe. Together with Chenrue, Cardinal Glalin, and the current Gamundan of the Tsang Lei Temple accompanied Chenrue to train in the Light Temple. Initially, they stayed in the Merlot Kingdom because of Chenrue's special request to comprehend the holy robe. When they heard that Chenrue was about to be recognized by the holy object, they were overjoyed. They immediately transferred a large number of light-type consumable treasures from all over the world. The Church of Light was quite powerful. In a short time, Chenrue had already obtained a large number of materials. However, the appetite of the holy robe was not small. It consumed half of the materials to complete the energy needed for Holy Shadow. After trying, Chenrue experimented that this Holy Shadow had all his skills, including polar transformation, but only half of his strength. Moreover, it was equivalent to the effect of a battery. The more powerful the move or the greater the damage received, the faster the battery was consumed and the shorter the duration of the clone. In the experiment, he also discovered a very wonderful effect of the clone, which was the connection of the storage warehouse. The things obtained by the clone could be stored in the storage warehouse of the main body. This meant that the clone could go to some dangerous places to complete some special missions. The second reason why Chenrue did not go to the Holy Mountain immediately was Rala and Isabella. As guardians, the two women must go to the Holy Mountain together. If there was really danger, Chenrue could keep them in the super system in time or directly send them back to the demon realm. However, these two guardians were problematic. Rala was the guardian that should have been dead. This was officially cancelled by Chenrue in front of Raphael. Although Isabella had the secret treasure, evil blue tear, and the holy scale given by Dragon Emperor Palgoris, she was demons after all. Palgoris's holy scale might be able to deceive ordinary super powerhouses, but it might not be able to deceive existences like the three supreme angels. During his stay in the Merlot Kingdom, Ben Hong generously divided a bit of his soul power and taught the two women the secret technique, breath lock, that could disguise their appearance and breath. With the soul of a peak pseudo-god, coupled with this secret technique, the temperament of Isabella and Rala changed considerably. Rala was brimming with the breath of the Emerald Dragon, and her strength was shown to be at the early stage of the kingdom. On the other hand, Isabella looked like a real human. This time, Ben Hong once again entered the 6-star mark on Chenrue's arm and went to the Holy Mountain together. Chenrue and she were old rivals, especially after he showed that he put Isabella and Rala into space. Ben Hong had a new estimate of Chenrue's strength and means. Both sides were well aware that they were using each other. At least before seeing the origin of creation, they would not fall out. It was meaningless to threaten Isabella and Rala now. After completing all the preparations, the Holy Sun finally set off. Accompanied by Glalin and Gamundan, they entered the White Cliff through a teleportation array used by the church's higher-ups in the nearby kingdom. As soon as they entered the White Cliff, they saw the Knights of Radiance lined up neatly on both sides of the passageway. They pulled out their long swords, held them in front of their chests, and knelt on one knee. Gamundan introduced them to Chenrue. This was the highest etiquette of the Knights of Radiance. Chenrue nodded, quietly opened his collar, and glanced at the ring with the ring of blood hanging on it. Sure enough, it was emitting a rich luster. It seemed that Tiffany was still in the Holy Mountain of Light. They rode all the way to the Holy Light City. Outside the city gate, Chenrue was warmly welcomed. Behind the Knights of Light on both sides was a large group of believers, chanting the name Arthur loudly. At the city gate was a guard of honor, personally led by Pope Fandus. The three heads of the Holy Mountain, Fendes Pusmer, Eudora, Radiant Sword St. Pauli, the two cardinal bishops, the chief inquisitor Theseus, all the archbishops, all the higher-ups of the church had arrived. Chenrue had a strange feeling. This was his third time coming to the headquarters of the Church of Light. The first time was when he came here as Paul's follower to participate in the selection of the Divine Knights. That time he stole the snow tree. The second time was when he sneaked into the sacred mountain with Ben Hong in an attempt to obtain the source of creation. However, the moment he entered, his whereabouts were exposed, and he encountered the most terrifying enemy, Michael. In the end, he took the risk of taking the wind shadow boots, while the two false gods were fighting. This time, it was obvious that he was up to no good as well. Yet he was so brazen that even the Pope came to greet him personally, leading a wolf into the house, just when everyone got off the horses and walked forward. Chenrue felt that Isabella, who was beside him, suddenly shook. There was a strong spiritual fluctuation. He couldn't help but look at her, only to see that she was staring at a person in front of her. Chenrue followed her gaze and saw an acquaintance. It was one of the three giants, the Saintess Eudora. Isabella quickly realized that she had lost her composure. She immediately suppressed the abnormal spiritual fluctuation and returned to normal. Chenrue didn't ask in detail because Pope Fandus had already come to greet him. "Welcome, Your Holiness Arthur." Strictly speaking, the identity of the Holy Son was only equivalent to a cardinal, which was inferior to the Patriarch. The highest spiritual leader along the way, the Pope was even more incomparable. Unless he was specially conferred as a patriarch like Eudora, it was impossible to receive such courtesy and address from the Pope. However, Arthur, the Holy Son, was extraordinary. In addition to the special identity of the mechanic Grandmaster, the most important thing was that he was recognized by the crown of thorns. In the situation where the snow tree was stolen, and he couldn't convert his physique into light element, it was equivalent to controlling the future of the Church. In addition to the recognition of the supreme angel Raphael, it was already a certainty that he would become the next pope. Even if Fandus wanted to object, he couldn't do so. In terms of actual status, this holy child was already on par with the Patriarch. Even though there had not been an official canonization ceremony, Vadis had already made his stance clear by addressing him as Your Holiness. "You flatter me." Chenrue quickly bowed. "Your Holiness Fandus, it's my honor to be guided by Your Holiness to embark on the path of light. I heard that you have been recognized by the crown of thorns, the Holy Grail, and the robe of holy light?" Fandus asked, intentionally spreading his voice far away. "Yes, please forgive my rudeness." Chenrue understood what Fandus meant. With a flash of white light, a snow-white robe appeared, faintly emitting silver light. On his head was a crystal-clear crown, and in his hand was a silver-white cup that was brimming with milky white light. When these three holy objects appeared at the same time, Chenrue suddenly felt a strange power surging into his heart. It seemed to have triggered some kind of resonance. The resonance did not only originate from the three holy objects. Before Chenrue came to White Cliff, he had used all three holy objects at the same time, but there was no such phenomenon. The resonance became stronger and stronger. It was a powerful and uncontrollable force. Even with Chenrue's current strength, he felt trembling. The Holy Mountain of Light. The entire Holy Mountain of Light was emitting a strong and pure power, which resonated with the three holy objects that Chenrue had. Not only Chenrue himself, but the three magnates, the three cardinals, and even the ordinary believers could feel it. The light of the crown of thorns, the Holy Grail, and the robe of holy light converged into one, forming a dazzling light. Within the light, a strong holy aura spread in all directions. Wherever this aura went, some of the weak believers or those with hidden diseases felt their bodies relax, as if their hidden diseases had been healed. They could not help but be overjoyed. A miracle! This is the will of the God of Light. The Holy Son has been blessed by the God. No one knew who shouted it, but the believers all knelt on the ground. Even the Knights of Light knelt on one knee. Fandus originally only wanted to let Arthur show off the three holy objects to further solidify the reputation of the Holy Son which was equivalent to expressing his goodwill to Raphael, who now controlled the holy mountain. He did not expect this to happen. The three magnates quickly exchanged glances and bowed to Chinrue. The rest of the members of the church also knelt on the ground and worshipped. No, this is not the power of the gods, Chinrue thought to himself. He had already felt the true nature of this power. Creation. This is the power of the origin of creation. Chapter 1020. After a long time, the huge resonance force that originated from the holy mountain, or more accurately, from the Hall of Light, finally subsided. However, Chinrue could feel that the special sense of the origin of creation still existed. If he could maintain this kind of feeling, his understanding and application of the origin of creation would definitely be greatly deepened. Galalin once said that gathering the three holy objects and obtaining the recognition would allow one to obtain an incredible feeling and possess a power that was far beyond that of a holy level. This sentence did not seem to be a bluff. Today, Chinrue finally felt this incredible feeling. Not only Chinrue, but for Ben Hong, who desired to create the origin of creation, this temptation was also quite big. Even the soul hidden in the 6-star mark could not help but tremble a little. However, both Ben Hong and Chinrue were very clear that Arthur only had the strength of a garrison level. This was the enemy's lair, and there were terrifying enemies like Raphael and Michael. Now was definitely not the time to comprehend. If they accidentally exposed themselves because of a small mistake, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, Ben Hong endured the pain and blocked the sensing power to prevent the breath from leaking. Different from Ben Hong, Chinrue had the good stuff called deep analysis. He quickly engraved that feeling into his memory. On the surface, nothing unusual could be seen. With a slight thought, he put away the three holy objects. Fandus showed an undisguised admiration. "Your Holiness Arthur, I didn't expect that you could cause such an amazing miracle the first time you came to the holy mountain. Obviously, you are a person favored by God. The Holy Son is indeed worthy of the title. The coronation ceremony of the Holy Son will be held in 3 months. Before that, you will temporarily live in the Hall of Holy Light in the Holy Light City. After the coronation ceremony, you will officially live in the Holy Mountain's God Seal Peak." God Seal Peak was the first of the 3 main peaks of the Holy Mountain. It was also the place where Pope Fandus lived. It was the highest spiritual symbol of the Church of Light. Fandus' action showed his stance and attitude, although Arthur was chased out of the Long Huang Empire by Rex and even broke off the father-son relationship. It was different in the Holy Mountain. Fandus would not monopolize power like Rex. Without a doubt, Arthur would be the next pope. As a matter of fact, Fandus might have had the same fear and unwillingness as Rex did. He represented Michael's side, and Arthur was obviously Raphael's. However, now that Michael was in a deep sleep and Gabriel had not been seen for many years, only the awakened Raphael was in control of the situation. Since Arthur was personally promoted by Raphael and was recognized by the 3 holy relics, especially the crown of thorns, his position was naturally unshakable. According to Raphael, Arthur had also made an unimaginable contribution, which was to destroy one of the 3 main altars of the Black Death Apostles. The main altar that the Church had been searching for many years was actually destroyed by Arthur. The one who did it was actually Arthur's guardian and Raphael himself, who was summoned by Arthur. However, Arthur's contribution was undeniable. Under such circumstances, even if Fandus had any ideas, he could only keep them to himself. Although the Pope held the highest authority in the Church and had limitless glory, he was actually just a chess piece in Michael's hands, or an ant in the eyes of the 3 angels. If he really broke Raphael's taboo, he would definitely be killed. The most Raphael could do was to inform Michael and raise another person to take the throne. "As you wish." Chinrue showed a respectful expression. He did not seem to be in high spirits because of Fandis' announcement or the miracle he had caused. Instead, he seemed humble and low-key. Fandis nodded. He was very satisfied with Chun Rue's attitude and personally brought him to the Hall of Holy Light. The Hall of Holy Light stood on top of a giant tower, allowing one to see the entirety of Holy Light City at a glance. It was the core of Holy Light City, and it was said that many miracles had occurred there. It was a sacred place where one could listen to the teachings of the gods. Without the permission of the Pope and the Patriarch, even the cardinal bishops could not easily enter. The Hall of Holy Light was protected by powerful magical matrices, and the entrance was guarded by a large number of Knights of Radiance. In the headquarters of the Church of Light, there was basically no problem of security. It was more of a symbol and authority. After a while of feigning civility, Chinrue sent Fandis and the others away and settled down in the Hall of Holy Light. The resonance of the 3 holy items with the origin of creation made Ben Hong's heart race. Although this feeling was far from being able to directly see the Book of Creation, it was still a very rare feeling. It was much safer than sneaking into the Shrine of Light at the peak of the Holy Mountain. Therefore, Ben Hong immediately left the hidden 6-star mark and began to modify the magical matrices of the entire hall. She wanted to change the magical matrices into a special matrices that could amplify and attract external forces. With her strength, the Knights of Radiance would not be able to detect the movements at all. After Ben Hong left, Chinrue immediately asked Isabella, "Innie, what happened?" Previously, during the welcoming ceremony outside the city, he clearly felt the strong spiritual waves from Isabella. The source seemed to be one of the 3 magnates, the saintess of the blessed shrine Eudora. Isabella revealed a bitter smile, shook her head, and did not speak. The structure of the magical matrices on the rooftops outside seems interesting. Let me go take a look. Rala suddenly spoke. Although the fairy Miss Long usually liked to play dumb to prank people, when it was really time to play dumb, she would not ask for the root of the matter. Chinrue understood Rala's intention. He nodded to her and watched the fairy Miss Long walk out of the hall. When he looked at Isabella again, her blue eyes were actually a little red. Sure enough, at the beginning, she was trying hard to suppress some kind of emotion. "Innie." "Nothing, I just feel stupid." Isabella lowered her head, and her veil was immediately soaked with tears. Her trembling voice was filled with regret. "It's really indescribable stupidity." Chinrue did not ask much. He held her hand and sat down facing her. It was definitely not an ordinary thing that could make Isabella, who had always been calm and resourceful, lose her composure like this. Isabella leaned her head on his chest, and her shoulders shrugged slightly. All Chinrue could do was to kiss and stroke her hair lovingly. After a while, Isabella finally stopped sobbing. She said with a hoarse voice, "I finally understand why the Breeze Shadow Boots are in the Holy Mountain of Light." Chinrue's heart moved. More than 100 years ago, Isabella, who was still an ignorant girl, was bewitched by a man from the human world. She was so devoted to that man that she did not hesitate to turn against her family and become enemies with her sisters. She stole the clan's highest artifact, the Breeze Shadow Boots, and gave it to the man. As a result, the man immediately abandoned Isabella after getting the artifact. He also cast a fatal seal of light annihilation on her and finally disappeared. This man not only deceived the girl's feelings for the artifact, but also killed her secretly. It could be said that he was extremely vicious. Last time, Chinrue took back the Breeze Shadow Boots from the Light Shrine in the Battle of the Holy Mountain of Light and returned it to Isabella. The man from the human world that year must be related to the church. Chinrue originally wanted to avenge Isabella, but unfortunately he could not find out who this person was. From what Isabella said just now and the emotional fluctuations before, that man was actually Chinrue. Suddenly thought of what Isabella had said before she was seriously injured by Brock. That man only has eyes for the artifact. Even when I took the initiative to offer myself, he showed restraint. It was not until he got the artifact and mercilessly abandoned me that I realized that he actually hated women and liked men. To be able to resist the attraction of Isabella's stunning beauty, and even disdain taking the initiative to offer herself, and also like men, Chinrue naturally thought that the man was a gay. Now it seemed that there was a fundamental concept that was misguided before. Men. Those who didn't like women and liked men were not only non-mainstream gays, but also women. The Saintess was a woman. By the way, in the Battle of Starlight Academy's Star Tower trial, Chinrue once defeated the four-winged angel Zeihanjen, known as God's Exploration. He once revealed that the Seal of Wind was related to a woman. It turned out that this was the truth of that year. Chinrue shook Isabella's hand. "Are you sure it's her?" Isabella knew that Chinrue had understood and nodded. Although her appearance was hidden, that temperament and intuition, even if she turned into ashes, I would still recognize her. Not only that, she also used a secret technique to devour a secret treasure of the Belphegor royal family, Lightning Heart, and my own power. Now, there is still a remnant breath of the secret treasure on her body that has not been completely absorbed. I can clearly feel it through the evil blue tear. Sure enough, the person who cheated away the Breeze shadow boots was the Saintess Eudora, who disguised as a man. Chinrue was shocked. "Your power was devoured by her? Why didn't you tell me about it?" "I'm sorry." Isabella's head lowered even more. "It's nothing." Chinrue sighed and shook his head. "I'm just blaming myself. I didn't know you had suffered so much." The incident with the Breeze shadow boots left a fatal wound in Isabella's heart. Because of this, her temperament changed greatly, and she almost died with hatred. Although it was slowly healed by the comfort of true love, she was definitely not willing to reopen this scar. Isabella leaned her whole body into his arms and smiled bitterly. "I deserve it. I hurt my father, Sabrina, and those people. It's all because of me. In the 100 years before I met you, I hated everyone, but I hated myself the most. Everything is over. Forget the hatred and self-blame, okay?" Chinrue hugged the trembling body in his arms tightly. "We have a better life and a more hopeful future. You have proven all your promises with your actions. If the biggest misfortune in my life is meeting a man, then the biggest fortune is meeting another man." Isabella put her face on his heart. "I only know the value of what I have after losing it. I understand what you mean. I'll listen to you, my man." Chinrue nodded. "In any case, I must vent my anger. I can't let Isabella suffer in vain back then. Actually, to put it bluntly, I was just stupid back then." Isabella took a deep breath and gradually calmed her mind. Her original strength was not strong. After devouring the power of me and the secret treasure, her strength improved greatly. It was certain that she was very proficient in the secret technique of camouflage, so she concealed her gender and appearance. As a weak woman, going to the dangerous demon realm alone was a good way to protect herself. It was just that, although her devouring secret technique was as vicious as her heart, the secret treasure of the Belphegor royal family was not so easy to devour. In addition to the power of fire, that fiery heart also had a powerful power of wind. After she got the Breeze shadow boots for me, she was afraid that a long delay would cause trouble, so she forcefully devoured it in a hurry, leaving behind future troubles. Judging from the breath I felt just now, the impact of the wind backfire still exists today. Unless I use some special power to expand my own power of fire to an extremely large amount, then I can completely integrate those wind powers. Duo! Chinrue blurted out. Now he fully understood why Eudora believed in a way to absorb the power of Phoenix back then. It was to completely eliminate the backfire of the fiery heart. Chapter 10:21. The truth of the Breeze Shadow Boots incident had been revealed, but there were still many mysteries in Chinrue's heart. That was Tiffany. Tiffany had a deep resentment against Raisin. She abandoned the throne of the demon realm and insisted on coming to the human world in order to find her mother. Raisin once said that Tiffany had the sensing power of her bloodline, and she could use this power to find the whereabouts of her mother. Now that she had become the disciple of Saint Eudora, then the saint was likely to be Tiffany's mother. The time when Raisin had a relationship with a certain woman and gave birth to Tiffany, and the time when the Breeze Shadow Boots was cheated was roughly more than 100 years ago. Then it could be inferred that the protagonist of these two events was Eudora, but there must be a problem with the order of the two events. The combination of Eudora and Raisin was the result of being manipulated by Satan. The purpose was to use the physique of both sides to create a key of light and dark so that he could enter the mysterious place in the future to obtain the silver box. This premeditation had now become a reality. Let's imagine that the reason why Eudora came to the demon realm was probably for training or some kind of mission. She was captured by Satan, then she had a relationship with Raisin under his control and gave birth to Tiffany. After Tiffany was born, Eudora lost her value. With Satan's strength, he naturally wouldn't care about the life and death of this aunt. It was very likely that Eudora escaped from the Bloody Empire. Then she met Isabella and staged the scene of her disguising as a man to cheat the Breeze Shadow Boots. Chinrue remembered that when Raisin entrusted him to come to the human world to find Tiffany, his last sentence was, "By the way, be careful of that woman." It was necessary to be wary of others. Just determining the role this woman played in the Breeze Shadow Boots incident back then was definitely worth being careful of. As Chenrue was pondering, Rala had returned to the hall. She held Isabella's hand and said something. Isabella kept nodding. He didn't know if Rala knew the truth of this matter, but Innie's eyes were obviously a lot more relaxed. Miss Long was actually very meticulous. The relationship between Isabella and her had always been good, second only to Athena, especially now that Innie was the daughter of Isabella and Span. She was a real sister to her. Miss Long cherished the relatives and friends that she truly recognized. At this moment, Chenrue felt that the data in the analytical eyes was fleeting. At the same time, the 6-star mark on his arm was hot. Ben Hong, who was still setting up the magic circle outside, had returned to the mark. An anxious voice came into Chenrue's soul. "Be careful, Raphael is coming." Chenrue was taken aback. He looked at Isabella and Rala. As his thoughts turned quickly, he had launched the fusion power of the star sealing platform and took the two women into the star sealing platform instantly. It was not the first time that Ben Hong saw Chenrue use this strange space ability. This time, it was actually as untraceable as the last time. Even he, a peak pseudo-god powerhouse, did not notice it. He couldn't help but be secretly vigilant. But now was definitely not the time to study this problem. Faced with Raphael, who was about to arrive, Ben Hong could only use the breath lock technique with all his might, entering a state similar to a state of suspended animation. He concealed all of his aura and spiritual undulations to prevent Raphael from detecting him. Soon, a man appeared in front of him. The magic circle in the hall did not sense him at all. Even the Knights of Light along the way did not seem to see him. If it weren't for Ben Hong's advance warning, even if Chen Rue noticed it with analytical eyes, the other party would have already arrived in front of him. Race, unable to determine. Comprehensive strength assessment, unable to determine. This man was the appearance of Raphael that Chenrue had seen in the Jinyao territory. His eyes had been closed. What was different from the last time was that this time it was not a clone, but his real body. Chenrue pretended to be stunned and looked surprised. Then he reacted and bowed deeply. "Sir Raphael." Raphael did not open his eyes. "Arthur, your performance surprised me. You actually got the recognition of all 3 holy relics and even triggered a miracle. It seems that it was a very wise choice to appoint you as the Holy Son. Although the setback in the Long Huang Empire made me a little depressed, I feel full of confidence and strength when I arrived at the Holy Mountain of Light today. I will definitely not let Sir down. I have always been confident in my own judgment." Raphael nodded slightly. "You also have to be confident in yourself." The gains and losses of the Long Huang Empire are only a small part of it. What you get in the future is everything. Understood. Qinrui hesitated for a while and then said, as if he had made up his mind, "To be honest, sir, I have been baptized by the will of the alchemy civilization in the past 7 years, and almost all of my original memories have been lost. Rex thinks that although my body is Arthur, my soul has become another person. Not only that, as a king who has full control of the empire, when I, his son, showed his outstanding talent that far exceeded his expectations and tolerance, the ferocity hidden behind the mask of affection was revealed without reservation. He did not hesitate to cut off his relationship with me to completely eliminate the threat I posed to the throne of the Long Huang Empire. I was too naive this time, and I will not make the same mistake again. I don't know what a small empire needs, but in the Holy Mountain of Light, the most important thing is talent. So what if you are? So what if you are not? I can promise you that as long as you show your ability, you will never have to worry about anything else. You will be the Holy Son, the future Pope Arthur. Thank you for your guidance, sir." Qinrui bowed deeply again. "You have to pay for it. You know that I have always been fair with rewards and punishments. You have indirectly contributed to the destruction of the main altar of the evil god, and you have also been recognized by the 3 holy relics. However, these are not enough for you to control the future of the Holy Mountain of Light. You need to do one thing, and that is to show the power of the God of Light's blessing in front of everyone at the canonization ceremony of the Holy Son that will be held at the Blessed Peak in 3 months, and use the holy blessing of the Crown of Thorns to transform 100 Templars into pure light physiques. If you can do this, you will have an irreplaceable and absolute position. Within a year, you can directly sit on the throne of the Pope. Ascending to the throne of the Pope within a year was an incredible speed for any holy son or saintess in the history of the Church. However, Raphael's tone was very firm. In fact, be it the Pope or the Holy Son, they were just pawns for the 3 angels to control the faith. They could be abandoned at any time because of value or profit. Yes. Qinrui suppressed his excitement and asked doubtfully, "Sir, although the holy blessing can guide the power of the holy, dispel all evil forces, and has the miraculous effect of purifying and transforming physiques, its power is limited. If you want to transform a normal physique into a light physique, the success rate is not high. If you want to transform 100 Templars at the same time, forgive me for being blunt, it is impossible." Raphael smiled lightly. "It is impossible to transform them directly, so it will take 3 months. Qinrui suddenly understood. "Sir, you mean that the canonization ceremony will be held 3 months later because we need to make some preparations to make this impossible possible?" "Yes," Raphael praised. "Your reaction is indeed timely. The Blessed Peak is now actively preparing. You will naturally know when the time comes. However, even with that kind of preparation, it is still not enough. First of all, your power is too weak. I remember you said that this is because of the inheritance spiritual imprint of the ancient alchemy civilization. The imprint will automatically transform external forces into the understanding of the alchemy grandmaster. So you must fully control the spiritual imprint in order to truly improve your power. Although a mechanic grandmaster is of great significance to the entire human world, the skill of mechanics is not a skill that a holy son, no, the Pope must master, even if it is a grand master level mechanic skill. So, now you have to make a decision or a trade-off. Trade-off. Qinrui faintly had a bad feeling. You must abandon the spiritual imprint of the alchemy civilization and become my believer. I will cast a powerful baptism on you. I will grant you a new power and the power of faith bestowed by the gods, which can make you directly become the peak of the Saint Powerhouse. There is even a chance to transform into a real angel in the future. With this power, you will be able to exert the power of the Crown of Thorns to the extreme and turn the impossible into possible. It seems that the real magical effect of the crown of thorns requires the support of the power of faith. But becoming a believer of Raphael? This is not a simple contract that can easily be used to fool through the spiritual link. Once it is exposed, all the previous efforts will be wasted. The spiritual imprint was originally a nonsense excuse, and now it is a trap of its own making. Chenrue's brain turned quickly, and he asked tentatively, "Sir, can I consider it?" "I'm not here today to let you choose, but to announce my decision to you." Raphael's indifferent tone carried an unquestionable power, causing Chenrue's delaying tactic to fail. In Raphael's mind, as a powerful fake god, it was already condescending to meet an ant-like existence. How could there be room for negotiation? Today he had to agree, even if he didn't want to. Ben Hong, who was in the state of breath lock, also heard this, and he secretly became vigilant. If Chenrue didn't agree, then it is very likely that he will turn hostile on the spot. Although Raphael's strength is slightly weaker than Michael's, she is only a soul, and her strength is greatly reduced. Plus, this is the home field of the three angels. If they really fight, the best result is to escape like last time. If Chenrue agreed and became a true believer of Raphael's kingdom, then the consequences will be even more serious, and all the secrets will be exposed. Just when Ben Hong was fully alert, Chenrue, who has been thinking, finally made a decision. "Sir Raphael, I agree." Chapter 10:22. Raphael nodded in satisfaction at the answer. Arthur was smart enough to make a decision in such a short time. It seemed that he would be a puppet worth cultivating in the future. Raphael did not think that this ant would have the guts to brush off a supreme being like him. Ben Hong, who was prepared to make a move, calmed down. She was very clear that this human was not someone who was willing to be controlled by others. His purpose of coming to the holy mountain was not to become the Holy Son or the Pope. Such an answer must mean that he had other intentions. "Sure enough," Chenrue said. "However, before that, I have something to report to Sir. I originally wanted to report this matter to Sir. It just so happens that Sir is here today. Make it short." Raphael's voice was calm but dignified. "It's like this. When I entered the sacred mountain today, His Holiness Vladis asked me to show the 3 holy relics of light. As a result, the 3 holy relics triggered the power of God's grace. The feeling I got from the power of God's grace was a special resonance power. It seemed to have something to do with the 3 holy relics. Even after the shocking power disappeared, the power of God's grace still existed in my memory. It was a very mysterious power. It was as vast and boundless as the stars in the sky. I can't describe it with words. You can actually feel that kind of power." Raphael's eyes opened abruptly. The silver pupils emitted a burning light that contained terrifying deterrence. Chenrue instinctively shuddered. He quickly bowed his head and bowed. His body trembled slightly in cooperation. He looked like he was too shocked to speak. Raphael stared at Chenrue for a moment and retracted his deterrence. "Continue." "Yes, my lord. Under the stimulation of this power, I can feel that the absorption speed of the ancient alchemy civilization's spiritual imprint has increased by more than 10 times. Moreover, it has almost completely fused with my soul. If I forcefully remove it, I might be in danger." Raphael frowned. Chenrue continued, "Sir Raphael, some people are willing to be unknown for a lifetime. Some people can't stand the loneliness of being ignored. They would rather pursue that moment of brilliance. I have just failed once. I will never tolerate another failure. So I have made up my mind to bet this life. If I can't soar to the sky, I will disappear." "Well said." Raphael's silver eyes showed a hint of appreciation. "I have seen your determination. If you have anything to say it all at once. My idea is to first try to use that special resonance power to completely absorb the power of the spiritual imprint of the ancient alchemy civilization. Because I have only absorbed nearly half of the power which is the imprint of mechanics. If I can completely absorb the imprint, then the soul power and all the external forces absorbed before will all be turned into my own strength. My strength will naturally improve by leaps and bounds. Not only that, I will also master the manufacturing method of black potions. As long as I reach a certain level, I can manufacture the highest black potions such as Resurrection Potion and Longevity Potion. Raphael was slightly moved. At present, the church had a pharmaceutics Grand Master, Archbishop Pavero of the Holy Mountain. He could configure 2 eternal potions. He was already the strongest pharmaceutics Grand Master in the human world. But he was far from being comparable to the Grand Master who could configure Resurrection Potion and Longevity Potion. Once Arthur could become a dual Grand Master of Mechanics and Pharmaceutics, or even the highest Grand Master, the benefits to the entire church would be self-evident in terms of reputation and benefits. Moreover, letting Arthur abandon his identity as a mechanic Grand Master, directly transform into his believer, and use the power of baptism to forcibly increase his strength would also consume a considerable part of Raphael's own strength and faith power. It would be great if he could help Arthur increase his own power without any effort. When the time came, he would only need to bestow some power of faith to Arthur, based on his strength, and he would be able to drive the crown of thorns to the desired effect. In fact, before Sir came, I wanted to try this. I made some changes to the magic circle outside the Hall of Holy Light. I wanted to use this to amplify the perception of the resonance and further accelerate the integration of the alchemy civilization's spiritual imprint. However, due to the short time since I arrived, I still couldn't fully crack the mystery of the magic circle. Therefore, the changes were only partially completed. If there is anything presumptuous, please forgive me, sir. If I still can't succeed with the help of the power of God's blessing. At this point, Chinrue gritted his teeth and showed a firm expression. I'm willing to forcibly erase the spiritual imprint of the ancient alchemy civilization and make the riskiest attempt. Compared with your unexpected ability, I admire your unreserved frankness more. I hope that in front of me, this complete frankness can always be maintained. Who was Raphael? He had long discovered the changes to the magic circle outside. Now that Arthur took the initiative to confess this matter, Raphael was even more convinced. Sirs will is my lifelong commitment. Chinrue knew that Raphael's mind had loosened, so he immediately showed a humble expression. If that's the case, Raphael had already made up his mind. Close your eyes. I'll take you to a place. Chinrue only felt his heart pounding. He faintly guessed where Raphael was taking him. He tried his best to stabilize his emotions and closed his eyes. After a moment of dizziness, Raphael's voice sounded, "Open your eyes." Chinrue opened his eyes and saw a large hall in front of him. It was surrounded by light and exuded a vast and boundless aura of power. This aura contained the infinite mysteries of the growth of all things in the universe. Although it was not the first time he had seen this divine hall of light, it still gave Chinrue a feeling of shock. It was as if he was as small as a grain of sand in the sea. Even the origin in any of the silver boxes he had seen before did not have such a feeling. This was because this was the complete origin of creation, the book of creation. This. Chinrue magnified his astonishment and seemed incoherent. There is such a strong aura of divine favor here. Yes, this is the divine hall of light at the peak of the holy mountain, where the god of light once descended. This is also the largest forbidden area of the entire holy mountain. Even the Pope and the 2 patriarchs need special permission to enter this place. There are countless dangers along the way. If I hadn't brought you here, you wouldn't have been able to cross the first step at the foot of the mountain. Not to mention you. Even a super strong person who has surpassed the saint level can't forcibly break through the sealing force along the way. Chinrue was very clear that Raphael's words were not alarmist talk. There was actually a star left behind here, back when he was lucky enough to retrieve the breeze shadow boots from the divine hall of light. He had risked using the stealth skill to return once. However, he could not see the divine hall of light as easily as now. There was an extremely powerful power of ancient runes all around him. Not only did it block his vision, but it also sealed the space. If he had not retreated in time, he would have been lost here. Sir Raphael's care and trust make me feel terrified. I can only repay it with the purest loyalty. Chinrue nodded. Then, may I try the 3 holy objects? Raphael nodded. Chinrue took a deep breath, and the 3 holy objects appeared on his body at the same time. This time, it caused the entire holy mountain to be shocked as at the beginning, but the resonance in his heart was 10 times stronger than before. Chinrue had now completely integrated the consciousness of Arthur. His soul power was unprecedentedly pure and powerful, coupled with the special effect of the 3 holy objects. If he could stay here to comprehend, then he had full confidence to master the origin of creation. All he lacked was time, but now that Raphael was here, he couldn't show any flaws in any case. Otherwise, the welfare that was close at hand would become the most terrifying weapon. Ben Hong also understood this. He resisted the strong temptation and tried his best to restrain his breath, while Chen Rue desperately used deep analysis to engrave the memory imprint. He pretended to fall into some kind of contemplation. The power breath on his body began to change and jump constantly. After a period of time in Raphael's senses, Chinrue's original warrior-level strength actually began to change. He was promoted to master level in one fell swoop. Raphael's eyes flashed. Although this kind of strength was not worth mentioning in his eyes, it had extraordinary significance for Arthur, who had the inheritance of the ancient alchemy civilization. When he gave Arthur the power of light last time, it couldn't improve the other party's strength. Now, the power of the Book of Creation could actually make Arthur break through. It seemed that what Arthur said previously was right. The origin of creation could greatly accelerate his fusion speed. After Chen Rue broke through to the level of Demon King, the 3 holy objects on his body were put away again. However, he didn't talk to Raphael. Instead, he seemed to have entered a certain state. A potion test bench appeared in front of him, and he began to quickly configure the potions. At first, his technique seemed a little jerky. He seemed to be adapting to something. Later on, his movements were smooth like flowing water, faintly revealing an unfathomable momentum. Bottles of potions were quickly configured. Red healing potion, green spirit potion, orange antidote. With the proficiency of the movements, the final color of the potion was white. White potion was the symbol of a potion master. It seemed that in this short period of time, Arthur, who was originally a mechanic grandmaster, actually became a potion master. Even though Raphael was well informed, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Although mechanics and pharmaceutics were both 2 major disciplines of alchemy, there were 2 completely different fields of knowledge. A double master was extremely rare in the history of alchemy, let alone a grand master. Although Arthur only showed the standard of a potion master, judging from the facts just now, he had every reason to believe that Arthur could become a double grand master of potion and mechanics, or even an unprecedented double grand master. This time he really picked up a treasure. Haha. Arthur raised the bottle of white potion that had just been configured and laughed. His laughter was full of vigor. Suddenly he realized something and quickly showed a terrified expression. Sir Raphael, please forgive me for losing my composure. I was just too excited. It's okay. Raphael asked calmly, what about the spiritual imprint? Most of the spiritual imprint has been fused. The strange thing is that although it's not completely fused, under the effect of a special power, my strength has been improved qualitatively. Even if I'm just immersed in this breath of creation, it can greatly speed up my understanding. It's an indescribable feeling. It seems that something is being bred, or created. No, it should be creation, Raphael said lightly. Yes, it's creation. Chinrue deliberately led Raphael to say it himself. He said, "Today, I'm actually just digesting the previous power of understanding. The speed will be relatively slower later, but as long as I can continue to accept the power of creation, I'll be able to fuse the spiritual imprint completely in 2 months at most. No, maybe only 1 month. By then, whether it's alchemy or strength, they'll reach an unprecedented level." Raphael nodded secretly. If he had not seen it with his own eyes and the white potion was real, he would not have believed that the Book of Creation could have such an effect. However, the stronger the ability of Arthur, the more advantageous it would be for the Church of Light and the 3 angels to control the faith. Judging from the ability that this prince had shown in the Jinyao territory, it was likely that he would push the Church of Light to a new height in the future. Taking a step back, even if he could not succeed, there was still time to use the last method in 2 months at most. If I can succeed, please allow me to complete the ceremony of transforming into a temple knight in 3 months' time. Then, under the witness of everyone, including that Rex, I'll publicly accept the baptism and become your most loyal believer. Chinrue bowed deeply to Raphael. This was advancing in order to retreat, delaying the time of becoming a believer to 3 months later. Raphael nodded slightly. "I agree to your request. Your loyalty will be reciprocated. I'll now give you a privilege, and that is to comprehend in front of this temple of light. There's a special badge here. As long as you follow the method I've taught you, you can come here through the exempted space channel to comprehend. The time limit is 2 hours each time. After 2 hours, you'll be transported back to where you came from. However, you have to remember 2 things. First, this space channel can only be entered by yourself. Second, you can only stay where you are. Do not approach or try to enter the Temple of Light. If you violate any of these, then there's only one undeniable consequence: death. Thank you for your kindness." Chinrue suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and respectfully received the badge with both hands. "Don't let me down." Raphael glanced at him. "After you complete the integration of the spiritual imprint, go to the Blessed Palace to find Eudora and test the prepared power. In any case, there must be no mistakes in the ceremony of transformation in 3 months' time. If it was an outstanding person like Ben Hong in front of him, Raphael would never trust him so easily. However, since Rex the Great announced that he was no longer his father and son, the Holy Mountain of Light had become the only way out for Arthur. If it were not for the crown of thorns, Raphael, who had absolute power, would not pay attention to this lowly existence that could be erased at any time. He thought of himself as a flying dragon in the sky. Why would he waste energy to consider the thoughts of an ant on the ground? Therefore, Raphael did not have any more doubts. "I understand, my lord." Watching Raphael's figure gradually disappear in the air, Chinrue immediately turned his eyes to the Temple of Light in front of him. That look was like a wretched uncle looking at a lowly who wanted to see a goldfish. Chapter 10:23. Unknowingly, a month had passed. Chinrue still lived in the Temple of Holy Light. In the eyes of the people of the church, he had now completely adapted to the life of the church and settled down. Being here was much more leisurely than being a lord. Not only was it leisurely, but it was also monotonous. There were no cumbersome matters of the previous estate, and there was no intrigue in the palace on the surface. He just cultivated behind closed doors every day. He rarely even walked out of the Holy Light City. Chinrue spent 2 hours every day in front of the Temple of Light to comprehend the origin of creation. He had benefited a lot during this time. Creation and destruction were diametrically opposed forces. He, who had already mastered the origin of destruction, inevitably had traces of destruction in his understanding and habits. This was precisely the biggest obstacle to comprehending the power of creation. The deeper he went, the more so it was. Not only Chinrue had this difficulty, but even Ben Hong was the same. In this case, although each had their own ulterior motives, the two still verified their respective insights from time to time out of common interests to better master the power of creation. However, what surprised Ben Hong was that Chen Rui's comprehension of the origin of creation seemed to be faster than her, a peak pseudo-god. Ben Hong already knew that the predecessors of the three holy artifacts were the vessels of the origin of creation. This should be the biggest reason for Chen Rui's rapid progress. Therefore, she also secretly coveted these three holy artifacts, especially the Holy Grail. Since Chen Rui put Veronica's remnant soul into the Holy Grail, he never let Ben Hong enter the Holy Grail to nourish his soul. However, the three holy artifacts had already recognized Chen Rui. Even if she killed Chen Rui, she might not get the power of the three holy artifacts. In fact, the reason why Chen Rui had such progress was not only because of the three holy artifacts, but also the special functions of deep analysis and the tree of nature. Although there were only 2 hours a day, in addition to Chen Rui's comprehension in front of the Temple of Light, deep analysis could continue to analyze and absorb the special insights in the memory imprint after he returned. Coupled with the time rule of the super training ground, it was equivalent to hundreds of times more time than Ben Hong to comprehend every day. As for the Tree of Nature, it was an unexpected surprise. In the last battle at the Tree of Nature in the Silver Moon Immortal Capital, Chen Rui boldly used the law of destruction to reverse deduce at the moment of life and death. He comprehended a little seed of the origin of creation and formed the prototype of the law. This seed originated from the main card of wood and the Tree of Nature that the legendary prophet had given him. The Tree of Nature provided a good development platform for the origin of creation, which could guide the growth of the origin of creation. With this advantage, Chen Rui's true understanding of the origin of creation was still above the level shown by Ben Hong. However, this did not mean that Chen Rui could exert power beyond Ben Hong. After all, even if he performed Crimson Polar Star transformation, he only had the combat power of a demigod. In front of a peak pseudo-god like Ben Hong, he was still in existence that could be easily obliterated. Even if Ben Hong's soul was damaged, Ben Hong might not know the true extent of Chen Rui's understanding of the origin of creation, but she was very clear that no matter what, now was the time to maximize the value of the other party. It was not a good time to fall out. Therefore, Ben Hong showed a considerable degree of friendliness. He praised Chen Rui's wit and gave Isabella and Rala some pointers from time to time. Isabella, in particular, had basically digested the holy scale given by Dragon Emperor Palgoris. Together with Ben Hong's pointers, she was already on the verge of turning into a kingdom. Rala's power of a demigod had also been further consolidated. According to the previous agreement between the two parties, Ben Hong would help Chen Rui really control the power of the Tower of Brilliance. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the artifact, the more it could enhance or multiply the strength of the user. It was not just the power of the artifact itself. Many artifacts also had special powers. The functions of the artifact were different, and the grade could not be determined by pure destructive power. The rarest was definitely a spatial artifact. In terms of destructive power alone, the Tower of Brilliance was not as good as a basic artifact, like the Thunder Flail. However, its function was not only destruction, but also space. In the last battle at the Brilliance Shrine, if Chen Rui had a destructive artifact, like the Thunder Flail, then even if he could fully exert the function of the artifact, he would not be able to escape from the powerful power of Michael. Dragon Emperor Palgoris once said that the Tower of Brilliance was the rarest spatial artifact. It had 3 special abilities. The first was Space Barrier, which used the power of space as a barrier to divert and block the enemy's attack. The second was Space Travel, which broke through the restrictions of the blockade and carried out chaotic, long-distance space travel. Due to his lack of strength, Chen Rui could not exert this function. However, Last time, he only used Ben Hong's pseudo-god level soul brand to drive the artifact and broke through the space blockade in front of the Brilliance Shrine and successfully escaped with the Stargate. The third was Kingdom Fusion, which fused the kingdom to form a special living space that could carry a large number of living beings and freely carry out space transfer. Not to mention that the size of this space was far greater than ordinary storage items. Just a function of carrying living beings to carry out space transfer was fundamentally different from storage items. Compared with Space Barrier, Chenrue needed space travel and Kingdom Fusion more. Space travel could allow him to break through the space blockade like last time and use the Stargate to escape at the critical moment, while Kingdom Fusion could escape with people other than the Sealed Star. Although the Sealed Star's ability was heaven-defying, it had been proven in practice that in order to form a statue that could fuse with the body on the star sealing platform, one had to go through a month of star-level strengthening. Not only that, the quota for the Sealed Star and the spiritual link was limited. If the other party was unwilling to establish a spiritual link or had a contract, it would be even more impossible to achieve. The light of the Blood Fiend ring was still strong, indicating that Tiffany was fine now, but it was not easy to complete Raisin's entrustment. Chenrue had interacted with Eudora before. Coupled with Isabella's encounter 100 years ago, he already had a clearer concept of her holiness saintess. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a disaster for Tiffany to be by her side. One thing was certain. Tiffany's obsession with her mother was very deep. It was probably quite difficult to convince her to return to the demon realm. It was better to wait until the matter of creating the origin was over, then try to contact her for a period of time. When necessary, he could use the power of the Tower of Glory. However, the Tower of Glory wasn't something that could be used by ordinary people. It required the power of a pseudo-god to play its real role. The last time Chenrue activated the Tower of Glory, he relied on the soul imprint that he got from Ben Hong. This was a genuine, peak pseudo-god soul imprint. At first, Ben Hong gave him 5 copies, and he distributed it to the girls in the harem. Later, at the Holy Light Mountain, in order to win him over, Ben Hong also gave him the last 5 copies. When Chenrue escaped in front of the Temple of Light, he used 1 copy. He used another copy to make the enhanced version of Brilliant Lightning of Light. Now he still had 3 copies. Ben Hong's method was to teach him how to use the soul imprint to activate the true power of the Tower of Glory. After consuming a copy of the soul imprint, Chenrue could barely exert the Kingdom Fusion power of the Tower of Glory. After testing, he could bring Isabella and Rala through the Stargate, but the time was very limited. He could only maintain it for less than 10 minutes before he would be automatically rejected by the space. However, if he were to escape through the Stargate, 10 seconds would be enough. It was necessary to take preventive measures. Although there were no flaws in Ben Hong's guidance, Chenrue instinctively felt that it did not seem to be that simple, especially when this kind of soul imprint was from Ben Hong himself. He was very clear about Ben Hong's means. In this holy light mountain, under the eyes of the 3 supreme angels, Raphael, Michael, and Gabriel, was the safest. Once he left the holy mountain, or Ben Hong completed the comprehension of the origin of creation, he would definitely fall out with them. He had to take precautions in advance. Ben Hong did not know that the Tower of Glory had actually become Chenrue's exclusive item through deep analysis. It was just that Chenrue's current strength was not enough to exert the power of the Tower of Glory. If Ben Hong wanted to tamper with the Tower of Glory, there would be an unexpected surprise. During this time, Chenrue used his identity as the Holy Sun. In the name of spiritual imprint and under the banner of Raphael, he made various resource requests to Pope Fendes. The main requests were the elemental magic materials that Rala needed for her training, the wind materials that Isabella needed for her training, a large number of rare light materials, and various resources needed for the upgrade of the City of Stars. Although he was quite surprised by the variety and quantity of the resources and materials, since it was the will of the supreme angel Raphael, Fendi's did not dare to neglect it. The foundation of the Church of Light was quite amazing. In Chen Rui's request list, they had almost everything except some extremely rare materials. Most of the light materials were used in the Holy Grail because the Holy Grail could accelerate the recovery effect by sacrificing the power of light. With this sacrifice, regardless of the cost, Veronica's originally broken soul began to recover bit by bit. Although there was still a long time before the complete recovery, she finally saw hope. On this day, Raphael came again. Qinrui reported his integration progress to Raphael. Raphael noticed that this originally soldier-level, higher demon, had actually entered the ranks of saint. Although he was only a pseudo-saint level demon emperor, this speed was quite amazing. It seemed that Arthur's attempt to spiritual imprint was quite successful. Subsequently, Qinrui made a bottle of the most basic, true black potion in front of Raphael. This showed that he had now mastered some of the potion master's abilities. As long as he had time, he would definitely be able to make higher-grade black potions. Raphael had always been conceited. He never thought that he had been played by this ant with tricks. He did not suspect anything. Instead, he was quite satisfied. Very good. Your rate of improvement is still above my expectations. Tomorrow, make a trip to Blessed Peak. After leaving this sentence, Raphael's figure disappeared into thin air. Chapter 1024. The Peak of Divine Favor. Rich power of faith, vast square and magnificent angel statues. Looking at the familiar scenery, Qinrui inevitably felt a little emotional. Last time he came here, he used the identity of Paul's follower, and he even became a holy light guardian knight under false pretenses. In addition to the snow dowlet flower that saved Innie, he also gained one of the most important people in his life, little Phoenix Duo. Your Holiness Arthur. Eudora's voice brought Qinrui back to reality. Your Holiness Eudora. Qinrui showed an apologetic look. I was shocked by the power released by the statue of Lord Raphael just now, and I forgot myself for a moment. Please forgive my rudeness. The glory of Lord Raphael shines on the entire peak of divine favor, and you can feel the powerful blessing that is close to the power of God everywhere. Hearing the name of Raphael, Eudora did not dare to neglect. Your Holiness, you don't have to be so formal. You are the Holy Son appointed by Lord Raphael, and you also have an unimaginable ancient inheritance. It is only a matter of time before you become the next pope. In the future, the light of the peak of divine favor will also be more and more brilliant because of your holiness. Your Holiness Eudora is flattering me. Please give me more advice in the future. Qinrui slightly bowed to Eudora, which was already a very formal etiquette. Although there was no official conferment, the high level of the church knew that Arthur was favored by the supreme angel Raphael, and he could even enter the highest forbidden area of the Holy Mountain of Light, the Hall of Light. Not to mention the Holy Sun. Even the throne of the Pope was in the bag. In terms of the current actual status, he was definitely not below the two patriarchs, Eudora and Pusmer. Your Holiness and I are both from the peak of divine favor, so you don't have to be so polite. Let's go. There seemed to be a slight smile behind the veil of the saintess, revealing a kind of grace in holiness. Eudora was extremely slender. She was taller than Qinrui. She had blue hair and blue eyes. She exuded a kind of ethereal temperament as if she was independent from the world. When Qinrui saw Eudora for the first time, he had a faint sense of familiarity. Now he finally understood the reason. Because of Tiffany. Eudora's temperament was somewhat similar to Tiffany's. Tiffany had a dual personality. She was not similar to Eudora in the Bloody Empire's trade fair, but the Satan's disciple in the mountains sacred. In contrast, Tiffany was more cold and aloof, while the Saintess Eudora was more amiable. People who came into contact with her would involuntarily feel close to her, but they did not dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. Eudora also came to welcome the Saintess's disciple, half-elf Miranda, who had a brief encounter with Chinrue and some main knights and members of the Holy Blessed Hall. Strangely, he didn't see Tiffany, who he wanted to see the most. Chinrue followed Eudora all the way to the Blessed Palace and sat down in the hall. Eudora introduced the general situation of the entire White Cliff, as well as the personnel and facilities of the Blessed Peak to Chinrue, including some of the procedures and etiquette that should be paid attention to in the coronation ceremony. Although Eudora's tone and attitude always remain humble, it gives people a very comfortable feeling, like a spring breeze. Well, Your Holiness Arthur, this is the basic situation. Eudora stood up gracefully. The biggest reason why Lord Raphael asked you to come here is 2 months. No, it is less than 2 months. To be precise, it is the crowning ceremony in 56 days. The crowning ceremony would be held on this peak, and the specific location was the Cloud Ascension platform. In fact, only the main part of the Cloud Ascension platform's layout has been completed. Just in case, Your Majesty needs to make an attempt first. Your Majesty, please follow me to the Cloud Ascension platform. Okay. Chinrue knew that this was the highlight of the day, so he also stood up. The Cloud Ascension platform was a wide, open space. Although it was not as good as the square of the Raphael statue, it was much larger than the snow peak where the snow tree was originally located. Currently, they were busy building a large platform. This platform was obviously used for the crowning ceremony of the crowning ceremony. It was about 2 stories high, but the shape was quite strange. Judging from the scale of the appearance, about 2/3 of the progress had been completed. Eudora walked up the platform step by step with Chinrue. There was a small building similar to an altar on the platform. There were 10 men dressed as knights standing under the building. Your Holiness Arthur, these 10 are the Silver Guardian Knights of our blessed palace. As soon as they heard Eudora's introduction, the 10 knights saluted to Chinrue. Chinrue nodded and asked, Your Holiness Eudora, what should I do? Your Holiness needs to ascend this Holy Radiance platform and then use the power of the Crown of Thorns, Holy Blessing, to transform these 10 knights into the physique blessed by the power of light. This, Chinrue frowned. Your Holiness Eudora, to be honest, although I can use the power of the Crown of Thorns, Holy Blessing, to transform a normal physique into a light physique, the success rate isn't high. Not to mention 10 knights. Even one can't succeed in one go. In God's dictionary, there is no such word as impossible. Eudora smiled indifferently. For the supreme angel who is closest to God, he also has the magical power to turn the impossible into possible. This is the purpose of your visit to the blessed peak today. Chinrue frowned and looked at the Holy Radiance platform. Could it be that this Holy Radiance platform— That's right, Your Holiness Arthur. Now you go up and stand in the red circle. Then, please fully exert the power of the Crown of Thorns. Chinrue walked up the Holy Radiance platform according to the words and came to a red circle with a diameter of about 5 meters. A crystal clear crown of thorns appeared on his head. This red circle was actually formed by a complicated ancient rune. After he walked into the red circle, Eudora seemed to activate some special power. Chinrue only felt that the special power was emitted from the red circle and gathered into a string of symbols in the air. These were the handles of the ancient runes. These sentences or phrases were very special. With Chinrue's level, he actually couldn't fully understand the meaning of it. At the moment, he could only quickly remember it in his heart and discuss it with Rala later. Those runes were fleeting and turned into a halo that wrapped Chinrue. Chinrue felt that, in an instant, a rich and powerful power of faith poured into his body. It was not only the power of faith, but also a more special power. In his soul, there seemed to be a strange scene. It seemed to be a planet. Half of it was light, and the other half was dark. Between day and night, it was brewing a mysterious and huge breath. This kind of illusion should be triggered by that strange power, but the specific scene varied from person to person. The higher one's level was, the more they could understand the mystery. Chenrue secretly compared it with his Star Kingdom, and he seemed to have a lot of new understanding in the subtleties. However, this understanding didn't last long. Under the stimulation of the Holy Radiance platform's strange power, the light of the crown of thorns instantly became bright. Chenrue thought and suppressed his strength to the Demon Emperor level. Then he displayed divine blessing. A white light shrouded the bodies of the 10 guardian knights under the platform. The breath of these 10 knights began to change quickly. The expressions on their faces were a little painful, as if they were undergoing some kind of transformation process. The light of the crown of thorns lasted for nearly 5 minutes, before it gradually dimmed. The power of the red halo's runes also disappeared, but the light of the 10 guardian knights did not disappear. It was as if they were wrapped in a light cocoon, and the specific situation inside couldn't be seen clearly. About half an hour later, the light cocoon gradually solidified, and then it cracked open one by one. The 10 knights' hair color all turned silver white, and their bodies exuded a rather mellow light element power. One of the knights seemed to have become the body of light blessing. "That's great. Eudora looked happy. Your Holiness, Arthur, you have successfully transformed 10 guardian knights." Chenrue breathed a sigh of relief. There was a trace of exhaustion in his eyes, and he slowly walked down the stage. This is thanks to the magical power of this Holy Radiance platform. If it weren't for it, I definitely wouldn't have succeeded. Your Holiness, Arthur, it is too humble. Your performance was much stronger than I expected. It could even be said to be perfect. You actually managed to fuse with the platform of Holy Radiance's strange power so quickly and successfully transform it in one go. Eudora's eyes fell on the guardian knight, who was suspected to have the body of light blessing. By the way, my most loyal knight Sandro, the light breath on your body is particularly pure. Later, you will go to the astrology hall of the Star Summit to do a test. If you become the body of light blessing, you will directly be promoted to a holy guardian knight. I will also report to Sir Raphael to let you participate in the next saint candidate selection. Sandro, who was hit by good luck, was overjoyed. He quickly thanked Eudora and Chenrue excitedly. After the 10 knights left, Eudora said again, "Your Holiness, Arthur, you may have discovered that the amplification power of the Holy Radiance platform is closely related to the strength of the owner of the Crown of Thorns. I venture to say that although the 10 knights were successfully transformed just now, if it is 100, I'm afraid your Holiness' current strength is far from enough. Therefore, your Holiness, please don't be complacent. You must continue to work hard to cultivate and integrate the power of the ancient civilization to ensure that nothing goes wrong in the coronation ceremony." "I understand. Thank you for your reminder and encouragement. I will bear it in mind and not let Sir Raphael down." Chenrue said, looked at the Holy Radiance platform, and showed curiosity. "Your Holiness Eudora, can I ask you something?" Eudora smiled and said, "Your Holiness, please go ahead. I got the inheritance of the ancient civilization, and a considerable part of it is related to the magic circle. This Holy Radiance platform contains the mystery of the power of the ancient runes, which is equivalent to a complex magic circle." Chenrue carefully looked at the surrounding facilities. This magic circle should be based on something as the source, which stimulates a special power to increase the power of faith and light, especially the power of holy objects. I feel that this source is very special. It seems to have a special benefit for the integration of my spiritual imprint and the growth of my strength. Your Holiness, can you tell me what the power of this source is? I didn't expect Your Holiness Arthur to be a magic circle master, or should I say a guru? Seeing that Chenrue did not deny it, Eudora was slightly moved. I'm not proficient in magic circle. This is the spirit gathering circle that Sir Raphael personally set up. As for the source that Your Holiness is asking about, it is related to something that happened in Holy Peak recently. In fact, it is a person. A person! Chenrue's pupils suddenly shrank. When he felt the planet that alternated between light and darkness in the illusion, he felt that something was wrong. Now when he heard Eudora's answer, an ominous omen immediately came to his mind. Chapter 10:25. A person? What the hell is going on? Chinrue suppressed his emotions and maintained a curious expression on his face. Eudora said indifferently, as if she was talking about a person who had nothing to do with her. She is the source of the activation of the entire ancient magic circle. Because of this, His Holiness Arthur could exert the power of the crown of thorns several times. Chinrue's eyes flashed. When he was about to continue to ask, a guardian knight came to report, "Your Holiness, His Excellency Pari broke in directly without waiting for your notice." Eudora frowned and saw that brilliant sword sage Pari had appeared at the entrance of the cloud plateau. Before the guardian knights along the way had time to approach him, they were repelled by a strange force and could not stop him at all. Passari's pace had a strange rhythm. He seemed to be neither fast nor slow, but he had arrived in front of the platform of holy brilliance in the blink of an eye. "Is this His Excellency Pari, the teacher of the Lord of Tsang Lei Temple, Gamundin?" Chinrue asked knowingly. "I am indebted to His Excellency Gamundin for taking care of me in the Jinyao territory. Today I can meet His Excellency Pari, whom Gamundin has always admired. It's a great honor." Last time, the resonance of the 3 holy objects alarmed Pari, so he naturally recognized the new favorite of the holy mountain of light, Holy Sun. He immediately bowed slightly. "I didn't expect that His Holiness Arthur is here. Please forgive me for my rudeness." Chinrue hurriedly returned the salute. "You flatter me. I heard that His Excellency Pari has surpassed the saint level and entered the ranks of the Supra. Congratulations." Pari was usually generous and famous for being fair and strict. However, he seemed to be a little anxious today for no reason. He didn't say much to Chinrue and said, "Your Holiness Arthur, I'm sorry. I have a very urgent thing to discuss with Her Holiness Eudora." Chinrue glanced at the calm Eudora and bowed. "Then I will leave first, Your Holiness Eudora and Sir Pari." Eudora doesn't look at Pari and nods. "Your Holiness Arthur, I will apologize to you next time. Your performance on the arena of Holy Radiance today was eye-catching. I will report this to Lord Raphael." Chinrue didn't stay here. He sensibly left the cloud plateau. However, when he turned a corner away from Pari and Eudora, he quietly used a bead. The holy shadow of the robe of holy light was to create a projected bead by accumulating the power of the light. After using it, the projected bead could be summoned to fight. The projected bead had half of the combat power of the original body and all the skills. Although it was not easy to create the projected bead and it consumed a lot of the power of the light, it was not a big deal for Chinrue, who had embezzled a lot of materials and treasures from the Church of Light. This time, the purpose of using the holy shadow was not to fight but to investigate. Because of the disparity in strength, Eudora didn't notice Chinrue's little action, even though she had cautiously opened her perception power. She only sensed that Your Holiness' Holy Sun had left the peak of holy favor. Then she retreated and looked at Pari. "It seems that strength can change a lot of things. Sir Pari, who has always been a good person, also dares to break into my peak of holy favor in such a majestic manner, and he even did it in front of Arthur." Eudora sneered. At this time, there was no one else around. Facing Pari, Eudora seemed to have changed into another person. The ethereal and elegant temperament was gone, and her whole person showed a kind of cold and gloomy evil spirit. Pari ignored the sarcasm in her words and asked, "Where is Eliza?" Eliza was Eudora's disciple. She was sinister and vicious. She once tried to use a special talent to steal the language of mind that Chinrue showed at that time under the alias of Richard. However, she was backfired by Shura's illusion power, and her spiritual power completely collapsed. This time, Chinrue only saw Miranda, and he didn't see Eliza, who should have become an idiot. He didn't expect that Passari's first sentence was to ask about Eliza's whereabouts. Chen Rue's projection, who was eavesdropping on the side with a stealth spell, looked confused. Eliza was the daughter of Eudora's sister, and her uncle was Rog, one of the 3 Grand Cardinals. What did she have to do with Pari? She's fine. Eudora said coldly, you don't have to worry about her. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. Pari looked angry. I'm here today to take her away. After so many years, you finally want to shoulder the responsibility of a father? Who would have thought that the former lord of the palace of Song Thunder, the brilliant sword sage who swore to serve the light all his life, and the model of all the knights of the Divine Hall, actually has an illegitimate daughter? Eudora's eyes were full of sarcasm. Chinrue, who was eavesdropping, was shocked. Eliza was actually Pasari's daughter. Pan Sha and I were just an accident at that time, and I didn't know that Eliza was my daughter after she married Stephen. Pari showed a painful look. I admit that I'm sorry for what happened at that time, and I'm also sorry for your sister. Eudora laughed, and her laughter was full of contempt and resentment. Not only you, but also your saintess, Sister Truman. If it weren't for her, if it weren't for my credulity to you, how could I be lost in that place? How could I have experienced that unforgettable ordeal? I really didn't know what happened at that time. As for Truman, although it's unforgivable, she has already died. For more than 100 years, I've done so many things for you, and even violated the justice that knights should have more than once. I've tortured my conscience more than once. These are enough to repay the favor I owe you. When I asked Paul to bring you the power of origin of fire, we didn't know each other anymore. Humph, that's just your wishful thinking. You, your sister, and your family owe me. O Pan Sha, and you will always owe me, just as you promised at the beginning. Eudora said coldly, besides, the power of origin of fire and the phoenix egg were stolen by that damn heretic. That guy was introduced by your good disciple Paul. By the way, you can also say that Paul is also dead, and it has nothing to do with you. In any case, Eliza is innocent. She is Pan Sha's biological daughter, but she is also your daughter. If it weren't for Pan Sha's entrustment before her death, I wouldn't have accepted her as a disciple at all. Eudora said coldly, do you think that you can make it up to Eliza by keeping her by your side after she suffered from that kind of accidental trauma? At least I won't use her. Pari took a step forward, and his eyes showed a fierce momentum. Don't think that I don't know what you want to do. Although Eliza has lost her memory, and her IQ is only equivalent to an ordinary child, her talent of stealing is still there. You want to use her talent to steal some ability and then give it to yourself. Yes. Eudora did not deny her intention. Eliza inherited her mother's special talent. She can steal and give other people's talents and skills. It's different from my devour. I wanted to use her talent, but this talent is also limited. Eudora did not go on. Pari frowned more tightly. Whose power did you want to steal with her talent? Could it be? Eudora snorted coldly and did not speak. Pari was slightly shocked and had already understood. How dare you? He is the person valued by Sir Raphael, and he is also recognized as the next pope. Your desire for power has even blinded your most basic judgment ability. Chinrue then knew that Eudora's target turned out to be him, the Holy Son. I know the will of Sir Raphael better than anyone else. The supreme angel is already the supreme existence, close to God. In their eyes, the most important thing is not identity and status, nor is it hard work. The only noun is value. Arthur is just a lucky person recognized by the crown of thorns. As long as I can steal the power of Arthur and control the crown of thorns, you can replace his position. Pari shook his head and said, You are taking it for granted. It's not that I'm replacing his position, but I'm taking back the position that belongs to me from his hands. Fendy's is already old. Sir Michael is in a deep sleep. Sir Gabriel has not appeared for hundreds of years. Now, Sir Raphael is in charge of the Holy Mountain. If it weren't for the appearance of this Arthur, the next pope would be me." Eudora's voice was full of strong hatred. "I was trapped in the demon realm because of Truman's trick. I almost died. Finally, I tried my best to get the artifact of the demon realm and returned. I overthrew Truman and other holy sun saintesses. I finally climbed to the position of patriarch step by step. I was about to reach the top, but such a damn guy appeared. My years of painstaking efforts were all in vain." Pari was silent. Originally, according to Eudora's plan, plus Raphael controlled the holy mountain. The position of the Pope really had a great chance to fall on her. However, now the appearance of Arthur made Eudora's previous efforts go to waste. Not only that, her position as patriarch and saintess was also quite awkward, because the model of the three magnates originated from the three supreme angels. It was unshakable. Arthur was also Raphael's people. Even if Fendes took over the Pope after abdication, it was impossible for him to stay in the God Seal Peak. He would be in the Holy Favor Peak, which represented Raphael, and the God Seal Peak would promote another candidate to be the patriarch. In this way, it was impossible for Eudora, who was also in Raphael's party, to continue to be the patriarch. Therefore, when Arthur took over the church, the biggest victim was Eudora. With Eudora's temperament, how could she be willing to wait for death? "Don't be delusional." Pari shook his head firmly. "You should already know that Arthur is not only recognized by the three holy relics, but he is also a mechanic Grand Master and potion Grand Master. His strength is also recovering rapidly. From the looks of it, just now, he has stepped into the pseudo-saint level. It is only a matter of time before he becomes a real saint level. Such an amazing character with such a shocking ability can no longer be succeeded by ordinary stealing. You can't replace him unless you dare to challenge the majesty of Sir Raphael with your life. I just saw him cast the crown of thorns with my own eyes and successfully transformed 10 knights. I know that my last hope is also in vain." Eudora clenched her fists. "Now I only have one way left. That is to step into the Supra and become a canonization angel. Therefore, I need Eliza's power to steal a person's talent for my use. As long as I can use this to get rid of the backfire that has troubled me for many years, I can break through the realm and directly step into the kingdomization. The person you are talking about is the sacrifice you offered to Sir Raphael." Passari's eyes stared at Eudora's eyes. "That girl who looks almost the same as you when you were young. What is your relationship with her?" Chapter 10:26. Haven't you already guessed it? Facing Passari's question, Eudora replied indifferently, although this conversation revealed a lot of shocking secrets. She and Pari had a special contract in the early years. Plus, she knew this former lover. Well, so Eudora wasn't worried that Pari would reveal the secret. Pari was shocked, and his face was full of disbelief. "You're crazy! You actually used your own daughter." "I don't have such a daughter." Eudora gritted her teeth and said, "If it weren't for her, how could I suffer such humiliation that year? In this life, I will never forget that shame and hatred. I don't know why you transferred your hatred to an innocent child. I only know that the way that child looked at you was full of closeness and trust. I can imagine the difficulty and determination that she had to come to your side." Pari clenched his fists and asked loudly, "Do you understand what you have done? Even if you got her ability, it's fine. Why do you have to put her to death? That transformation ritual will completely exhaust her life force. Since she is my daughter, what qualifications do you have to control her? Based on the justice that those ignorant people say? Don't forget that you are the one who is least qualified to say these 2 words in front of me." Eudora sneered. "Elisa's mission has basically been completed. She will return to your side by tonight at the latest. I can guarantee that she will be unharmed. I can personally promise you that after this time, we will be completely even. Now, Sir Pari, do you choose to continue to stay here and reminisce the past with me, or go back to wait for your daughter?" Eudora's sarcasm made Passari's eyes show pain. His clenched fists trembled, and his knuckles turned white. When you get what you think you want, you will find that you have lost more. After saying this, Pari didn't stay any longer. He turned around and left. Eudora looked at Passari's receding figure and slowly turned her head to look in the direction of the sacred platform. You shouldn't have been born into this world. You shouldn't have appeared by my side. You are the biggest stain in my life. I cannot tolerate your existence in the past, the future, and the present. You are the same as me back then, just a tool. Originally, your value would have been preserved for more than 100 years after the gate to the realm of demons opened. Perhaps that would have been my greatest opportunity, but now that Arthur has appeared, I've been forced into a dead end. So, you can only show your value now. If you want to blame someone, blame that Arthur. He was the one who destroyed the most beautiful bubble in your heart. Eudora's voice was very low. It seemed that she was talking to herself. After a while, she turned around and left. Chin Rue projection, who had been hiding by the side using stealth, frowned. The amount of information he had eavesdropped this time was not only huge, but it was also quite shocking. After combing through the various fragments he had heard, the general content was as follows. Pari and Eudora were lovers back then. Pari had a sister, Truman, who was also a saintess. She was a competitor with Eudora. It seemed that because of Truman's conspiracy, Eudora fell into the demon realm, and she was captured by Satan. Satan forced her to combine with Raisin. Under some kind of strange power of Satan, Tiffany, who had light and darkness, was born. Later, Eudora used some unknown method to escape from Raisin. She disguised as a man and met Isabella, who was young and inexperienced. Eudora took the opportunity to confuse Isabella and swindled the Breeze Shadow Boots. She also cast a mystic art to devour Isabella's power and the secret treasure, Lightning Heart. Her power improved greatly, but due to her eagerness to succeed, she suffered the backfire of Lightning Heart. She had an incurable illness. After Eudora returned to the human world from the demon realm, she made great contributions with the Breeze Shadow Boots she obtained. She successfully defeated Truman and the other competitors and became one of the 3 giants step by step. As for Pari, he had an unexpected entanglement with Eudora's sister, Pan Shah. Judging from Eliza's age, this relationship must have lasted for a long time, and there was a repeat in the middle. It might be due to a certain oath of Pari, so the two could not be together after all. Pan Shah married a guy named Stephen. The poor Taran, Stephen should be Cardinal Roger's brother. He helped Pari raise his daughter, Eliza, so Eliza called Roger uncle. Pan Shah told her sister Eudora the truth before she died, and she asked Eudora to take care of Eliza. After Eliza accepted Eliza as her disciple, she used it as a threat to force Pari to do many things against his will. After Eliza failed to plot against Chinrue and had a mental breakdown, Pari took Eliza with him. As a result, she was brought over by Eudora this time. She used her talent to steal a certain power from Tiffany and give it to Eudora in order to completely eliminate the backfire of Lightning Heart on Eudora and step into kingdomization. From Eudora's whisper, it could be heard that her original intention was to use Tiffany to play an unexpected role in the war between the demon realm and humans more than 100 years later. Now, she could only settle for the second best. Eudora could only describe this daughter who came all the way to find her as cold-blooded and ruthless. Speaking of which, Eudora did not treat Eliza well either. She raised Eliza into a vicious girl. Chinrue was most worried about Tiffany now. From the conversation between Eudora and Pari, it could be seen that Eudora had successfully used Tiffany's power and almost completely eliminated the backfire of Lightning Heart on her body. She would soon step into Super Demon. Tiffany not only lost her power, but she also became the energy core of the amplification magic circle of the entire Holy Glory platform. The experiment just now had already consumed a part of her vitality. if 100 temple knights were transformed at the coronation ceremony, Tiffany would definitely be exhausted and completely annihilated. Fortunately, she discovered this secret in advance. It just so happened that during this time, due to the secret conversation between Eudora and Pari, the rest of the people were dismissed, so Chenrue began to use analytical eyes to explore the magic circle of the entire platform of glory. This spirit-gathering circle based on ancient runes was personally set by Raphael. It was extremely profound and contained the powerful power of pseudo-god. With Chenrue's current level, he couldn't crack it. Besides, the existence time of his projection was limited. There was only about half an hour left. Analytical eyes didn't have Tiffany's information. If Tiffany wasn't imprisoned in a very far place, then she was blocked by some kind of space power. Chenrue calmed down and recalled the direction of Eudora's previous whisper. He tried his best to use the mystery of deep analysis and began to search in that location. Sure enough, he faintly found a hidden space fluctuation. Raphael should be extremely proficient in ancient runes. In terms of ability and strength, Chenrue definitely couldn't unlock the seal of this ancient rune circle. However, in the Battle of the Golden Brilliance Underground Palace's Altar of Fear, he witnessed the battle between Raphael and the Lord of Fear, Sosbaka's projection. Raphael's ultimate move, Seed of Sacrifice, was an epic ancient rune. At that time, this rune was recorded by Chenrue using deep analysis. Although he couldn't fully understand it, he had mastered some of the characteristics and skills during that period. Based on this, he began to use a special method. This method was actually a rather advanced rune application, reversing the power of the runes. It could restore or offset the effect of some runes, especially the runes of concealment. Chenrue followed Raphael's style and carefully exerted this power. After a while, he finally successfully activated the power of reversal without disturbing the entire rune circle. The space in front was first concave, then gradually protruded and began to show an image. Due to some kind of refraction of source power, this image could only be seen by Chenrue, who was in this position. Ordinary people couldn't see it, although he was mentally prepared. When Chenrue saw the situation in the space, his heart still trembled fiercely. Among them, the most eye-catching was the delicate female body. She seemed to be embedded in some kind of tree. Her hands and feet were fused with the tree, and countless roots extended out. They were like countless blood transfusion tubes, continuously transmitting her life and soul power to the entire stage of holy radiance. It really is Tiffany. Her originally light blue hair had already turned gray. What was even more shocking was that even though her life force could be felt, her blue eyes were completely dull, as if she was completely dead. There was no sorrow greater than a dead heart. Compared with the physical trauma, the psychological trauma was the most fatal. Chenrue knew that Tiffany had a dual personality. One was naive and innocent, the other was strong and persistent. No matter which personality it was, the biggest obsession in her heart was only one. For this reason, she was willing to be the key to enter the mysterious place to obtain the silver box. Chenrue had experienced those terrible dangers with her. He knew that the driving force that supported her to live was to go to the human world to find her mother. After gaining freedom, she refused the throne of the Bloody Empire and the Bloody Ring. She resolutely came to the strange human world and went through hardships to find her mother. However, Chenrue could imagine what kind of damage it would bring when the most precious obsession in her heart was shattered by the so-called mother. "Tiffany, can you hear me?" Ordinary words might be blocked by the space, so Chenrue could only try to communicate with her through the mind with analytical eyes. "I don't know if you can hear me, but no matter what, please don't give up hope. Do you remember a friend from back then? I'm here to save you. Can you hear me?" No matter how Chenrue tried, the feedback from analytical eyes was only dead silence. Even the most basic spirit or soul fluctuations did not respond at all, as if she was not a living person at all. Whether it was strength or skill, This great array was by no means something that Chenrue could crack now. Even if he could freely use the Tower of Glory, he could not take Tiffany away from that imprisonment directly. Therefore, he could only wait patiently for a better opportunity. Tiffany's image began to dim. After all, the time of the reverse force was limited, and Chenrue's own projection was about to expire. Her figure was gradually thinning. "Wait for me, I will save you." After saying this, the projection disappeared. Definitely, in the Temple of Holy Light, the real body added. She clenched her fists, and her eyes showed a firm light. Chapter 10:27. Chenrue's trial at the Blessed Peak was quite successful, and Raphael was obviously very satisfied with it. The materials that Chenrue usually asked for had increased by 10 times out of thin air. Although this was quite an amazing resource, Chenrue's heart was heavy. Because of Tiffany. He didn't have much contact with Tiffany. It first originated from the Tetris game, where the mistakes made would accumulate and the successes gained would disappear. Then he saw the other her in Mountain Sacred. It was not until the last time he went to the mysterious place to look for the silver box that he had a real intersection with this woman who should be regarded as his fiancée. The kind of persistence at all costs left a deep impression on him. Unfortunately, now that his biggest obsession had been cruelly shattered, it was better to die than to live. I must rescue Tiffany as soon as possible. If I drag it until the coronation ceremony and continue to act as Arthur, then the transformation ritual will sacrifice Tiffany. This choice is definitely impossible. Then I can only turn hostile and fight with Raphael. But even if I escape by luck, I can't take Tiffany away. The spirit gathering circle is not only profound and mysterious, but it also contains Raphael's own pseudo-god power. Chenrue's current ability alone can't break this circle and release Tiffany. However, there is one person who should be able to, and that is Ben Hong. Before Chenrue could mention it, Ben Hong spoke first. In the spirit gathering circle, just now, there seems to be something you want, or someone you want to take away. Ben Hong had been in the 6-star mark on Chenrue's arm. Although he didn't hear what Chenrue's projection eavesdropped, Ben Hong was meticulous. He had already guessed something based on Chenrue's previous performance on the Holy Brilliant platform. As expected, nothing can be hidden from Lord Ben Hong. "May I ask, do you have a way to do this?" "You're too modest. I don't know how many things you've done." The 6-star mark shook and Ben Hong's figure appeared in front of him. He said unhurriedly, "And you don't have to provoke me because I'm not sure if I can break this formation. You're the one who's humble." Chenrue didn't want to play games with Ben Hong and went straight to the point. "Just as you guessed, I must rescue my friend who is being used as a sacrifice in the spirit gathering array. Please help me, sir. Raphael is the best at ancient runes among the 3 angels. I just roughly sensed the spirit gathering array, and it felt unfathomable. It contains not only the mystery of the array, but also the power of Raphael himself. It's impossible to rescue the imprisoned person silently. If we break it by force, not only do we need to understand the mystery of this array, but we also need to have the strength to eliminate Raphael's power. Judging from the current situation, we definitely can't succeed. Even if I break it by force, it will definitely alarm Raphael. Before we can rescue the person, Raphael will have arrived. We have no chance. You're also well-versed in ancient runes yourself, so you should know that I'm not making an excuse. So what Sir means is, first, figure out the mystery of the spirit gathering array as soon as possible. Then Sir can break it?" Chenrue asked tentatively. "You also know my current situation. Even if my soul power is at its peak state, I'm still not the opponent of the 3 angels in this holy mountain. Although I didn't get the power of the Holy Grail to nourish my soul, you should have noticed that my soul is growing day by day. This is precisely because of the origin of creation. I need to further comprehend and strengthen the power of creation. I know that the comprehension of creation you possess is far beyond mine. Although I don't understand why it is like this, I can be sure that with your current strength, even if you fully comprehend the origin of creation, you still can't resolve Raphael's power. As he said, there was a hint of meaning in Ben Hong's voice. To put it bluntly, we have reservations in terms of the comprehension of the power of creation. If you really want to rescue your friend, then you must be honest with me and truly exchange the comprehension of creation with me. I can swear with my soul that after I obtain the complete comprehension of creation, I will definitely help you rescue your friend. Qin Rui was very clear about Ben Hong's intention, blackmail. In fact, a certain concern in Ben Hong's heart had actually existed for a long time. Qin Rui easily obtained the power of origin of creation to go to the Brilliance Shrine to comprehend the Book of Creation. It was originally a great advantage, but unexpectedly, the speed of Qin Rui's comprehension of creation was far faster than hers. Ben Hong could even vaguely feel that Qin Rui's origin of creation was close to great success. Once he completely comprehended the power of the origin of creation and rescued his friend, he would definitely not stay in the Holy Mountain. At that time, even if he did not fall out with her or plot against her and just left, Ben Hong would not be able to stay in the Holy Mountain to continue to comprehend the origin of creation. Now that Qin Rui had a favor to ask of her, it was a good opportunity to take the opportunity to make an offer. Completely and honestly exchange the comprehension of creation, Qin Rui revealed a look of contemplation. Although your comprehension is above mine, your strength has not reached the pseudo-god level after all. You can't really understand and master this comprehension, and you can't achieve a qualitative change. If you integrate my comprehension, you will have a high chance of directly breaking through to the pseudo-god level. Ben Hong's voice was full of temptation, but Qin Rui was very clear that this was not nonsense. Unfortunately, his real, basic strength was still in the kingdomization, and the next step should be the demigod level. We can exchange a little every day. You give me some of the power of creation that you have comprehended, and I will return it to you according to the fusion power of the power of creation. You can comprehend the power of the pseudo-god level from it. Ben Hong revealed an indifferent smile. This should be a more appropriate solution. If you have a better solution, why don't you say it or think about it for a while longer? However, it seems like your friend can't wait too long, Qin Rui frowned. The last sentence had indeed hit the nail on the head. Ben Hong took the opportunity to say, I can promise you that even if we can't comprehend the complete source of creation during this period of time, I will do my best to help you save your friend before the crowning ceremony. How about it? This is my last bottom line. Okay. Qin Rui weighed the pros and cons and finally agreed. I can guarantee that you will not regret your decision today. Ben Hong said with a smile, If you don't mind, we can use the soul fusion technique like last time. That is the fastest and safest way. When comprehending in the Brilliance Shrine, we can also use this method of fusion, and it will be twice the result with half the effort. Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of controlling you. Don't forget that last time, my soul clone was annihilated in your kind of power similar to the kingdom of God. This time, I won't be stupid enough to make the same mistake again. After all, we have common interests, don't we? Qin Rui stared at Ben Hong's smile. Although he couldn't see her true face, he could feel the special charm contained in that smile. This was not a kind of artificial temptation, but the attraction of the supreme power in the soul. It was probably related to the soul fusion last time. Indeed, the soul fusion could not be faked. It could prevent the other party from cheating when exchanging insights. Qin Rui's mind turned quickly, and he also smiled. Why not? That kind of wonderful feeling is still fresh in my memory. In the following days, Qin Rui went to the Peak of Holy Blessings cloud platform every few days in the name of understanding and familiarizing himself with the aura gathering circle. In order to avoid Raphael and Eudora's suspicions, he deliberately experimented again after showing the strength of the peak stage of the Demon Emperor and successfully transformed 20 temple nights. Qin Rui definitely didn't dare to do this kind of experiment too much, because it would consume Tiffany's vitality every time. Every time he was familiarizing with the Holy Brilliance platform, he was also using analytical eyes to constantly call Tiffany through his soul. But unfortunately, there was still no response. Compared with Tiffany's stagnant progress, after Chen Rui and Ben Hong exchanged insights in the form of soul fusion, both parties' understanding of the origin of creation had increased by leaps and bounds. Another month had passed. Chen Rui clearly felt that his understanding of the origin of creation was close to the realm of true perfection. This was due to deep analysis and the tree of nature. Ben Hong's pseudo-god power also contributed a lot. Although Ben Hong got part of Chen Rui's insights, and her creation power had also been greatly improved. Her originally damaged soul had also healed, but she still couldn't master the complete origin power. She also felt Chen Rui's progress, and she was secretly anxious. In the evening, the moonlight shone on the Holy Light City, making it look exceptionally bright. At this time, it was less than a week before the start of the coronation ceremony. All the preparations related to the coronation ceremony in the entire White Cliff were basically complete. Many invited guests had arrived in advance to stay in the Holy Light City. There was an endless stream of people who went to see the Holy Sun, but without exception, Chen Rui rejected them with the excuse of meditating and preparing for the ceremony. He really needed to calm down because the brewing and preparation of the previous period was finally coming to an end. Sir Ben Hong, the study of the spirit gathering circle is almost done. At this time tomorrow, we should go to the ascending cloud plateau to rescue that friend. The spirit gathering circle that Tiffany was imprisoned in was no trivial matter. In order to be safe, they couldn't wait until the coronation ceremony. They must act in advance. Of course, I won't break my promise to you. So, let's comprehend the origin of creation for the last time in front of the brilliant shrine. Chen Rui nodded, took out the pass badge given by Raphael, and opened the space channel. This badge had a time limit, 1 hour a day, and it could only be used for dozens of days in total. It would expire at the coronation ceremony. Through the space channel, Chen Rui once again arrived in front of the familiar brilliant shrine. The pass badge had the special power to be immune to the protective circle in front of the brilliant shrine, but it was only limited to the front of the brilliant shrine. If one tried to enter the brilliant shrine in vain, he would definitely not succeed and would even suffer terrible attacks. Raphael had already told him about this. Chen Rui had risked his life to enter the shrine before, so he knew how terrifying it was inside. The magic circles and traps now were definitely more powerful than before, so he didn't act rashly. Ben Hong's voice sounded. Recently, I seem to be on the verge of comprehending the complete origin. As long as I succeed, even if I leave here, I can still continue to comprehend. I have a feeling that success is today. Really? Chen Rui smiled. What a coincidence. I have the same feeling. Then let's begin. Chapter 10:28. The feeling of complete soul fusion was wonderful. The pleasure was almost indescribable in words. Some feelings were even better than the copulation between men and women, especially after trying to fuse many times. It was so addictive that he couldn't give up. Chen Rui was now immersed in this pleasure. For some reason, the feeling today seemed to be stronger than before. His soul was almost lost. Ben Hong's voice sounded in time. Calm your mind. Let's comprehend the origin of creation together. Chen Rui took a deep breath, concentrated, expanded the fused soul power, and sensed the breath released by the book of creation. Through the memory imprint of deep analysis, he constantly verified it with his own power of creation. The power of creation in his body continued to change. Like a seed, it began to slowly germinate and grow from a sprout to a small tree, and then slowly grew into a big tree step by step. In the past, when the final big tree took shape, the condensed power of origin began to collapse, and it always fell short of success. Today seemed to be particularly smooth. The trunk of the big tree had grown completely, and it was rapidly growing branches and leaves. There was no sign of collapse at all. If it could be completely created and formed, then it was possible to comprehend the complete origin of creation and undergo a qualitative change. The branches and leaves of the big tree began to flourish, and the vague feeling of origin also became clearer bit by bit. However, at the moment when the towering tree was about to be completely formed, Chenrue's soul power could no longer maintain that subtle feeling, and the signs of collapse appeared again. As he was anxious, a large amount of pure breath was transmitted from his soul. The strong feeling of the combination of soul and flesh appeared again. His own soul power instantly became abundant, and the signs of collapse gradually disappeared. The big tree began to continue to condense and form. This was the soul power transmitted by Ben Hong. Originally, Chenrue's soul should maintain vigilant resistance to this power, but condensing the complete origin of creation was too tempting. Now that it was the last day of staying in the holy mountain as planned, coupled with his instinct being attracted by that wonderful feeling, Chenrue finally couldn't resist the temptation. He gradually gave up resistance and blended in with this power. In the first place, he had been lacking that final push, and with the support of the semi-divinity realm soul energy, he felt as though he had been infused with vigor, and an incomparable amount of energy filled his soul. With the help of this power, the tree in his soul grew faster and faster. With a flash of dazzling light, it finally completed the final formation process. This was a towering tree. Every leaf and every branch was brimming with a vast life force and the profound truths of the universe. At the same time, Chenrue felt a special law aura in his soul. This law was the complete opposite of destruction. The only similarity was that it was extremely powerful. Law of creation. Moreover, it was a complete creation law of nature. Chenrue was overjoyed. It was at this moment that, in his soul, in that towering tree, he saw a face. The face was made from all the branches and leaves. It was the face of a woman. The tree that created the origin was actually Chenrue was shocked. He saw the face reveal a strange smile, and a familiar voice rang out. "Are you surprised?" "Ben Hong." Chenrue finally realized that something was wrong. "What did you do? Didn't I comprehend the origin of creation law?" "That's right. You have indeed comprehended the complete origin of creation. This was accomplished with my help." Ben Hong smiled proudly. "In return, I've decided to accept your body and soul." Chenrue's consciousness retreated from his soul. Only then did he realize that the entire space had become pitch black. His body and life force seemed to have been bitten, chewed, and digested by countless mouths. That feeling was simply chilling. Don't try to do useless things like calling for help or using spatial skills to escape, because the space here is an independent existence. It's completely isolated from the outside world. Do you feel a sense of familiarity? That's right. This is the Tower of Glory. The Tower of Glory! Chenrue said in shock. How can you use it? My soul imprint is not used like that. Most of the soul imprint that you burned during the previous experiment has seeped into this artifact. Although I can't control this artifact for the time being, it's enough to summon it and perform some simple functions. Such a spatial artifact. Even if I can't use its 3 strongest abilities, it still has many wonderful uses. For example, isolating the space now. Of course, this requires the power of a pseudo-god. This is a level that you will never reach in your lifetime, because your life is about to end. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to obtain the origin of creation law. Don't force me. Are you still trying to bluff? Ben Hong smiled. I've already determined that your power, which is similar to a god nation, can only target the invading soul. What I'm devouring now is not only your soul, but also your body. As long as I strip and devour your body and soul from the outside layer by layer, What's left is the complete origin of creation. I've been preparing for this day for a long time. Devour the whole person. Qinrui could not help but shiver. It turned out that Ben Hong actually had such a terrifying plan. You can try to buy time to escape. For example, you can ask some questions, and I will patiently answer them one by one before your body and consciousness completely dissipate. This is my last greeting to you. Since this is the last question, let me die knowing the answer. How do I break that spirit gathering formation? Ben Hong revealed a look of astonishment. Even now, you're still thinking about that woman. It's really surprising. To tell you the truth, it's almost impossible to save that woman. The spirit gathering formation not only contains Raphael's own power, but also the holy mountain of light's huge psychic power. It's almost perfect. Only when the spirit gathering formation is activated will it be at its weakest, and you can use the reverse runes method to break the shackles. But at that time, how can you save people under Raphael's eyes? Using the reverse runes method when the spirit gathering formation is activated? Doesn't that have to be done during the coronation ceremony? Qinrui sighed. This is really difficult. It's more than difficult, but I think you should be more concerned about your current situation. Ben Hong's face condensed into a smile. So, do you have any last words? The demon realm and the human world have a war every 500 years. What's the secret in it? Why can't the demon realm succeed even once? Even if they are close to victory, they will inexplicably fail? In fact, it's not called failure. It's just that there's no result because humans can't attack the demon realm. No result is the rule of war. Once someone violates the rule, he will be corrected. Ben Hong's answer shocked Qinrui as if he had touched a big secret. More than 300 years ago, the demon realm's Lord of Midnight Sun led an army to attack the human world. He was about to win, but he died mysteriously in the end. It turned out that it was the result of being corrected. Why is this happening? Did the super powerhouse participate in the war? Ben Hong didn't answer, but he asked, You should have seen the ritual of sacrifice. How can the sacrificer use himself as a sacrifice? You mean? Qinrui was moved. This kind of war is actually some kind of sacrifice. You won't understand even if I say more. Ben Hong's contemptuous voice suddenly changed. There was a bit of horror in it. My power! What did you do? You finally noticed it. Qinrui smiled. This seems to be the original words I asked you before. It seems too uncreative to copy it like this. This is deprive. You actually used deprive on me. Ben Hong's voice rose, and the swallowing power in the surrounding space suddenly skyrocketed. Reckless guy. However, that power suddenly stopped. The face condensed by the entire tree crown was distorted, and it let out a shrill scream. No, such a vast power of faith and creation. This is not your own power, Ben Hong. Qinrui's voice resounded in his entire soul. Do you still remember what I said to Michael? You underestimated me. It was the same last time, and it's the same this time. Previously, you needed time to digest my body and soul, but I was also stalling. To be more precise, I was brewing. Damn it, what kind of tree is this? Countless extending branches and leaves had already enveloped Ben Hong's face. It was as if his entire soul had been imprisoned. Is it impossible? I was already prepared that you would have bad intentions, so I deliberately accepted, or borrowed, your power and mastered the law of creation, including the Tower of Glory. I also deliberately let you summon it. This way, you can isolate my movements. Stop! Ben Hong's voice was filled with fear. I will remove my control over you now. I can save your woman. I swear on my soul. Qinrui ignored Ben Hong and just said to himself, Your biggest failure is that you don't understand what a complete origin of creation means to me. There were some words that Qinrui did not say out loud. The power accumulated by the tree of nature the complete fusion of the soul of Arthur. The understanding of the two origin laws of destruction and creation. When the quantitative change had reached the extreme, all that was needed was an opportunity for a qualitative change to occur. Creation was this opportunity. This was the last way to completely eliminate the hidden danger that was Ben-Hong. At this moment, the curtain was finally lifted. Chenrue closed his eyes, and the aura around him began to change strangely. Circles of crystal white light were emitted, and the white light contained the two origin auras of creation and destruction. Ben seemed to feel that some kind of terrifying danger was about to descend, and he became hysterical again. "Stop, or else I will detonate my entire soul, and we will perish together." Chenrue did not speak anymore, and the white light around him began to become more and more clear, full of vitality, like an endless galaxy. He did not use any tools or skills, nor did he use polar transformation. But the mysteries contained in the galaxy seemed to be even better than the star domain kingdom in his strongest state. Ben-Hong had never thought that his original plan, which he had a well-thought-out plan, would actually suffer such an unbelievable reversal. She felt that her entire soul body was disintegrating bit by bit in this change. Gritting her teeth, she detonated a part of her soul body at all costs. This power was so huge that even Raphael and Michael could not ignore it. If they were not in the space of the Tower of Glory, even the entire peak of the Holy Mountain would be shocked. At the moment of the explosion, Chenrue opened his eyes, the power of destruction in his left eye, and the power of creation in his right eye. It was as if his entire body had become the vast universe. The terrifying soul explosion in the vast universe was like a wave in the sea fleeting. The next moment, the galaxy emitted an incomparably bright light. Chapter 10:29. The galaxy spread out as if it was connected with the space of the Tower of Glory. It looked endless. The galaxy territory in the supersystem was also extended. There were countless small groups in the original galaxy territory. Galaxy. If the original galaxy territory was a large galaxy, then the current galaxy territory was a territory in the true sense. Just like the vast Milky Way contained hundreds of billions of stars, this galaxy territory also gave birth to a large number of stars. Not every star would form a galaxy, but stars were the most basic core of the formation of a galaxy. Countless galaxies began to appear, and life was born. Although many were only the most basic life forms, evolution would be completed step by step over time. Not only was there birth, but there was also destruction. Where there was life, there was death. The survival of the fittest was also the law of the universe. Some of the dead stars exploded, producing a gorgeous nebula, and some formed white dwarfs or black holes in the strong solar wind. These processes of birth and destruction that should have taken hundreds of thousands, billions, or even longer were formed in an instant. The ages were just like an instant. Destruction and creation gradually formed a delicate balance. Regardless of the speed of birth or death, the expanding, huge galaxy territory stabilized in this balance. This kind of galaxy territory change was not only reflected in the supersystem, but also in the nebula beside Chenrue. In this evolution process, the shape of a tree loomed between Chenrue's eyebrows. Soon, his body scattered and turned into countless bright stars, merging with the entire nebula. They were indistinguishable from each other. The tree in the nebula was getting bigger and bigger. Looking closely, it was actually condensed from stardust. The only thing that was not stardust was the female body embedded in the tree. Her body was firmly bound by a chain-like object. Part of her body had fallen into the tree trunk, and more parts were being assimilated by the tree trunk. It was Ben-Hong. To be precise, it was the core of her soul. Ben-Hong's mood at this time could be described as horrified. She had been planning for a long time. Today, she launched it in one fell swoop. Not only did she want Chenrue's life, but more importantly, she wanted to seize the complete origin of creation. What she was most afraid of was Chen Rui's special ability that was similar to the Divine Kingdom. She had suffered greatly because of this ability last time. That was why Ben Hong had sacrificed a portion of his power to fuse his soul core with Chen Rui in a special way. Then he had used his soul brand to control and used the power of the Tower of Glory, he thought it was, to isolate the entire space. In this way, not only would the Divine Kingdom be unable to display its power, but Chen Rui's ultimate escape technique, the Space Gate, and the Seal of Wind would also be rendered useless. Ben Hong was confident that her preparations were foolproof. She did not think that she, a peak pseudo-god, would not be able to kill a mere demigod. Who knew that she would still miscalculate? Even in this kind of situation, she was still inconceivably overturned. Looking at the changes in this universe and feeling the incomparably real and vast aura, the shock in his heart was simply indescribable. Even though Zhang Xian had no idea what was going on, the most important thing right now was not how to kill the other party and seize the source of creation, but how to escape. It was a pity that he could not even do that. The core of Ben Hong's soul core was firmly imprisoned by the chains of the Tree of Nature, and the power of the self-destruction of his soul that he had desperately unleashed was absorbed by the mysterious power when the entire star sector was formed. The entire nebula spread out, and instead, it enveloped Ben Hong's entire soul. Under the effect of this vast and wondrous power that was similar to the birth of the universe, the soul power that had originally surrounded Chen Rui's body and was trying to devour him was split apart, disintegrated, and sucked in by the sucking. Ben Hong screamed unwillingly. Even his soul was burning. He continuously performed various means, but in the end he could not break free from the shackles of the Tree of Nature. He could only watch as his soul collapsed bit by bit. Finally, the entire star sector was formed, and in the nebula of the Tower of Glory, countless star particles condensed into a human figure. The dazzling light gradually faded, and Chen Rui's appearance was restored, surrounded by sparkling stardust. Right now, Chen Rui's aura was completely restrained, and there was no special change in his appearance. However, the look in his eyes was more profound than before, or rather, more unpredictable. On the Tree of Nature, Ben Hong's entire body had been melted into the Tree of Nature, leaving only her head. Her external soul power had been completely annihilated. If even the last bit of her soul core was melted, then her entire soul would be completely annihilated and turned into nutrients for the Tree of Nature. Ben Hong, a peak false god who used to be on par with Michael and Satan, would also cease to exist. Who the hell are you? Ben Hong's voice was already very weak. Why do you have the Tree of Life of the Elves? I only know that it's called the Tree of Nature. Chen Rui floated to the front of the Tree of Nature and looked at Ben Hong calmly. Actually, it's not just the Tree of Nature that's binding you. There's also the prohibition of wind and fire, a gift that the adorable Lord Raphael gave to me, his enemy, a long time ago. Now I can finally use it freely, just like the Tower of Glory. You don't have to worry about us being exposed, because no one outside will know what's happening here. This was almost exactly what Ben Hong had said, and it sounded very harsh now. Are you an elf? Demons? A human? Or some other existence? None of that matters. Your life is hanging by a thread now. If you choose to surrender, I can give you a way out. Ha ha ha. Ben Hong laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with arrogance. You are just a lowly person pretending to be mysterious. You are only relying on a few external objects. Even Michael doesn't have this right, let alone you. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. You want to use these 10 minutes to familiarize yourself with the new power you've just obtained. Ben Hong said coldly, I thought you were very powerful, causing such a big commotion. But you've only advanced by a small level. A mere peak demigod wants me to surrender? Dream on. In Ben Hong's mind, Chen Rui should have displayed demigod-level power in the battle against Michael. This time he had advanced to the peak demigod, but he was still a demigod. Ben Hong's words made Chen Rui laugh. That's right, his current power level was indeed that of a peak demigod without using any skills. Ben Hong's voice sounded, a deep and unfathomable power in his tone. There are gains and losses in everything in the world. No matter how deep the possession, there will always be a time when it's stripped away and lost. The real cruelty is human nature. The real poison is the human heart. Clearly, Ben Hong was unwilling to admit defeat, so he decided to stake it all and burn his remaining soul power. Even if he only had a little bit of soul power left, a peak demigod was still a peak demigod. The crystalline stardust around Chenrue kept changing, sometimes being stripped away and dissipated, and other times they would decay and wither. Chenrue did not dodge. He closed his eyes and let Ben Hong do what he wanted. He had already become one with the entire star sector. Although some of his power was eroded and destroyed, it was quickly replenished. It was endless and endless. With Ben Hong's current strength and the protection of the Tree of Nature, it was impossible to hurt him. So this is power. Chenrue slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils had already turned purple. At the same time, his entire body instantly emitted a strong purple light. The purple light was extremely dazzling, and in the blink of an eye it had already covered the power that Ben Hong had displayed. This power made Ben Hong's soul tremble uncontrollably. No, impossible. Ben Hong's voice was filled with disbelief and shock. To be able to make her soul, even if it was only a sliver of it, such pressure, it was definitely not a demigod. False god. Ben Hong spoke with a trembling voice. This wasn't the end of her shock, because she could clearly sense that this level of strength wasn't something that a false god who had just advanced to the false god realm could achieve. Power should be a combination of the power of faith and the power of life. It has a powerful effect of words and thoughts, and can be understood as words are law. In the dazzling purple light, the figure with 6 pairs of wings faintly appeared and said calmly, "Then as swift as the wind." The figure instantly turned into countless rays of light, intertwining to form a net. Ben Hong only felt her soul perception blur for a moment, but she immediately came to a realization. This was high-speed movement. She was actually unable to determine the trajectory of that movement. Although her soul was currently very weak, and she could not use her strongest senses, it was still enough to shock Ben Hong. The power of speed. In terms of speed alone, it had faintly approached or even reached the level of a peak false god. Countless rays of purple light merged together to form that resplendent human figure. Perhaps it was because he was no longer moving at high speed, but Ben Hong felt the contrast slow down, as if everything had slowed down. She immediately became alert. No, it really became slow. At this time, the voice containing special power sounded in her ears. Under the influence of some kind of power, it sounded heavy and slow when it fell into her ears. "Su, are you Lin?" Ben Hong's heart trembled. This was slow. No, it was time. It contained the power of the law of time. In her impression, the most powerful person who could control time was Satan, the biggest rival of the demon realm, and the power of time displayed by this figure did not seem to be inferior to Satan. Perhaps it was to try out the newly comprehended power. The change in time only lasted for a moment before it returned to normal. However, Ben Hong suddenly became alarmed, because the figure in her sight had instantly accumulated a power that made her feel extremely dangerous. This attack must be earth-shattering destructive power. Ben Hong could not be more familiar with this kind of law, the origin of destruction. However, she did not expect that Chenrue could actually use the origin of destruction to increase the attack power to such an extent. This was a level that even she had not reached. To be more precise, this was a special kind of superposition. He seemed to have sensed it somewhere before. Right? It should be from the structure of the extreme universe annihilation. This structure could multiply one's strength by an unimaginable amount. It was extremely terrifying. Ben Hong knew that it was a matter of life and death. If this attack hit, she would be completely destroyed without any suspense. Before Chen Rui could launch an attack, she immediately used the last of her strength to launch her own power. Lose everything. Deprive. Just as the power of deprivation was about to reach Chen Rui, the invasion like fire that Chen Rui had just said immediately followed up. Immovable like a mountain. As soon as this voice came out, the space around her seemed to solidify. The power that could deprive Michael of his ability could not penetrate the barrier of this space. Space barrier. This is the power of space integrated with the Tower of Glory. Ben Hong almost moaned as she shouted, her voice full of despair. Speed, time destruction, space. Just one of these 4 powers was enough to show disdain for her peers. But this enemy actually had all of them. Moreover, this was only in the situation where she had not fully grasped them yet after advancing. Ben Hong was definitely not a person who gave up easily. It could be seen from the fact that she was willing to give up her body to obtain the silver box. However, she no longer had any hope now, because she did not even have a trace of luck. Chapter 1030. The core power of Ben Hong's soul was almost exhausted, and her will was also on the verge of collapse after Chen Rui performed the battle of the 4 powers. At this point, she only had one last move left: self-destruct the core. Such a soul core was in fact a pseudo-divinity. The pseudo-divinity was the condensation of the faith and life essence of all nations. Once it was detonated, the destructive power would be extremely shocking. However, judging from the situation where Ben Hong detonated a part of her soul power, coupled with the amazing power that Chen Rui had just displayed, even if she detonated the pseudo-divinity, it would be very difficult to destroy this strange and terrifying enemy. On the contrary, Ben Hong herself would definitely be reduced to ashes. However, if she did not self-destruct, there was no way for Ben Hong to survive. After being destroyed by Chen Rui, the pseudo-divinity might still be preserved and become his possession. This was the only choice she had left. Just as Ben Hong made up her mind to detonate the pseudo-divinity, she felt dizzy and a pure and vast halo appeared in front of her. Even Ben Hong couldn't help but be shocked by the energy contained in this ball of light. On the surface of the halo, there were sparkling and translucent star marks, forming a whole special symbol. This unknown symbol seemed to have some kind of special restraining power, firmly sealing the astonishing energy in it. The restraining aura seemed to be able to seal everything, including the soul. It made Ben Hong shudder, as if she had seen some kind of natural enemy. Chen Rui's voice sounded. "Do you know the owner of this energy, the previous owner?" Ben shook her head. Right now, the only thing she could move was her head. Quiriana. This name shocked Ben Hong. As one of the senior peak pseudo-divinities, she naturally knew what this name meant. This halo was actually the power of the clone of the supreme ruler of the abyss, Quiriana. No wonder there was such a pure aura. This is the power of her clone projection. As you can see, it was sealed by me. To be more precise, I devoured part of it. These are not devoured yet. Ben Hong immediately realized that Chen Rui had obviously just advanced, so this power should be sealed when he was still a demigod. Judging from the strength and purity of that energy, it was definitely a complete clone at its peak state. Quiriana was the leader of the 3 rulers. Although it was only a clone, not to mention a demigod, even a normal false god would not be able to match it. Even Quiriana's clone was imprisoned and devoured. Ben Hong suddenly felt that it was not an injustice to lose. I know you want to self-destruct, but I can tell you that your self-destruction is useless against me. Furthermore, with this sealing power, you can't even self-destruct because you're bound by the tree of nature and the seal of wind and fire. A sword appeared in Chen Rui's hand. This is not the only bane of your existence. There is also this, the sword of fallen angel. It can kill souls. Perhaps you should call it the seal of light. Ben Hong exclaimed. You can actually have the seal of light and the seal of earth at the same time. Before she could finish, a suit of armor appeared on Chun Rue's body. And this should be the seal of fire, right? Ben's heart trembled. You. Who exactly are you? Who I am is not important. What's important is your choice now. I won't say this for the third time. Become a part of this energy in front of you, or absorb this power and submit to me. The eyes of the purple figure on the face of the purple figure shone brightly and fell into Ben Hong's eyes. You have at least 1 minute left. When there is no hope at all, when people are forced to a dead end, they will always have the determination to die, and the greatest courage will break out. However, when there is hope, the desperate mentality will become loose. No one really wanted to be annihilated, especially an expert with such power. Ben Hong looked at the huge energy that was sealed. After a moment of silence, he finally sighed. You win. A moment later, Arthur reappeared in the Hall of Holy Light. Just like in the past, no one knew what happened during the Enlightenment in the Hall of Light this time. Isabella and Rala were still in seclusion in the side hall of the Hall of Holy Light. Isabella had already completely digested the divine scale of Dragon Emperor Pelgoris, and with Ben Hong's guidance, she was trying her best to break through to the level of a kingdom. Rala was studying the power structure of the extreme universe annihilation that Chun Rue had given her. She wanted to integrate it into her ultimate move, elemental rage, to exert greater power. In fact, during this period of time, besides receiving guidance from Ben Hong, Isabella and Rala rarely met with Chun Rue, let alone being intimate with him. The reason was very simple. Ben Hong. Ben Hong was an unscrupulous person, so Chun Rue specially instructed the two girls, Samuel and the others, to keep a distance. He also gave them a special warning device. If there was a situation, it could be immediately alerted, and they could be stored away in the star-sealing platform in time to avoid accidents. This concern was by no means superfluous. Ben Hong was a scheming person. Back in the Jing'ao territory, he had seen Chun Rue's space ability to collect people. Now that he had come to the holy mountain of light and mastered more understanding of the origin of creation, he temporarily put away some of his thoughts. Rala and Isabella were not under any control. This was also Ben Hong's intention, to cast a long line to catch a big fish. But she never thought that it would be such an ending. Chun Rue did not alarm Isabella and Rala. He needed to calm down and carefully feel the newly acquired power. Just now, in front of the Hall of Light, he used Ben Hong's help to comprehend the complete origin of creation. The accumulated power finally broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop, and successfully subdued Ben Hong. Although the feeling of soul fusion could be described as bone-piercing ecstasy, Chun Rue had never let go of his intention to kill Ben Hong. The reason why he chose to surrender was that Ben Hong's value alive was greater than annihilation. She mastered countless ancient secrets, and she herself had great strength. Chun Rue stole the snow dowlet tree, killed the church's angel, and was likely to do something amazing next. In addition to the covetous eyes of the demon realm Satan and Charlie, if he wanted to completely control his fate in his hands, it would be inevitable to meet or conflict with these strongest opponents in the future. In particular, Chun Rue had to take care of the relatives and friends around him that he valued. By then, Ben Hong would be a good help. Of course, if Ben Hong was not willing to surrender, then he would annihilate her without hesitation. Ben Hong finally chose to surrender. After signing the spiritual link to establish a master-slave relationship, Chun Rue was finally relieved. He gave the sealed Quiriana's clone power to Ben Hong. Ben Hong's soul power was severely damaged this time. It was almost on the verge of collapse. After devouring Quiriana's power, she fell into a deep sleep. When Chun Rue's consciousness entered the supersystem, he found that the appearance of the Galaxy Divinity Temple had changed a lot. The entire Galaxy Divinity Temple was like a trunk with many arms open. The central trunk part was the main hall of the Galaxy Divinity Temple. It had become a huge and magnificent palace. It was not an empty main hall like before, but there were all kinds of side halls, ponds, gardens, and other facilities. Those gardens were not planted with ordinary flowers and trees, but special plants with various auras. The original Galaxy Garden was built in the Galaxy Divinity Temple as a huge main garden. The star ceiling platform, Tower of Faith, training ground, and other buildings were distributed on the extended arms. The appearance had also changed accordingly. Title: Polaris Emperor Evolution Level. 6 stars Comprehensive Strength Assessment. SSS plus Physique. SSS plus Power. SSS plus Spirit. SSS plus Speed. SSS plus. Aura Value: 4. 51 million cubes Faith Crystal. 370,000 cubes Polaris Rank. Purple Star was still a 6-star evolution, but the advancement was only in level from Crimson Pole Star Emperor to Purple Pole Star Emperor. The unit of spiritual energy value and faith crystals became cubes, which should be a rather large statistical unit. Qinrui was most concerned about the newly acquired abilities. In the skill light screen on the throne, many of the original skills in the branches of the skill tree had disappeared. Only the crown of some skills appeared. This phenomenon also appeared when he was promoted to Crimson Pole Star Emperor. This meant that those abilities had been completely integrated into the body. There were no previous restrictions such as time and frequency. As long as the strength was enough, he could use them as he wished. Not only the skill tree, but also some other data things had disappeared. Just as Qinrui felt, the super system was becoming less and less like a digital system. Instead, it was more like a digital foundation that guided the controller step by step to get rid of the restrictions of fixed data and enter a higher and more free level. As his strength level increased, this feeling became clearer and clearer. It was like the evolution of life. There was no doubt that Purple Pole Star Transformation was the most powerful skill of Purple Pole Star Emperor. Purple Pole Star Emperor could already exert a power similar to power. In addition to the original Polaris Storm, Starwing Protection, and True Red Annihilation, there were 4 powers that Qinrui performed before. These 4 powers were not granted by the super system, but realized by Qinrui himself. The super system only provided a platform. This was the biggest difference from the previous evolution level. Swift as the wind, gentle as a forest, aggressive like fire, immovable like a mountain. Speed, time, attack, defense. These 4 powers came from Sun Tzu's Art of War. The original text was, swift as the wind, gentle as a forest, aggressive like fire, immovable like a mountain, elusive like a shadow, and moving like thunder. Qinrui had seen the power of Satan, Sariel, Michael, Raphael, and even Quiliana and Sosbach. In addition, he had personally experienced the power of Benham. Combining the power he possessed and the Chinese civilization he felt in his previous life, he finally had a flash of inspiration and created these 4 powers. In addition to Purple Pole Star Transformation, an active skill was added. Mirror Form. In the mirror form, the whole body can reflect or refract all the enemy's attacks for 10 seconds. Can be used once an hour. This skill was obviously a defensive skill. It was somewhat similar to Star Diversion, but the effect was more powerful. In the mirror form state, the whole body could reflect the enemy's attacks, although there were no new attack skills in the other regular states. With Qinrui's current strength, he had completely mastered the power of the law. He could freely perform various moves without the mode of the super system. He could even improve the skills of the super system, such as the 7-star explosion, improved from Aurora Shot. Just as Qinrui planned to continue to study the new functions after the advancement of the super system, he suddenly felt something. As soon as his mind moved, a familiar figure had appeared in front of him. A mature and attractive figure, a perfect appearance and blue eyes as deep as the sea. The deep sadness contained in those eyes had disappeared, and they looked calm and peaceful. Seeing her, Chinrue's heart did not have that kind of strong palpitation. If there was anything, it was just a faint warmth. "Is that you? Little Arthur?" The gentle voice sounded. "No, I should call you Arthur." Chapter 1031. Chinrue stood up from the throne and looked at Veronica in front of him. He was surprised. When Veronica broke free from Quiriana's control, her soul was almost destroyed. Although her soul fragments were kept in the Holy Grail for nourishment, and a large amount of light power was sacrificed to accelerate the recovery, she only managed to recover a part of it. In this case, even if she recovered, she might not be able to fully recover her previous consciousness. However, judging from Veronica's state now, she has clearly fully recovered. Is it the effect of the creation power? Or is it caused by the mysterious power produced by the qualitative change of the super system? What made Chinrue even more puzzled was that most outsiders who entered the super system would be rejected without exception, and they couldn't appear in this galaxy divinity temple. Even star sealers like Rala and Isabella could only move in the star sealer platform. Veronica actually appeared in this hall unscathed and was not attacked at all. Chinrue looked at Veronica, and the relevant information automatically appeared in his mind. Shrine attendant can be sealer. Soul strength. SS plus characteristics, heart attendant. Maintain absolute awe of the controller and put an end to all disobedience. Can be cancelled or granted. Heart sacrifice. The controller can sacrifice or obliterate the attendant. Permission, none, can be cancelled or granted. Ability, none, can be cancelled or granted. Shrine attendant. This new term made Chinrue stunned. No wonder Veronica is not rejected. It turns out that she has become the tendant of the Galaxy Divinity Temple? Arthur. Veronica's voice interrupted Chinrue's contemplation. I should not be the original little Arthur, or Arthur. Chinrue did not intend to continue to appear in front of her as Arthur. You can call me Chinrue. Don't you need to add the title of Your Highness or Your Majesty after your name? From your body, I feel an irresistible majesty that I need to look up to. Just like God. If it wasn't for the special, it should be classified as attachment or dependence in my soul, I would have already prostrated myself before you and worshipped you. Chinrue knew that it was caused by the heart attendant's characteristic. With a thought, he cancelled the characteristic. Sure enough, Veronica's expression relaxed, and she smiled. It's much better now. Actually, the name isn't important anymore. I only remember who pulled me out of the abyss with both hands, whether he is Arthur or the current Chinrue. Chinrue nodded and didn't dwell on this topic. Can you tell me where I am right now? You can think of this place as a world formed by the ancient inheritance that I've received. It's so beautiful here. Veronica exclaimed as she looked at the vast galaxy outside the palace. Veronica, I'm sorry. Why do you say that? Veronica looked at the apologetic Chinrue in surprise. I once said that I would give you a truly free life, but I don't know how to explain it. You might not be able to leave this world. Veronica continued, I like this place very much. I feel that my heart is completely free in this place, without any restraints. In the Purple Garden Palace, when my soul completely collapsed, I vaguely felt a warm aura that wrapped around my scattered soul. It was like your hand. Chinrue really wanted to explain that this was actually the power of the Holy Grail. But when he met that gentle gaze, he couldn't speak for a moment. Every moment, I would try my best to remember this warmth, lest I would forget it because my consciousness would slack one day. Until today, a voice called out to me, and then I fused with some kind of great will that contained this warmth and became what I am now. I feel very fortunate, finally, to be able to truly touch this warmth. Veronica reached out her hand, as if she wanted to touch something and then put it down again. You don't have to explain anything. and you don't have to worry about anything. Just like what you said before, you don't have to have it. It's enough to just hope that the other party is happy, to be able to look at you like this is happiness. For a moment, Chenrue had mixed feelings. These words were indeed said to her by him as little Arthur. Now that Veronica said the same words to him as Chenrue, the feeling in his heart was indescribable. There was only a faint warmth that lingered in his heart. Take me around and see this magnificent palace. This should be my home from now on. I'm very honored. I should be the one saying honored. Chenrue and Veronica walked out of the hall side by side and visited the newly upgraded palace. It's really incredible. Just the smell of the flowers and trees makes my soul feel a sense of cleansing and comfort. Veronica took a few deep breaths, although for the soul, this action was more out of habit. By the way, this place, it would be better if there was a pool. Chenrue glanced at the open space, and there was immediately a pool there. Veronica walked forward in surprise and splashed the water with her hands. It's amazing. If you like it, this small hall can be your resting place. If you need any changes, I can do it now. And after setting up the small hall, the two walked all the way out of the main hall. However, it seemed that they couldn't find any more topics to talk about, and the atmosphere was a little stiff. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the Tower of Faith. The Tower of Faith had become a huge and majestic tower, lingering with a powerful breath of faith. On the Tower of Faith, in addition to the benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, loyalty, filial piety, integrity, and courage that Chenrue had originally entered, there were also treachery, rebellion, slipperiness, theft, stupidity, betrayal, etc. There was no doubt that the latter was Shura's masterpiece back then. However, Chenrue had now seen it quite thoroughly. In the universe, light and darkness coexisted like creation and destruction. Even people had undeniable two sides. Human nature was good and human nature was evil. The key lay in the choice and persistence of the heart. Chenrue couldn't erase those free human nature, no matter what they had experienced, as long as there was light and hope in their hearts. Even if they fell into hell, like Veronica, there would still be a day to get out. In the options for pillars of faith, in addition to the total number, it also showed the ineffective pillars of faith with a prompt. You can give the shrine attendant oracle authority to control or rebuild. There were several levels of oracle authority. Chenrue looked at Veronica and tried to give her the highest oracle authority. Veronica's body shook, and a lot of information suddenly appeared in her mind. Little Arthur and Chenrue. Veronica showed a moving smile. You seem to have given me a strange ability. If you don't mind, I would like to try it now. Chenrue shrugged. As you wish, beautiful lady. Actually, this is what I want to. Veronica walked towards the Tower of Faith and looked at the huge tower. Suddenly, her body turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the tower. As the supreme controller of the entire Galaxy Divinity Temple, Chenrue could naturally clearly grasp her movements. He felt that Veronica had merged with the Tower of Faith at this moment. Then, she seemed to separate a bit of her consciousness and threw it into the vast sea of stars. After a while, the Tower of Faith flashed, and Veronica appeared in front of him again. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with surprise, and her tone was a little excited. I used a wrong word just now. It's not strange, but wonderful. There are too many. It's simply incredible and wonderful. I actually entered a star and saw many people. I can feel all kinds of emotions, all kinds of events, all kinds of beliefs. It's simply a whole new world. There's a pillar of faith there that was abandoned because of the war. If possible, I want to go to that place again and try to bring more confidence and courage to the people there and rebuild the shattered faith. Entering those planets with faith in the Galaxy Divinity. Is this the ability of an oracle? Chenrue seemed to have understood something. Not only that, I also have some other abilities. In addition to protecting myself, I can also easily do some things I want to do there. By the way, the new consciousness I just obtained in my brain tells me that you can build a star god statue and give this statue the corresponding faith authority. This kind of statue will be projected to all the lands of faith and become the center of that type of pillar of faith. This way, not only can you better stabilize and maintain the faith in this world, but you can also summon the power of a war projection to fight with you. Star god statue? War projection. Chinrue nodded. It should be a new ability after advancing to the purple Polaris Emperor. Oracle, statue. Veronica's expression was a little strange. This reminds me of gods. In this world of inheritance, you are the supreme god, and then the gods under you, controlling the life and faith of the entire world. Tell me, what exactly are you? I'm not a god. I'm just an ordinary human who happened to obtain some special inheritance. Chinrue shook his head. You can go wherever you want now. If you're tired, go back to your residence and rest. Veronica blinked and looked at him. Do you have something to do? Or should I say, you're not prepared for my appearance? I'm sorry. Chinrue could only smile bitterly in the face of women's sensitivity. I'll try to find time to accompany you in the future. Don't say sorry, not in the future. Just like how I'll never say thank you to you again. Veronica smiled slightly and said, This is my only request. Chinrue looked at the gentle eyes that seemed to contain everything and suddenly came to a realization. No wonder little Arthur was so attached and obsessed. Even if his will dissipated, there was still an obsession for these eyes. For some reason, he inexplicably envied little Arthur, who met this woman for the first time. I promise you. Veronica looked at him deeply. Her body moved slightly, and she disappeared from the Tower of Faith. Chapter 1032. 5 days had passed. Tomorrow was the day of the Holy Son's canonization ceremony. All the invited guests had arrived at White Cliff. Rex the Great of the Long Huang Empire was among them, as well as his abandoned fiancée, the Pearl Princess Rambus of the Ryo Empire. Rambus came with Emperor Covalanti. Generally speaking, the king would bring the crown prince or the children who were most likely to become the heir. Firstly, it was to cultivate connections by witnessing the ceremony. Secondly, it was also a courtesy to show respect for the church. Victor and the other princes did not accompany them. In a sense, this had already shown Emperor Covalanti's preference in choosing the heir to the throne. As the victim, Princess Rambus had not expressed any opinion on Arthur's upcoming canonization as the Holy Son after she was rejected for marriage and made a vow of celibacy. She seemed quite silent. Of course, the human world was not like the demon realm. With the emergence of magic newspapers and magic television, the new profession of reporter was born. For the time being, the reporters of the demon realm were just serious news workers. It was believed that with the gradual strengthening of the entertainment of newspapers and television, a series of gossip entertainment reporters with the characteristics of the demon realm would be born accordingly. Rex the Great arrived at White Cliff 2 days earlier than Covalanti. He also brought a princess. This princess was different from Rambus. She had nothing to do with the word heir, but her relationship with Arthur was closer than that of Rambus. Roland. Arthur was the younger sister of the same mother, the only younger sister. However, Rex the Great, bringing Faye, here was obviously perfunctory about the so-called etiquette. As everyone knew, Arthur was pushed out of the Dragon Bright Empire by Rex the Great. Of course, Arthur was too dazzling, and as an emperor, it was inevitable that he would have some scruples. However, from another perspective, it also reflected that although Rex the Great had the ability to govern a country, he had no tolerance for others. After Arthur left the Long Huang Empire, he was recruited by the church immediately. They did not hesitate to throw out the Holy Son's position as a bargaining chip. According to the heavy news deliberately leaked by the church, this Holy Son was 100% going to become the next pope. On one side was the future emperor of the empire, and on the other side was the future Pope of the Church of Light. Anyone could tell who was better with their eyes closed. For Rex the Great, who had abandoned his son and even severed ties with him for the sake of power, this news was tantamount to a slap in the face. No matter what, at the request of the Church, Rex the Great participated in this ceremony as a special guest. After all, this was a grand ceremony for the future Pope. As the monarch of the Holy Empire, even if it was just out of courtesy, he had to attend. If he came, it would be a slap in the face. If he didn't come, it would be even more embarrassing. However, it seemed that this time, Rex the Great intended to go all the way. As soon as he arrived, he did another ungentlemanly thing. It was said that Rex the Great met with the 3 heads of the sacred mountain in private and claimed that the current Arthur was not his son. The soul that occupied Arthur's body was very likely another suspicious soul. Unfortunately, whether it was Fendy's or the other 2 patriarchs, none of them cared about this. Many people saw that when Rex the Great left the hall that day, his face was completely black. On the second day of this failed private meeting, no one knew who spread the relevant news. As a result, Rex the Great was naturally humiliated. Even the kings of those kingdoms could not help but look at him strangely. You have already severed ties with Arthur. Why do you still insist on going all the way? Now that things have come to this point, you still want to slander him to prove that you are right? This was no longer a problem of being petty. To put it nicely, it was called bigotry. To put it bluntly, it was called idiocy. As a matter of fact, Chinrue had already confessed to Raphael about the fact that he had a brand new soul after receiving the inheritance of the ancient alchemy civilization. And Raphael's meaning was also very clear. What he wanted was the Holy Son who could cast divine favor. As for whether Chinrue was Arthur or Prince, it did not matter at all. Now, no matter what, Chinrue was already the Holy Son. Rex the Great could only be regarded as a villain in vain. In this farcical story background, the canonization ceremony of the Holy Son of the Church of Light had begun. That day was an important day for the Church of Light and the entire human world. The monarchs of various empires and kingdoms in the human world had participated in this canonization ceremony that far exceeded the standard of the ordinary Holy Son. Even the elves, dwarves, and dragons had sent representatives to participate. The hill dwarves and the cave dwarves had merged into one. They sent Elder Aska, while the forest dwarves sent the mechanic Grandmaster, Bernard. In addition to the mechanic Grandmaster, Finoa, the elves also had a female elf elder. It was said that when this elf elder named Chi Lanya appeared, she was immediately welcomed by the 8-winged angel Camel. Obviously, she was a senior elder with an outstanding identity and strength. Since the cooperation with the Church in magic firearms, magic games, and other fields, the relationship between the 2 parties that had always been rigid began to break. This time, sending Chi Lanya and Finoa to participate in the ceremony was considered giving enough face. Similarly, the dragons who had a cooperative relationship with the Church also showed their importance and sent a super elder. It was the representative specially appointed by the Dragon Emperor, Stanwil. Although Stanwil lost to Maria in the battle for the position of the Great Elder, he was beaten up by the son-in-law of the fairy dragon's Great Elder, and he lost all his wealth by disrupting the wedding. He had bad luck. However, Stanwil was a saint dragon after all, so he was still valued by the Dragon Emperor Palgoris. During this time, he was responsible for the foreign affairs of the dragons and the cooperation with other races. As the main person in charge of contact and cooperation with the Church, it was reasonable for Stanwil to attend this ceremony. Stanwil bit the bullet and came this time. The Saint Dragon Great Elder was very clear in his heart. This so-called Arthur was simply Maria's perverted son-in-law, Richard. The word brother-in-law had become a nightmare that he couldn't get rid of. These self-righteous humans were all fooled by this guy. However, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor had issued an absolute gag order in the entire clan. He even made Stanwell swear the most vicious oath in front of him to keep it confidential. Therefore, Stanwell wouldn't leak any relevant information. Let those silly church fakes be cheated. By the way, there are also the 3 supreme angels. This damn Richard will never do anything that he isn't confident about. I'm waiting to watch a good show. In addition, there were also the 2 human mechanic grandmasters, Chikyu and Ferracini. The former witnessed the birth of Grand Master Arthur with his own eyes, so he appreciated it a lot. As for the latter, he had never interacted with Chen Rue. It was said that he even expressed doubts about the title of the top human mechanic grandmaster on certain occasions. However, just after the elf grandmaster, Fanoa, publicly expressed his admiration for Arthur. As mechanics, Ferracini's doubts also disappeared. Because, regardless of skills, age, and qualifications, Fanoa was recognized as the strongest mechanic grandmaster. Even Fanoa appreciated Arthur so much, so Arthur definitely deserved his reputation. As for whether Ferracini acknowledged the top grandmaster in his heart, it was unknown. Holy Mountain, peak of holy favor, cloud plateau. The sun was shining brightly and there were no clouds in the sky. Under everyone's attention, the Prince Arthur appeared in sight. Today, Arthur was wearing a white robe. The white robe was inlaid with exquisite silver edges, showing a simple yet elegant charm. Arthur was originally very handsome. With his blonde hair and white robe, his whole body was surrounded by a holy aura. Just from his appearance alone, he did indeed have the feeling of a dragon or phoenix among men. Rambus watched Arthur set foot on the red carpet leading to the holy brilliant platform. She thought to herself, no wonder Arthur promised her and used the public rejection of marriage in exchange for the Holy Grail. He even easily withdrew from the political stage of the Long Huang Empire. Rambus didn't think Arthur would be defeated so easily. It turns out that he has such a bigger stage and doesn't care about the ordinary throne at all. That secret deal had ended, and they didn't owe each other anything. In fact, Rambus even got the upper hand in terms of benefits. However, the 2 of them could be considered acquaintances. If they could maintain a friendly relationship, it would be quite beneficial for her to completely control the Ryo Empire in the future. Rex stared at the figure, who didn't even look at him. His seemingly indifferent and hostile eyes were faintly flashing with inexplicable emotions. Fei Er's eyes, on the other hand, were filled with unconcealable admiration. Although she was told that the Holy Sun wasn't her brother, the girl felt that she did have such a brother in her heart. Especially after he returned, he took care of her more like a real brother instead of a royal brother. The elves and dwarves were relatively calmer. Putting aside the elder of the hill dwarves, the dwarf Grand Master Burnt, like Chi Lanya and Fanoa, was also an insider. He knew that something that might shock the entire Holy Mount of Light would definitely happen today, so he was more interested in watching the show. The person who gloated the most was a representative of the dragons. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Under all kinds of gazes, Chenrue walked up to the holy glorious platform step by step. On the holy glorious platform, the 3 giants of the Holy Mountain of Light were Pope Fendes, Patriarch Pusmer, and Saintess Eudora of the Patriarch. However, these 3 giants weren't the real highlight of the ceremony today. Even Arthur wasn't the real protagonist today. The protagonist should be Raphael, one of the 3 supreme angels of the God of Light. This powerful and honorable existence would come to this ceremony to confer the title on Arthur. Arthur had already walked up to the holy glorious platform. Fendi stood up and began to read out his speech. After reading out his speech, the ceremony officially began. However, Pope Fendes didn't immediately announce the conferment of Arthur. Instead, he introduced Arthur's achievements, including getting the recognition of the 3 holy relics, destroying the main altar of the heathen, and so on. Many of the guests felt that the usually concise Pope Fendes speech was a little long today, and he didn't get to the main point. It seemed like he was delaying something. Gradually, Fendes couldn't delay any longer. He could only try his best to prolong the time of his speech, because it was time for Raphael to show up. Raphael would announce Arthur as the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun would also transform 100 Templar Knights into light body types in front of all the guests. They would be baptized by Raphael and become the most devout believers. The problem was, until now, Lord Raphael still hadn't shown up. Fendes, who was trying his best to write, couldn't help but sweat beads on his forehead. Chapter 1033. Chinrue calmly looked at Fendes, who was giving a long speech on the stage. His hand, hidden in his white robe, silently drew some mysterious symbols. These traces would trigger some changes in the spirit gathering formation, which was what he had set up on the platform of Holy Brilliance. Ben Hong once said that the spirit gathering formation contained Raphael's own power and the great power of the Holy Mountain of Light. It was almost flawless. The only chance was when the spirit gathering formation was fully activated and its power was at its weakest, which was during the canonization ceremony. Then he could use the reverse runes to break the shackles. This was definitely not an easy task, nor could it be done in a short period of time. There was also a big problem. How could he do all this under Raphael's eyes? So, Raphael was not here today. This was, of course, another of Chinrue's arrangements. For Raphael, if there was anything more important than the canonization ceremony of the Holy Sun, it would be the Temple of Light. At this moment, Raphael was in front of the Temple of Light. In the inscription circle in front of him, he could vaguely see a purple figure. Raphael's face was full of shock and anger. Who was this mysterious person? What method did he use to pass through so many powerful defenses and break into the Temple of Light? If the defense circle of the Temple of Light had a special connection with the three angels, it was very likely that the Book of Creation had been stolen by this enemy. This was the entire Church of Light. No, it was the biggest reliance of the three angels to steal faith and enter the realm of gods. Last time, Ben Hong and his men broke into the Temple of Light and stole Michael's Order of Wind. Raphael was very dissatisfied with the leader of the three angels. He claimed to be the man closest to God and in the Holy Mountain of Light. Although he severely injured Ben Hong and had the Tower of Glory, he still managed to escape. No matter what, it was not justifiable. Now that Michael was in a deep sleep and Raphael was in control of the sacred mountain, some rascals broke into the divine temple again. The protective inscriptions that he and Michael had rearranged together on the way seemed to be useless. If anything were to happen to the Book of Creation, everything would be over. Therefore, Raphael, who was supposed to descend to preside over the coronation ceremony, did not hesitate to appear at the Temple of Light on the peak of the holy mountain. He happened to see the figure glowing with purple light, trying to open the enchantment in front of the Temple of Light. The speed and proficiency of the breaking of the enchantment shocked Raphael. From the moment he sensed the change to the moment he arrived at the temple, the enchantment had already been broken by nearly half, courting death. Raphael yelled angrily. The purple figure did not look back. He just moved his hand, and the rune array around Raphael underwent a strange change. Thousands of rays of light were produced and entangled towards Raphael. Raphael was shocked. He was the number one person in ancient runes. Even Michael was inferior in this aspect. However, this mysterious purple figure not only broke the inscription array that he had personally set up in such a short time, but he could even reverse some of the power to deal with him. Raphael felt that the inscription attribute that was pulled over could only temporarily restrict his movement. The damage ability was quite limited. He simply did not avoid it. A silver-white long stick appeared in his hand and pointed at the purple figure in the air. A large crack suddenly appeared in the space pointed by the long stick, and it instantly extended towards the figure. The space here was not ordinary. It was 100 times more solid than ordinary space. A crack of this degree was already quite terrifying. To Raphael's surprise, the purple figure still moved forward in a strange way. This way was like a snake, but it used the special inscription array along the way to block Raphael's blow. Raphael was a great expert. He could naturally see that this person was extremely familiar with this type of inscription array, and even the inscription array around the Temple of Light. It was as if he had been deliberated and rehearsed thousands of times. Although many of his actions were done in a hurry, the subsequent changes of the array were almost all calculated. However, how could Raphael's power be so simple? The long stick shook, and the power of the inscription turned into nothingness. The power reached the purple figure in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the purple figure had no time to dodge, the moment the power reached its body, the figure suddenly became transparent. That's right, it became transparent. Just when Raphael was stunned, the nearby inscription had wrapped around him and bound him in it. At the same time, a strange thing happened. The crack in the space turned from the transparent figure and shot back towards Raphael. Originally, the aura of this figure had reached the level of a fake god. But in the eyes of a peak fake god like Raphael, it was nothing. He could seriously injure or even kill him with one blow. However, this supreme angel had never imagined that this person could actually reflect his attack back at him. At this time, Raphael happened to be bound by the inscription and temporarily lost the ability to dodge. He could only barely move to the side, and a shocking wound suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, causing countless fine cracks. Under the influence of the strange force, the cracks continued to spread around. It could be seen that this blow was indeed powerful. However, with a flash of white light, the spread wound immediately began to heal without even a drop of blood. It was the characteristic of Raphael's body of light healing, which was comparable to Charlie's body of moon soul. It could be said to have extremely terrifying, self-healing power and was almost immortal. Of course, even Dodo's true immortal body was not without limits. However, with Raphael's current strength, and the three supreme angels were closely related, it was difficult for anyone to force him into a desperate situation unless the abyss arrived, especially on the home ground of the Holy Mountain. Raphael attacked the mysterious man, and the attack was reflected back by the mysterious man. However, Raphael was unharmed. It seemed to be a tie, but in fact, this round of competition was equivalent to Raphael's loss. This made Raphael, who had always been arrogant, feel ashamed. The hand that held the long rod tightened, and the binding inscription turned into powder. As he was about to crush the intruder, he suddenly found that the enemy had disappeared. All the inscription circles nearby were in chaos. Obviously, the enemy did not leave, but he used some kind of hidden power to hide in the messed-up array to prepare an ambush. Although the blow just now made Raphael angry, he also began to take this mysterious intruder seriously at the same time. What surprised Raphael the most was that this person could actually use the array he set up to confuse his own vision and hearing. This is no longer as simple as being proficient in ancient inscription. He must be very familiar with this forbidden place. It is obviously a conspiracy that he has been coveting for a long time. To be able to be so familiar with the light divinity hall area under the eyes of the three angels, spy? A term suddenly appeared in Raphael's mind, but the most urgent task was to find the mysterious man as soon as possible. This hateful intruder's strength was limited, and killing him was no different from stepping on a mouse. But now this mouse was hiding in Raphael's home, and he had to first move all the furniture that could hide to find him. Raphael suppressed the anger in his heart, and the long rod drew mysterious symbols one after another. He calmly repaired and inspected the runic circles along the way, and at the same time spread out his perception to search for the whereabouts of the enemy. Although this method of investigation was the slowest method, it was the most effective to deal with this guy whose methods and whereabouts were quite mysterious. At that time, the enemy would have nowhere to hide, and it would not be too late to choose to torture or annihilate him. Raphael patiently searched for the mysterious intruder in the light divinity hall, and Pope Fendes, who had been waiting for Raphael's arrival at the cloud plateau of the Blessed Hall, could not delay any longer, because he really could not wait any longer. However, in front of so many important guests, the canonization ceremony could not be delayed, so after some consideration, Fendes decided to reverse the order of Raphael's canonization of the Holy Son and Arthur's conversion to a knight, so that he could wait for Raphael's arrival. When Fendes announced that Arthur was going to show the God of Light's blessing in front of everyone and turn 100 Templar knights into light body warriors, many guests started to whisper among themselves. Light body warriors could achieve twice the result with half the effort in cultivating the light power, and the effect of healing spells and light magic buffs would also be doubled. If they could improve further and become a body of light blessing, it was said that they could even become a holy disciple under the command of the 3 supreme angels and receive the blessing from the 3 angels. The light element was generally divided into 2 types, innate and acquired. For the innate type, only the royal families of the Holy Light City and the Holy Empire would be born with the corresponding bloodline. The Holy Empire was mainly influenced by the power of holy objects. For the acquired type, a special divine power ceremony was conducted by Pope Fendes, and the ceremony was usually conducted under the 3 snow Dalet holy trees on the snow peak platform of the God Seal Peak. The power of the holy tree was also a key. Now that Arthur could use the divine power on the platform of holy brilliance and convert 100 Templar knights at the same time, it was unbelievable. However, on this occasion, as the Pope, Fendes would not speak carelessly. Therefore, Arthur should have a certain degree of confidence, which also proved that Arthur was the next Pope. The 100 Templar knights entered the platform in a neat formation and stood under the platform. Fendes gave Chenrue a look, and Chenrue understood and nodded slightly. He slowly walked towards the red circle on the platform of holy brilliance. The red circle had now been decorated into a small platform full of holy aura. Chenrue's hands, which were hidden in his white robe, were still moving quietly. Although he had practiced these movements thousands of times in his mind, this was related to the reversal of the entire spirit gathering circle, and it was the key to saving Tiffany. Time was of the essence to him, so he did not dare to relax at all. Walking to the platform, Chenrue bowed slightly to the surrounding guests and glanced at Rex the Great and Feyer. Suddenly, a sparkling white crown appeared on his head. Many experienced guests had already recognized it. It was one of the 3 holy relics of light, the crown of thorns, which could use the legendary power of divine blessing. After the crown appeared, Chenrue's entire aura changed and was filled with a holy aura. He took out his hands, which were hidden in his white robe, and in the light that was brewing in his hands, there were countless faintly discernible symbols that floated in the air and disappeared in a flash into the nearby space. Many people noticed that Arthur actually had the strength of a saint. It should be known that before this former prince's strength was at most a soldier. In just a few months, a soldier had become a saint. This could only be explained by divine blessing. Before these people could think about it, the surrounding aura of power had already changed under the guidance of Arthur's hand gesture, and a huge and vast aura quickly condensed. This kind of power was unimaginably huge, and it was obviously not Arthur's own power. Everyone thought that Chenrue was performing the hand gesture of the transformation ritual. Although they recognized that Arthur was performing the power of ancient runes, even the 8-winged angel camel beside Chilanya did not care. Camel knew that this Reiki gathering circle was set up by Raphael himself, and Arthur was now the person that Raphael valued the most. These must be the mystic arts that Raphael personally taught him to activate the entire big circle to enhance the power of divine blessing. Only the Saintess Eudora faintly felt that something was wrong, because Arthur did not do these extra actions in the usual rehearsals. Although it might be related to Raphael, she didn't know why an ominous premonition in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. Chapter 1034. Under the attention of all the guests, the holy son Arthur, wearing the crown of thorns and wearing a white robe, faced the 100 knights of the temple standing below the stage and made some mysterious gestures with his hands. Camel saw that the whole spirit-gathering circle was affected by the gestures and nodded secretly. This, Arthur, was indeed a human valued by Lord Raphael. He could even cause such a fluctuation in the big circle. It seemed that there should be no problem with the transformation ceremony of the temple knights this time. An actual pattern formed by energy appeared in the air, spreading around with Chinrue as the center. The crown of thorns above his head glowed with a strong white light. Just when Fandris and the others thought they were about to activate the ritual of divine favor, the white light abruptly moved in the opposite direction and converged at a single point. A strange image appeared in the space where the light converged. It was a weird, huge tree. What attracted people's attention was that there was a human body inlaid in the tree. It was a delicate woman. Her hands and feet had been merged with the tree, and countless roots extended out and spread in the void. This strange scene caused everyone to be shocked. What was this? A special program of the transformation ceremony? The first one to react is the Saintess Eudora, who has always had an ominous premonition. She is shocked. She never expected that Arthur would actually lead to Tiffany's location at the crowning ceremony that everyone is paying attention to. How did he know Tiffany? What was he going to do? Arthur turned around and stepped on some kind of stairs in the void, walking step by step toward the tree that merged with the woman. He did not care about the temple knights below the stage at all. He did not even look at the others. Arthur. Fandis also did not expect such a change. He suddenly stood up and said, "What are you going to do?" Before Fandis said anything, Eudora had already appeared on the stage and wanted to stop Arthur. However, someone was faster than her and stood in front of her. It was a woman wearing a veil and a green dress. Eudora recognized that this woman was one of the guardians of Arthur. Her strength was only at the saint level. For her who had already entered the kingdomization stage, it was not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, this was the blessed peak, her home ground. However, this saint level actually managed to block her teleportation, and the subsequent attempts were easily blocked. That speed was simply unimaginable. Then Eudora becomes alert. She hears a familiar female voice. "Oh, isn't this Atlas? Why are you wearing women's clothing?" When Eudora hears the words Atlas, her pupils suddenly shrink. She has only used this alias in one place, and this woman's voice, could it be impossible? Just when Eudora was shocked, a green light flashed in front of her. Pa! She felt a burning sensation on her left cheek. She had been slapped by the other party. Amidst his shock and anger, the figure approached him like a bolt of lightning. Pa! 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 Another 4 consecutive slaps made Eudora stagger a few steps before she could stand firm. Blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth, and even her face was swollen. Fortunately, there was a veil to cover it. "Atlas, why are you hurt?" "Let me help you take a look." "Oh, you seem to be very angry? Is it because the Firebolt Heart's fire attribute power is still burning your vicious heart day and night? By the way, you seem to have another name, Andy. This should be a mother's name. Unfortunately, you don't deserve to be called Mother at all." The mocking voice rang in her ears continuously, making Eudora feel even more horrified. It was as if all the secrets hidden in her heart for many years were all revealed by the other party. "It's you." Hearing the words "fiery lightning heart," Eudora had completely confirmed the identity of the other party. She became more and more shocked. "You are actually still alive!" At that time, she swallowed the power of this woman and cast the seal of light annihilation. Logically speaking, this woman should have long been turned into ashes. Unexpectedly, she was still alive and appeared in front of her. "Do you want me to die?" "Unfortunately, I am still alive and well." Isabella added another sentence in her heart. "I will also live well in the future and be with him." Eudora gritted her teeth and said, "You actually dare to come here to die?" I don't know if I will die or not, but you are dead. Isabella said lightly, I won't kill you. I will feel dirty to slap you a few times, but this is what you deserve. Have you ever thought about why the seal of light annihilation is ineffective? Eudora's mind turned sharply, and she suddenly reacted. Snow Dowlet! Could it be that the Snow Dowlet incident at the beginning, also our strength is similar? Why is my speed so fast? Let me clarify first, I didn't use flash. Isabella's figure appeared behind Eudora like a ghost. When Eudora was about to turn her back, Isabella appeared in all directions again. Her hands were as fast as lightning. There was only one target, her face. Pa 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 pa. The continuous slaps made Eudora see stars. This was a real slap in the face, and it was in front of all the guests. AI! Isabella shook her hand in disgust. It seems that this pair of gloves will be thrown away in a while. Compared with the shame and anger, Eudora's heart was more trembling because she had already seen the boots on Isabella's feet. Although the appearance of the boots had changed a lot, Eudora, who once brought them from the demon realm to the human world, was more familiar with this pair of boots than anyone else. Breeze shadow boots. The seal of wind that was stolen not long ago actually returned to the hands of this demon realm woman. In that case, the incident that caused even Lord Michael to be enraged, Eudora finally understood why this, which would say that she was dead. Because if the three angels knew that the two major events that shocked the holy mountain, including this coronation ceremony, were all caused by her, her good days as a bishop and saintess would be over. While Eudora was reminiscing about the past, the other side was also very lively. Now, everyone knew that something was wrong. The Knights of Divinity had already surrounded Arthur, under the command of Fandus. However, before the knights could get close, they were thrown away by a strong force, including the Lord of Song, Thunder, Temple, Gamundan. The cause of all this was another woman with a veil, wearing a lavender robe. At the same time, the entire Holy Glory platform turned into powder under this force. Fandus and others were all shocked away, and everyone in the VIP seats was also repelled by a huge force to the distance. At this moment, the entire cloud plateau became empty. Except for the woman in purple, there was only Isabella who was fighting with Saintess Eudora, and Arthur, who was walking step by step towards the tree in the void. Whether it was the battle between the woman in cyan and the Saintess, or the woman in purple smashing the Holy Glory platform, it all happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that such a sudden change would happen in the highly anticipated coronation ceremony of the Holy Son, Arthur. All of this was planned by him. His purpose was obvious. It was for the woman imprisoned in the tree. At this moment, many of the guests who usually thought of themselves as wise and farsighted could not wrap their heads around it. The Arthur who was envied by countless people, the Son of God who had a bright future and was about to become the next pope, had actually given up on a woman of unknown origin. Rex the Great and Princess Rambus were also shocked. Rambus and Arthur had contact and trade. In her impression, Arthur was a guy who knew everything and was terrifyingly calm. She couldn't imagine that he would do such an incredibly stupid thing on such an occasion. Just for a woman? Was he crazy? Rex the Great's shock was different from that of Rambus. Breaking away from the father-son relationship and exposing the abnormality of Arthur's soul was actually a process that was written on a piece of paper a long time ago. From then on, Rex knew that his son was going to do something extremely dangerous, and it was probably related to the church. Before that, Arthur gave the most prosperous land of wealth to his father in a special way. Then he used a series of conflicts to cut off his relationship with the entire Long Huang Empire. However, what Rex didn't expect was that the time and place for Arthur to take action was on this coronation ceremony, in the nest of the Church of Light, on the holy mountain of light where there were countless masters and even legendary angels, a spirit-gathering circle. The power that was guided by the woman in purple was extremely mysterious. Even demigods like Camel, Stanwell, and Chilanya were not immune to that tremendous power. Camel could clearly see that this was not only the power of the woman, but also the power of the rune circle that Raphael had set up. Lord Raphael's spirit gathering circle had actually become a weapon for the enemy to use. The teacher of Gamundin, the radiant sword Saint Pari, who had already entered the kingdom, shouted and pounced toward the woman in purple. The brilliant sword light was like a waterfall. It was the strongest offensive move. Army breaker. The woman just waved her hand lightly, and the sword light dimmed. Pari only felt an irresistible force flying toward him. In shock, he held his sword horizontally and performed his strongest defensive move. Flawless! Unfortunately, it was still useless. The irresistible force instantly penetrated the defense of Flawless. In the blink of an eye, Pari had already followed the footsteps of his disciple and fell in the distance. His giant sword was full of cracks, and he had completely lost the ability to fight. Demigod. Stanwell's expression changed when he felt the level of that power. Of course, he knew that this woman in purple was Maria's daughter, Rala. However, the last time Rala was in Ryuzaku, she was only at the peak of the kingdom. Now, she had actually reached the level of a demigod, and it was a rather stable demigod's power, based on Rala's ability to fight against a demigod when she was at the peak of the kingdom. Now, even Stanwell himself might not be a match for Rala. Thinking of this, Saint Dragon could not help but shiver. Maria demigod, Stefan demigod, Rala demigod. Oh, Dragon God, is there still any fucking justice in this world? Chapter 1035. After Pari, Rala easily knocked down several super strong men who rushed up. As one of the masters of the Holy Mountain of Light, Camel naturally couldn't tolerate Rala's impudence. The white robe on Camel's body instantly turned into silver armor, and 4 pairs of wings appeared on his back. With a sway of his body, he had already passed through the barrier formed by the inscriptions and appeared in the sky above Rala. With a wave of his hand, an overwhelming golden light pressed down. The magic wand Secret Shadow in Miss Long's hand drew a circle, and the golden light seemed to be erased by countless invisible hands. It quickly dimmed and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. This blow seemed to be evenly matched, but Camel had already tested the real level of his opponent's power. Although this woman's means were strange and unpredictable, her strength should not be at the middle stage of demigod. There was a big gap between her and Camel, who was at the peak of demigod. Camel couldn't help but show contempt. He punched out with both fists, and countless strong fist forces like light pillars shrouded Rala. A translucent light shield appeared around Rala's body. This light shield seemed to be very slippery. When the straight light pillars approached, they were twisted into arcs and slid away. This was not a simple force reduction, but the kingdom power that contained the rule. After a round of fierce attacks, the nearby ground that was protected by the power of runes had crisscrossed cracks, and Rala in the light shield was still safe and sound. However, it was obvious that she had been suppressed, because Rala had activated the space isolation power of the spirit gathering circle. Those light pillars that hit the air did not affect the battle between Isabella and Eudora, nor did it affect Chenrue. Chenrue had already walked in front of Tiffany, under the power of reverse runes that he had activated. Those roots that had drained her vitality poured back their power. Tiffany's pale skin began to recover a little bit, and her vitality was recovering rapidly. However, her half-opened eyes were still dim, as if she had completely lost her soul. Tiffany. Chenrue's voice wasn't loud, but it reverberated throughout the spirit-gathering matrix and the ascending cloud plateau, penetrating into Tiffany's soul in a special way. When Eudora hears this, she can't help but tremble. Arthur really comes for Tiffany. What was his relationship with that daughter from the Devil Realm and this woman from the Devil Realm? Just when she was distracted, she was slapped by Isabella again. Eudora was extremely shocked and angry. She had the blessing of faith from the entire blessed peak. Logically speaking, even if her enemies were stronger than her, they would be suppressed by the special power of faith, and their strength would be greatly reduced. However, Isabella's current level of strength was clearly similar to hers, yet she was clearly not affected by the strange power of the blessed peak. Instead, she was easily toying with her. The conversation between Eudora and Isabella was carried out secretly by compressing their voices. Eudora was not sure if Camel could hear the abnormality on her side, but she was becoming more and more determined in her mind. That was to kill him. Kill this woman. Kill Arthur. Although Isabella's speed was beyond imagination, the real reason why Isabella kept humiliating her instead of killing her was the powerful protection of the blessed peak. Eudora seemed to be resisting, but in fact she was accumulating a killing move. Holy body breaking evil. This was a unique skill of the patriarch of the blessed peak. She could use her body as a medium to condense the power of faith to launch the strongest blow. After this blow, Eudora's body would fall into an extremely weak state, but she had absolute confidence to kill Isabella on the spot with this move, and then kill Arthur. Completely bury all the secrets. Now the only thing she needed was time to prepare. Tiffany. It was already the third time. In the dead gray eyes, her eyes regained some focus and fell on Chen Rui's face, staring at him blankly. The cute and innocent girl he first met in the bloody evil market and the persistent and strong girl in the mysterious place appeared in Chen Rui's mind. But none of the impressions overlapped with the Blackwood-like life in front of him. He felt pity, sighed, and stretched out his hand. Tiffany. Her eyes were still stagnant, as if she had lost the ability to change because she had been exhausted for too long. At this moment, a little bloody light appeared in her outstretched palm, which made her dull eyes move slowly as if they were attracted by some force. When his gaze fell on that speck of light, his pupils trembled violently. It was a black ring, emitting a strong light. Come with me. This voice, this sentence, his lips moved, but he didn't have the strength to speak. Only his originally dry eyes suddenly welled up with a bit of sparkling water. Relax all your mind and accept the power that I guide. Then a warm power flowed into her body, and the cold haze that shrouded her soul began to dissipate. The roots that bound her were annihilated one after another, and the main trunk that was embedded in her body was also peeling off bit by bit. Tiffany was the eye of the formation of the whole formation. With this change, Camel felt that the whole spirit-gathering formation began to tremble, and it was faintly on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but be shocked. He put away the idea of capturing Rolla alive, and a silver spear appeared in his hand. Spear of Judgment. This was Camel's most powerful artifact. Although the purple dress woman's defense law was quite ingenious, containing the combination of 6 elements, he was confident that the Spear of Judgment could penetrate the defensive force field and nail the woman to the ground. The Judgment Spear glowed with an intense light, as dazzling as the sun. Just as Camel was about to throw out a sure-kill attack, he suddenly saw the purple-clothed woman raise her head. The 8-winged angel only felt a strange gaze piercing through him, as if it had some kind of special magic that attracted his gaze. In the instant that their eyes met, Camel could clearly see that the pair of purple eyes were spinning with 6-colored light. The spinning, colorful light had a special power, as if it wanted to attract all the souls. Although Camel wasn't good at mental attacks, he was a veteran after all. Naturally, he wouldn't be fooled by this little trick. The Spear of Judgment shone brightly, and he had already broken free from this illusory power. However, at this moment he was alarmed. He saw 6 more rays of light in the surrounding space, just like the anomaly in the purple dress woman's eyes. The 6 rays of light rotated at high speed, intertwined in an instant, and quickly fused into a transparent, colorless light. Elemental Fury. The elf Chi Lanya in the distance narrowed her long and narrow eyes slightly. Previously, in the illusory forest, she had personally experienced this killer move of Rolla. Now the power of this move was far greater than before. Even if she was in her peak state, She wasn't sure if she could take it head-on. Her father, a Lucier, once said that the crown of the elemental goddess and Rala had chosen each other. If she was really the one chosen by that thing, then the fairy dragon's path was just the beginning. It was indeed worth waiting to see. Camel, who was shrouded by the elemental fury, felt that he was completely locked on. Relying on his strength, he simply didn't dodge. He shouted loudly, and the spear of judgment in his hand shot out. The spear drew a straight beam of light in the air. The distorted space caused by the inscription array along the way was easily cut open by the invincible sharpness. In the blink of an eye, it had already penetrated the protective barrier. The moment the spear of judgment flew out, the completely fused, colorless light paused for a moment, and then it turned into nothingness and spread out. At this moment, the entire spirit-gathering formation trembled. The space around the seemingly gentle light was annihilated and collapsed, and it was almost erased into a vacuum that couldn't accommodate anything. Although there was the isolation power of the spirit-gathering formation, and under the command of Fandus, all the nearby protective formations had been activated, but the guests in the distance still felt the great power, and they were all moved. The layman just watched the show, while the expert saw the artistry. Even the national-level powerhouses might not be able to see the mystery of the battle between Rala and Camel. Only the demigod powerhouses could really understand it. Stanwell's face had already become quite ugly. Previously, he was still thinking that he might not be a match for Rala. Now that he saw this scene, might had become certain, not to mention the fact that Rala could fight against Camel, who was at the peak of the demigod stage. The power of this blow alone was enough to kill him more than 10 times. She was indeed the #1 genius of the dragons. However, Rala wasn't in a good situation either. Camel's judgment spear had directly penetrated her protective shield. Although the bodies of the dragons were strong, the fairy dragons were the weakest. Under Camel's full power, she might not be able to survive. This time, Stanwell's heart was in his throat again. Although he had a grudge against Maria, it was still an internal conflict of the dragons. Rala could be said to be the greatest hope of the dragons in the future. If something really happened to her, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the Dragon Emperor, who had stood by and watched. The vacuum in the air was quickly filled up by the surrounding space and disappeared, revealing Camel's figure. The originally heroic 8-winged angel was now in a sorry state. His silver feathers were scattered everywhere, and there were a few obvious distortions on his silver armor. There was also a blood stain on his face, and his expression was one of shock and anger. The woman who hadn't reached the intermediate stage of demigod actually launched such a powerful blow that was beyond his expectations. It even caused a change in the space. If it weren't for his 2 great talents of defense and space, he would have suffered a big loss. However, the opponent was also hit by the judgment spear. She was either dead or injured. Camel's gaze fell on the ground below. He saw a silver-white spear nailed there. With it as the center, there were spider web-like cracks around it. The cracks were dozens of meters in diameter. However, he didn't see the corpse of the woman in purple. There were no blood stains or other traces. It was as if she disappeared into thin air. At this time, on the other side of the field, Eudora, who had been accumulating power for a long time, finally erupted. She suddenly turned into a body of light, and countless powerful white lights burst out like thousands of sharp swords. They instantly penetrated Isabella's body. Unexpectedly, Isabella didn't scream as expected. She just trembled slightly, and her body gradually dimmed. Then, she disappeared as if she was a phantom. Camel, who witnessed this scene, finally understood that his judgment spear's blow was actually futile. He couldn't help but be furious. He looked at the only enemy who was still in the field, the guy who fooled everyone, Arthur. Chapter 1036. Chun-Rue was instilling star power to help Tiffany get rid of the last shackles of the spirit-gathering circle. He had been sensing the battle situation of Rala and Isabella, but he didn't intervene or rescue them. As Camel and Eudora saw, After Rolla and Isabella were defeated, they turned into phantoms and disappeared. They didn't suffer any real damage. This was war projection, one of the new functions of the star sealing platform. When he was Crimson Pole Star Emperor, after the linked target accepted the star sealing, the corresponding statue would appear in the star sealing platform. The person could be integrated into the star sealing platform and carried through space travel like the Stargate. The person could also be put into the star sealing platform in times of danger to avoid being hurt and recover from injuries. After advancing to Purple Pole Star Emperor, the function of the star sealing platform was greatly enhanced. The original fusion time was extended from 3 hours to 3 days. It could also build a statue of Star God on the basis of the statue. This kind of statue of Star God could project its projection to certain places of faith in a large galaxy, become the core of the pillar of faith, and receive the corresponding power of faith. It was equivalent to the local god. The benefits brought by this were very huge. In addition to stabilizing and maintaining the power of faith of the galaxy, it also had a strong cleansing and amplification effect for the person who was sealed as God. Not only that, it could also summon the war projection of the statue of Star God to fight in the fusion state. War projection, as the name suggested, was a real projection of the battle. It could restore 100% of the person's strength, and there were special bonuses. Death wouldn't cause any damage to the person, but it would take 7 days for a new war projection to be condensed. In other words, now Isabella and Rolla were only integrated into the statue of Star God on the star sealing platform, and they didn't suffer any damage. Despite all kinds of auxiliary powers, there was indeed a big gap between Rolla and Camel, who was at the peak of demigod. The main purpose was to try it out. It was already quite a good result to use elemental fury to make Camel suffer a loss. As for Eudora, who Isabella was facing, it was quite difficult for Isabella to kill her due to the home ground of Blessed Peak. Besides, Isabella had her own plan and didn't want to kill her directly. Looking at Isabella's condition, Stanwell, who had been worried all this while, finally heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but feel a little resentful in his heart. This is obviously the other daughter that Maria has acknowledged. Rolla is probably not dead, and she even has the powerful strength to fight against a peak demigod. Lord Dragon Emperor should be very happy to hear this good news. However, I'll have to take a detour when I see Maria's family in the future. Under everyone's gaze, the war projections of Isabella and Rolla disappeared, and only Arthur and Tiffany, the protagonists, were left in the field of the spirit-gathering magic circle. Eudora exuded a strong light all over her body and flew to the two first. Everyone's pursuit was different. Some pursued strength, some pursued power, and some pursued freedom. Eudora knew that her talent in personal ability enhancement was limited. Even if she worked harder than others, she might not be able to stand out. Therefore, her early position was to be a ruler. Over the past 100 years, she had used unscrupulous means to eliminate dissidents. Finally, she had gained Raphael's recognition and ascended to the throne of the Patriarch of the Peak of Divine Favor. She had been coveting the throne of the Pope all the time. Unfortunately, the appearance of Arthur shattered Eudora's dream, and she was forced to embark on the path of power. However, such a great change happened at the conferring ceremony of the Son of God. For Eudora, it was tantamount to coming back from a dead end. It was equal to an unexpected opportunity. But before that, she had to get rid of Arthur first because Arthur was likely to know all her secrets, including the previous Snow Dowlet incidents. And that Isabella. She must find and kill her afterward. She couldn't stay in this world in any case. Eudora's eyes flashed with killing intent. With the help of holy body destroying evil that had not dissipated, she turned into an arc and rushed to Chinrue. This blow not only wanted to kill Chinrue, but also Tiffany. Eudora didn't admit that she was cold-blooded in her heart. She only blamed her daughter for being born in this world and appearing in the wrong place at the wrong time. Instead of suffering like this, it was better to be completely free. She was going to free herself. Tiffany's body glowed with sparkling light. With the help of Chun Rue, her whole body had been freed from the confinement of the tree. Only some slender roots were left. It was the last moment. She was almost able to completely get rid of Raphael's strange power and the bondage of the entire Reiki gathering circle. The white light approached in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Chinrue turned his head and glanced at it. Chinrue didn't turn his head fast. According to the speed of the white light, it should have hit him long ago. But somehow when he turned his head, the swift white light had just arrived. Eudora only felt that a strange coercion wrapped around her, like countless sharp awls, which shattered the shell of the entire holy peak and nailed directly into her soul. An indescribable fear and pain instantly spread all over her body. In the scream, the white light of holy body destroying evil collapsed. She was shot backward until she broke a pillar of the cloud plateau and fell to the ground. Her bones seemed to be broken. She couldn't move, and her face was full of disbelief and horror. This deterrence, this power, it was like facing Lord Camel. Was this still the saint-level Arthur? The last trace of root entangling Tiffany finally peeled off. Tiffany's body fell forward and was gently caught by Chun Rue. Camel opened his palm, and the spear of judgment that was nailed to the ground appeared in his hand in the blink of an eye. The next second, the spear of judgment flew straight to Chinrue like a meteor, leaving a silver death-light track in the air. Sleep. When you wake up from this nightmare, everything will be better. This voice seemed to have some special power. Tiffany completely relaxed and slowly closed her eyes. The silver line of death behind him was approaching in an instant, but Chinrue still didn't look back. Camel raised his eyebrows. Just now Arthur forced Eudora back. Although it was just a glimpse, he had clearly felt that level of power. He didn't dare to underestimate it. He threw such a powerful spear of judgment, but unexpectedly it was ignored by the opponent. Daring to ignore Camel's power, he would definitely pay a heavy price. At this moment, Camel suddenly felt that everything had slowed down. His breathing, the operation of power, the fluctuation of space, including the flying spear of judgment, all inexplicably slowed down, except for the voice. This strange feeling seems to be the dislocation of time. It also appeared when Eudora launched an attack before, but it was not so powerful and obvious. Camel suddenly thought of a very rare rule power, and he couldn't help but be shocked. In the blink of an eye, the slow returned to normal, as if everything just now was just an illusion. However, the circle-eye Tiffany of the spirit gathering circle had disappeared. The entire spirit gathering circle began to shake and was about to collapse completely. In the blink of an eye, the lightning-like silver light suddenly stopped, changed back to the shape of a spear, and was tightly held by a hand. At some point, Chinrue had turned around and caught this spear. The spear was shining with white light, trembling slightly and making a sound, but it couldn't move forward at all. Camel's pupils shrank. He had activated the kingdom's power 3 times in a row, trying to detonate the powerful rule power of Judgment Spear, but all of them were actually suppressed by the opponent. This was not the kind of clever skill that the woman in purple used before, but pure power. Arthur actually suppressed him, an 8-winged angel at the peak of demigod, with absolute power, and it was on this holy mountain of light. Camel waved his hand, and Chinrue felt that his palm was empty. The spear of judgment had disappeared and returned to Camel's hand. Camel spread his 8 wings and appeared in front of Chinrue. His whole body instantly turned into countless shadows, holding spears, and attacked Chinrue from all directions. Each shadow's attack move and position were different, but they all attacked the enemy's vital parts. Countless shadows formed a perfect attack formation, combined with the power of Judgment Spear, and interweaved into a sharp light net, sealing all the space for Chinrue to parry or dodge. This move was called absolute slaughter, and it was a big move that Camel performed by combining the power of the demigod kingdom with the talent of weapon proficiency. It had the rules of no escape and no parry, and could only accept it. Chinrue hugged the air and drew 2 half-arcs, and circles of ripple-like power spread out, containing specks of starlight. Wherever the water ripples passed, the countless silhouettes immediately became confused. It was as if a thesis that was supposed to be extremely logical had suddenly been pointed out with all kinds of loopholes. Suddenly, the thesis seemed to be incoherent and contradictory. The people in the distance only saw in the ripples. The countless interweaving shadows eliminated each other, and finally, with a bang, they all turned into nothingness. Then everyone's vision became blurry, as if there were 2 shadows moving at high speed, accompanied by extremely fast vibrations, and the nearby space kept shattering and distorting. Terrifying changes. The weaker ones only watched for a while before they felt dizzy, and some even fainted on the spot. The blurry space became clear again, and it was fixed on an image. In midair, the 8-winged angel camel's face was clasped by a hand. In the next second, everyone's eyes were involuntarily attracted to the bottom. There was the next fixed image. Camel's head was pressed down, and his body was pressed into the ground. The entire ascending cloud plateau was shaking, and Camel's body was deeply buried in the hard boundary ground, and under the powerful pressure of the hand on his head, he was still going deeper and deeper. The nearby ground couldn't withstand such pressure, and it started to crack. Under the powerful force field, it was as if gravity had broken free, and the gravel kept floating vertically in the air. A huge pit appeared in everyone's vision, as if some terrifying giant meteorite had crashed into the ground. Everything was because of that hand. It was Arthur's hand. Even the spectators who couldn't understand the battle between the 2 demigods or the profound mysteries of the laws understood the situation in front of them, and they were all shocked. The 8-winged angel camel, who was said to be the strongest demigod and second only to the 3 supreme angels, was actually being suppressed by Arthur, who only had the strength of a warrior. Stanwell felt his eyelids twitch. This was a complete suppression. The 8-winged angel camel was actually unable to retaliate against that Arthur. No, marry a son-in-law Richard. Was this that fellow's true strength? Back in Ryuzaku, if this fellow had used even 1% of this strength, there probably wouldn't have been anything left of him. Stanwell swallowed with difficulty. In any case, if he met a fierce family in the future, he would just have to lower his head. This fellow was so powerful, and his methods were so brilliant. If he took a liking to his younger sister, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become her brother-in-law. Chilanya didn't know that the dragon's elder at the side was becoming more and more confused. Looking at the situation in the arena, the surprise on the elf's beautiful face became more and more intense. She remembered very clearly that when she was in the illusory forest last time, although this human showed great strength, it was not to this extent yet. It seemed that in this short period of time, the strength of Zola and this human had made a significant leap. Among the guests, the most shocked was Rambus. She couldn't believe her eyes. This was the Arthur who almost became her fiancé? Looking at the figure that pressed Camel to the ground, Princess Mingju's eyes suddenly became a little misty. Just now, Arthur had said something to the imprisoned woman. Follow me. If it was her who was imprisoned in a forbidden place like the holy mountain of light, would he reach out to her regardless of everything in front of everyone? If he had said that to her, would she have followed him? No matter what the if was, the reality was that she had already made her choice. My path. Princess Mingju said these 3 words softly to herself. Camel couldn't believe the reality in front of him. They were both at the peak of the demigod level, but regardless of the rules, kingdom, or the power of faith, he was actually completely suppressed by Arthur. It wasn't just strength, it was more of a spiritual aura. It was clearly only the strength of a demigod, but it seemed to be far above this level, making him simply unable to resist. This should be the feeling that he, the legendary angel, usually gave his enemies. Being suppressed and at an absolute disadvantage made Camel, who had always boasted that he was invincible as a demigod, feel shocked and angry. Just as he was about to use his last desperate move, he suddenly felt the pressure on his face lighten. The other party had already disappeared. Camel shouted angrily. His strength burst forth, and he struggled out of the shocking pit. He saw that the other party had already appeared in the distance, looking up at the sky. The other party didn't even look at him, as if he was just an insignificant ant. In the sky, the sun suddenly became dazzling, and waves of light with a special kind of pressure spread out. Under the illumination of this light, the scattered power of the spirit gathering array condensed again, as if it had transformed into some kind of prison, completely sealing off the entire cloud ascending plateau. Camel's spirit was lifted. Lord Raphael was here.